Intro. Today I'll be talking about Pyrocynical once again. If you don't know who Pyrocynical is and what all he has done, make sure to check out my playlist on him, as there's a bit to go over regarding him. This is a personal project of mine that I love to cover, as I think that he is one of the YouTubers that has gotten away with a lot of terrible actions that should have gotten him banned a long time ago, and what we're going to be going over today is insane. There's also a lot of people that have defended and associated with him that are bigger YouTubers. One I even just made a video on recently by the name of Nerd City, who actually was silencing victims of another issue as well, which I feel like maybe shouldn't be exactly in this article, and everyone seems to be able to associate, defend him, and not suffer any repercussions despite all the terrible actions he has committed. Make sure to use the hype feature on this video, as it helps out tremendously. It is a mobile only feature, so you can just like pull it up on your phone real quick, hit the hype, and then just watch it on like your computer or whatever else. It'll help me out a lot, and also being able to get a video against Pyrocynical on the hype page might be able to help get some action took against him as well. It's free and helps small YouTubers like myself be noticed and spread the word about weirdos online that sadly still have a platform. That's a whole video of its own, to be honest. Also, before the video starts, I just want to say, expect the video to be a little raw. Expect me to make some mistakes and not cut them out. To be honest, this was 7.5 hours of me talking, probably closer to 8, that I had to, go over and edit. I want to also get a video out and it not be over a week since I've uploaded, and I think at the moment of about to render this, it is about to be, close to, I'll be like right on time hopefully, or maybe a little ahead. But yeah, if I had to sit there and edit 7.5 hours of me talking and I had to stop for every single grammatical error like just then, I would have lost my mind. I really would have. This, like, even reading the entire document, you can probably hear it in me a little bit. I start losing it more and more as it goes on, because there was so much to read. There was so much to read and show, but I hope the message still gets across pretty well. Hopefully you all can see the images pretty well as well, and like all the text on the document whenever it's actually fully rendered and uploaded. I still don't know if you can or not. I did a test. I did like a little run test, and I think you can. So hopefully everything's all good. But yeah, just expect it to be a little raw. I'm sorry if that bothers you all, but I hope that it does not. Hopefully you all understand, so thank you. Of course, make sure to like and subscribe as I make videos on internet dramas, locales, and more. Make sure to follow my Twitter, is linked in the description below. And with all that said,
boy, the captain's gonna earn his paycheck today. Let's go!
the document. Now, I will start by explaining the backstory of this and how what I'm going to be talking about came to be. A YouTuber by the name of Parlo came out announcing that he was making a document regarding Pyrocynical, and it came out to be around 300 pages. I think this was like 6 months of him making this document. This was rumored for a long time, and he was working on it in the background while also still uploading regularly. Well, in August, the complete document was finally released with the announcement saying this: Pyrocynical document is out. I had someone capable release it on their volition, so Pyrocynical fans do not try and discredit the proof by deflecting. I already have enough to deal with currently, so the document is out for you to view. People need to know the situation. And then also the Twitter post itself says, trigger warning, brooming, philia, Pyrocynical, a YouTuber with 4+ million subscribers, has been exposed for messaging and brooms numerous unders, many to which he knew the age of. Pyrocynical lied in his response video and also knew Ivory was 16. And yes, the burner account did release the document, and I believe this was kind of to save himself in the future in case Pyro tried to go the legal route for this. But who really knows? I feel like even if he did go the legal route, there's probably still a way to figure out it was Parlo's. But let's go ahead and begin reading this 320-page document and everything else. But before I actually get into it, I do want to say that there's a lot of words used that are kind of like red flag words I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say. So there's going to, as you can see on every page, there's going to be a lot of censored words and, stuff like that. So some of the stuff is going to be either skipped or not said, like words, not like the actual stuff itself, but you all can kind of get the idea. It starts out saying the Pyrocynical files. Archive this document and please help share it. Use Catbox and Internet Archive or copy the document. This document contains new information and debunks Pyrocynical's initial response. Prologue. This document comprehensively goes over numerous allegations of Pyrocynical, also known as Nile, or legal name Nile, inappropriately engaging with 10 plus unders while he was an adult, some who are significantly younger than himself, discussing sending material to unders, which is illegal, and sending fantasy content, even discussing real life X topics. While also addressing Nile's long history of lies and manipulation to downplay his actions, this document substantiates many of these allegations. This document proves that Pyrocynical continued to engage in role play with a 16-year-old boy by the name of Ivory while he was 20 until they were 17 and he was 21, knowing their age. Pyrocynical engaged in discussions and had continued to send furry images to Ivory from 2017 spanning to 2018, which is illegal, admitting to pleasuring to NSFWR of his fursona, of the under's fursona, and also discussed the idea of commissioning not safe for work art and other art of their sonas. This was all after he was proven to have known that he was 16. Pyrocynical and Ivory also discussed aspects of their X life together, or their X-rated life together. This was after Pyrocynical had a reasonable suspicion to believe that he was under. This document will also categorically debunk the misinformation surrounding Ivory Aramis, quote, lying about his age, and meeting Pyrocynical in a, quote, 18 plus RP server, as both claims are untrue and have been proven false. This document will prove that Pyrocynical was on Twitter during the time period that he claims he was not, and was actively engaging with Ivory Aramis's tweets, proving his plausible deniability alibi to be false and proving that he actively lied to cover himself. This document will also cover the numerous red flags that Nile probably knew Ivory was under long time before he claims, due to Ivory telling Pyrocynical he was at school and would have needed to use a fake ID to get into an 18 plus bar, with Pyrocynical even referring to Ivory as, quote, child and, quote, small boy. This document will cover how Pyro dated a girl named Luann when she was 14 while he was 18 in 2015, and stated that he would wait for her to turn 16, the age of the UK, to engage in a proper X-rated relationship with them. This document also covers numerous examples of Pyrocynical lying about the relationship he had with Luann and lying about the age gap to manipulate his fan base. This document will cover how Pyro was much closer to Ida and Ivory, than he claimed in his response video, and also allegedly commissioned Ida when they were 16 to 17 years old at the time and created NSFW furry art while he was 19 to 20. In regards to the timeline, it lasted long after that they were, I'm guessing it says under, I can't remember all the words that I censored, in reference to multiple other allegations of how Pyrocynical messaged significantly younger than himself while he was an adult. The allegations go as follows. Pyrocynical allegedly sent furry content to and discussed with a 15-year-old girl when he was 19 in late September 2016. Pyrocynical allegedly sent not safe for work images and allegedly messaged Trippy Fox, a 15-year-old fan / associate of his, in 2016 when Nile would have been 18 to 19. Pyrocynical allegedly sent not safe for work to a 15-year-old fan of his, which he followed, named Turk, in December 2015 while he was 18. Pyrocynical allegedly discussed NSFW art and exchanged art with Assault, which is the guy's name, by the way. That's the reason why it's not censored in this, who was 16 and an associate of his in October 2017 while he was 20. Pyrocynical allegedly sent furry content to a 16-year-old named Ken whilst he was 19 during December 2016. Pyrocynical allegedly lured a 15-year-old boy when he was 19 and had them make art for him. Pyrocynical was proven to have sent furry content to and discussed stuff with a 15-year-old boy named Saku when he was 19. Pyrocynical then also went on to send content to two 16-year-olds in a group chat with Sako while he was 19 in February 2017. Pyrocynical allegedly got a 14-year-old named Mui Boys to create art for him on Skype while he was 19 in 2016. This is an allegation levied by numerous and knowledgeable individuals. Pyrocynical is friends with Cy Morton, who was publicly making X-rated jokes to a under named Solid Shibe, who is significantly younger, 16, and then editing his face onto graphic images while he was 21 in 2016. Pyro knew that Vegabonds, also known as Meme Corp, a 19-year-old YouTuber, had done stuff with a and covered it up nonetheless and never publicly mentioned the name of the under. This document will cover how Pyrocynical was close friends with Sille, who was a self-admitted under art lover and prolific person, to say the least. It starts with P, who had X-rated stuff with a 15-year-old girl in Estonia when he was 19. Sille also allegedly was in a relationship with another under. This document will address how Pyrocynical knew Luann, the 14-year-old girl he dated, was dating 23-year-old man named Ancient Reality Mick shortly after... Interesting. Just the name, because I've been watching like the Bronx Tale and stuff like that, and I think there's like, you know, some other like mafia Italian type of stuff. Anyway, shortly after their own relationship, and did nothing to call the large age gap dynamic out. Regardless, instead, Pyrocynical remained friends with them months after. Knowing about the relationship, this document will highlight Ida's egregious history of scamming thousands of dollars from clients, which I talked about before in the past, and Pyrocynical doing nothing to reimburse them. Ida has continued not to pay clients to this day. And finally, cover Pyrocynical's interactions with the artist known as Shadman, which I talked about in my last video regarding iDubbbz and why he is a creep. Over the course of July 2016 to July 2018, it was already known that he drew content, the under content, and other materials. Pyrocynical has managed to get away with his actions up until now, and by consistently lying to his fanbase in his response video and underplaying his behavior severely. Pyrocynical relies on his fanbase to harass victims and have them consistently excuse, belittle, and play down his actions. The document will call out members of the fanbase attacking victims and will also debunk many of the false points used to defend Pyrocynical. Now, on to the first part, the Ivory Ramus situation. People believe that Pyro never knew the age of Ivory during the time. Also, there's a lot of links in here. I might be showing timestamps of like clips of the videos and stuff, but a lot of the stuff that is linked already will be shown numerous times in this document. During the time which they message each other, this is false. Pyro admitted in his own response video that he apparently learnt of Ivory's age when he sent a Twitter link showing his profile, which showed that he was 16 as of July 5th, 2017. Pyro at this time would have been 20, and this is the same. And in this same video, he established that once apparently learning the age, he continued to ERP with Ivory and send him furry content. Ivory's age did not dissuade him. The only argument presented by Pyro was that he, quote, didn't know Ivory was 15, predating July 5th, 2017, when he had sent Pyro his Twitter profile with his age. Despite Ivory disclosing that he was 15 on Twitter numerous times, Pyro claims that he was, quote, suspended so he could not access the platform during this time, therefore he did not see Ivory's Twitter account or tweets. However, as you'll see in this document provided with the screenshot and video proof, this turns out to be a lie. Furthermore, there is no proof that Ivory lied about his age of being 18 plus or originally met Pyro in an 18 plus furry Discord server, and the original contributors to this claim went back on it. Pyrocynical also stated in his response video that Ivory never lied about his age to him. The claim that they met in an 18 plus Discord server is debunked, and proof will be shown in this document. Pyrocynical acknowledging that he knew Ivory was 16, yet continued to ERP with them, is right here. Here's the timestamp.
When Ivory linked me his Twitter profile, the age in bio says 16. This is something I acknowledged in my Reddit post, but to be fair, I probably didn't elaborate enough on it. In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learnt of his age, even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem. Legally, age of consent is 16 in both my country and his state. I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because what we were talking about and doing was so far removed from actual sex.
And I will give my personal opinion probably at the end or randomly in this. Wings of Redemption has made the same like remarks about the AOC is actually 16 here, so it's fine what I was doing. That doesn't make it okay. Especially trying to say that nowadays it does not make it okay. Everyone knows that, like, hey, it's basically 18. It should be 18 everywhere. But for whatever reason, like, just because, like, is he going to make the same excuse that, oh, I went to Thailand or something, or wherever it's 12? Is that a good excuse? Like, if you were in Thailand instead? You know what I mean? So the whole argument of the consent laws or the age laws is completely just a bad statement to try to make. Ivory clearly made his age known to Pyro on the 5th of July 2017. Beyond that point, Pyro knew that Ivory was 16 and continued to message him X-ratedly. Not know beyond this point is false. The only argument that stands was that if Pyro knew the age of Ivory beforehand when he was 15, which we'll address later. In regards to the age gap, Pyro was born on May 14, 1997. Ivory was born on April 21st, 2001, as he is 23, turning 24 this year. This means that there is a 3-year, 11th month age gap, essentially a 4-year age gap between them. In Pyro's, quote, my response video, he attempts to downplay the age gap and use UK and Pennsylvania laws to justify why he continued to engage X-ratedly with a 16-year-old when he was 20. The fact that he admitted it, that he didn't consider a 4-year age gap, quote, significant enough was already a red flag. As expected, Ivory Ramos was born on April 21st, 2001. He is 24 years of age as of the creation of this document. Shows on the birthday and also the calculator and stuff like that. I like the age calculator. Saying, when Ivory had linked his Twitter profile to Pyro, which had his age present in his bio, Pyro claims that this was the, quote, first time he acknowledged Ivory's actual age. This was on the 5th of July 2017, as discussed earlier. If we are to assume that this is true and Pyrocynical somehow didn't know earlier, Ivory would still have been 16 years, 2 months old. Pyrocynical would have been 20 years old, 1 month. And even if Pyrocynical didn't know the exact birth date of Ivory, acknowledging that he was 16 and roughly 4 years younger would be enough for anyone to cut contact or scrub their socials for the exact birthday. Pyrocynical, as we have discussed, did not cut contact and instead continued to message Ivory in, X-rated ways. Since Ivory made his age known on July 2017, this was after the time period where Pyrocynical claimed that he was suspended December 26th to June 27th, meaning that he had ample opportunity to access and monitor Ivory's Twitter account, filter through his tweets, and come to terms with his birthday and age in the past. It was really not hard to do so. It's already a massive red flag that he continued to message a teenager X-ratedly while being an adult and using the laws to justify the age gap. But it was even more unusual that Pyrocynical didn't chronologically look back at the messages with Ivory to come to terms with the fact that even if he didn't know the age, he still X-ratedly messaged him when he was 15 and cut him off then and there. The fact that he not only continued but kept the situation on the low until Ivory came out about it in 2020 are major red flags that went under the radar for many people, which does disservice to how disgusting this situation was. Keep in mind, what is listed is only the best possible situation for Pyrocynical, if indeed his response that he, quote, didn't know Ivory was 15 was true. However, this will be discussed later. Pyrocynical's alibi turns out to be a lie. Now, I wish to dismantle the argument that Pyrocynical was not aware of the age gap between him and Ivory, but continued to message Ivory X-ratedly after learning that he was 16 when he himself was 20. This can be immediately discredited by the fact that Ivory made his birthday known to Pyrocynical, referencing it in late April to early May. This meant when Pyrocynical claims that he came to terms with Ivory's age in July 5th, 2017, to which he was 16, was present in his bio, he would understand that he was just recently 16 2 months prior. This effectively meant Pyrocynical knew about the 4-year age gap between them, but nevertheless continued to inappropriately message Ivory. Ivory is seen specifying to Pyrocynical in DMs about drama he was having with Twitter artist Eli during April 21st, 2017, which was his 16th birthday. He shows his Twitter private messages dating back to the time, and it's specifically referenced Pyrocynical in DMs as the day was his birthday, so there cannot be any excuse that Pyrocynical did not know his age of birth at the very least. So if we are to actually believe that Pyrocynical only knew of Ivory's age when he came to terms with it, recently turned 16, and he was 15 beforehand, this would therefore be very much criticizable, because in the best case scenario, Pyro would have actually known that Ivory just turned 16, and yet instead of cutting him off like many Pyrocynical fans have deluded themselves into thinking, he instead continued to inappropriately engage with them at the age of 20. Ivory was also seen in December making his birthday present April 21st. Keep in mind, Pyrocynical had followed his account in November or December of 2016 before he was suspended, but this was still actively looking through his tweets during his suspension period, which he conveniently does not address, but will cover in the Pyrocynical Live segment of this document. Ivory was evidently open about the date and month of his birth, proving it was Pyrocynical. Google Drive linked to Ivory's DMs with Pyrocynical, not safe for work warning. Twitter thread of Lumi comprehensively going over the video logs and analyzing the Discord UI to prove the messages are real and untampered with. The Twitter thread also proves how the Discord tag of the deleted account that messaged Ivory was the owner of Pyrocynical's previous Discord server. The account that Ivory Ramus, Lovebird, was messaging had the tag deleted user 49 underscore or lowercase d 1 lowercase e 8 lowercase c 5 hashtag 9982. The deleted user present the Discord user ID of 10. I'm not saying all that. As provided in Ivory's evidence screenshots on Imgur, the same deleted user which Ivory was messaging bore the exact same Discord user ID as Pyrocynical's account, which owned his Discord server back in 2018. The account is seen having the owner role and having the Discord tag LOL hashtag 9982. After the Discord was deleted, it became deleted user 49, and of course all that. Provided in the same Igmir link, Ivory provides video proof of Twitter mobile direct messages which he had with Pyrocynical's current girlfriend, being Ida, filmed in 2020. Shortly after the initial call-out post on Nile, Pyrocynical, and the conversation exchanges, Ida victim blames Ivory, claiming that the age gap dynamic wasn't even, quote, that bad, and that the, quote, wasn't innocent either. Her messages to Ivory cement the fact that Nile did, in fact, message Ivory and that this was his account. She had not denied the fact whatsoever. According to Ivory, he states that Nile had a repeated pattern of behavior where he behaved inappropriately with other unders, such as someone who apparently, who is apparently 15. I think that's a Soul, the guy's name. We will go over more in detail in regards to these DM exchanges later. This is included in the specific segment to add more validity to the fact that the deleted user account was messaging Ivory was in fact Pyrocynical. GIF 1, Ivory is seen accessing an old defunct group chat, which obtained the deleted accounts of both Ida and Pyrocynical. In the video provided, he clicks on the Pyrocynical's deleted account, which opens the direct messages he had with Nile on that account, showing the most recent DMs he had with Pyrocynical. However, you can see Pyrocynical had purged all of his messages. The video shown is over 3 minutes and is provided in the Google Drive link. GIF 2, Ivory is seen showing his oldest messages with Pyrocynical, showing the same Discord tag, which had the same Discord ID as the account, which had the owner's role in Pyrocynical's Discord server. As seen in the GIF, Pyrocynical's messages were still present. This is because Pyro wiped his messages with Ivory from 2019 all the way back to early April 2017. The reason of why the older messages still remain is unknown. GIF 3, the video provided by Ivory shows him quickly scrolling through messages. That's why most screenshots are shown throughout this document are lower quality. However, this was proven in the video that they are 100% authentic, and Pyrocynical admitted in his own response video that he did message Ivory with this account. The GIF shows a slowed version of Ivory scrolling through the suggestive role play with Pyrocynical when he was 16 and now it was 20. This was in September 2017, which is after Pyrocynical knew of Ivory's age. Debunking the misinformation regarding Ivory. This segment is created to once again clarify the situation and debunk any misinformation that may be generated with this when this document is being opened up and discussed again, in order to discredit the situation and to drastically vindicate Pyrocynical and alleviate him of culpatively. There's a massive public consensus online that Ivory had directly lied about his age to Pyrocynical. This is completely false and unsubstantiated and untrue. Pyrocynical attests in his own video that Ivory never lied about his age. He was just unaware of him being 15 at the time.
Me including the anecdotal evidence led to the belief that Ivory lied about his age. That is never a claim I have made that he has done to me. I've only said that I did not know his age at 15.
The lie was created by Pyro, apparently never knew the age of Ivory throughout the entire messaging history together, yet this is another lie.
Ivory linked me his Twitter profile. The age in bio says 16. This is something I acknowledged in my Reddit post, but to be fair, I probably didn't elaborate enough on it. In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learnt of his age, even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem. Legally, age of consent is 16 in both my country and his state. I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because what we were talking about and doing was so far removed from actual sex.
Solid Shibe's Discord server. Another big lie which is oftentimes used to downplay the severity of the situation and to shift the blame on Ivory, was to claim that Pyrocynical and Ivory met up in a 18 plus not safe for work roleplay server, Discord server to be more specific. This is unsubstantiated claim, then used to claim that Ivory must have lied about being 18 plus to access the channels and the server, therefore making Pyrocynical innocent to be under the guise that Ivory was an adult. This is yet again completely false. Pyrocynical and Ivory originally met up on Solid Shide's Discord server, who was an associate at Pyrocynical. This is not an 18 plus RP server, as Solid Shide himself was 15 years old at the time. This server contained numerous under in it. For context, Solid Shide was a very well-connected influencer during the time of 2016 to 2018, despite him having removed his YouTube channel and having his Twitter consistently suspended. By looking at archived videos containing screenshots of his accounts, it was clear to see that he was a large figure present in the community at the time, being associated with Cy Morton, who went on to edit for PewDiePie 3 years later. Solid Shide was at the time an alleged editor for Pyrocynical. On the left, as presented in videos dating back to 2016, it shows archived screenshots of Solid Shide's now deleted YouTube channel, showing that he had Pyrocynical's channel on the featured section with the title, quote, "Great People." He is seen to have over 12,000 subscribers. Above, in archive screenshots presented in 2016 video, is seen to have a large following on Twitter at the time, especially for 2016 standards, with over 1.4 thousand followers. He's also seen making videos with Sive, who had a lot of connections at the time and went on to edit and create videos for PewDiePie. Sive also is someone who was close friends with Niall Pyrocynical and was a talented video editor. To demonstrate how close Solid Shide and Pyrocynical were 6 years ago, as presented in the Reddit post, wholesome picture I found of Papa Pyro from the r/Pyrocynical subreddit, you can evidently see that Solid Shide on the right side of the group photo containing Pyrocynical and his ex-girlfriend Squizzy. Sive is also present in the image at the bottom left-hand corner. Ivory was seen attesting that he originally met Pyrocynical in Solid Shide's Discord server, in which was extremely popular and active at the time. Ivory was also seen specifying the fact that Solid Shide was actively editing for Pyrocynical and that he was 15 years old at the time, the same age as Ivory. Ivory was also seen stating that Solid Shide was friends with him. This can be backed up by the fact that Ivory was given admin permissions in the server for a certain amount of time. This was proven with archived tweets showing that Solid Shide looked obviously under. Trippy Fox, an important figure who we will cover later, and someone who was involved in Solid Shide's friend groups and was friends with Thomas himself, was seen stating that Solid Shide was 15 in a reply with Sive. Not once in any circumstance did Pyrocynical ever claim in his response video that he met Ivory in a 18 plus furry RP Discord server. The claim was completely unsubstantiated, and because no one was willing to prove that it was false, the rumor was allowed to spread unchallenged. Krasputis was present in Solid Shide's Discord server at the time, and they attested to how Pyrocynical and Ivory had originally first crossed paths in Solid Shide's server. The idea that they met up in a 18 plus Discord server was completely unfounded and false. Also, the possibility that Shibe's server had NSFW channels is a problem in itself, because Solid Shide was in fact 15 at the time, so it would have been a case of edgy teenagers allowing graphic memes to be sent, and at the time seeing no problem with it. The misinformation that Ivory and Pyrocynical originally met up in an 18 plus Discord server came originally from the commentary YouTuber Diesel Patches, whenever he made a video, quote, "update on Pyrocynical allegations," in which he gave Pyrocynical the benefit of the doubt with the theoretical assumption. However, what many people neglect that in his follow-up video addressing the allegations, Diesel Patches establishes the fact that the claim was untrue and unsubstantiated. Archive re-uploaded Diesel Patches video saying this.
Before I talk about the new updated version of the Pyrocynical allegations, I need to address a comment I made in my last video. So on my last Pyro video, I made the assumption that Pyro and Ivory came from an 18 plus community. The reason why this is an issue is because some people treated that as a fact because I didn't clarify enough that my comment was merely an assumption. The reason I assumed this is because I wanted to give Pyro the benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't matter anymore because after looking at the new updated allegations, it's pretty clear that he's in the wrong. So again, please refrain from using that as the #1 defense for Pyro. As far as I know, there isn't any proof that Pyro and Ivory came from an 18 plus server.
Unfortunately, many people pushing for this claim did not watch Diesel Patch's second video clarifying the situation, so it evidently became the new common consensus among people despite it being simply untrue and having no basis behind it whatsoever. And of course, they show screenshots of this stuff. As highlighted in Turkey Tom's video, Krasputis had circulated a video filmed originally in 2016 on Solid Tribe's Discord server where Ivory was jokingly singing about E-Fame. This video was spread maliciously to discredit Ivory as a, quote, clout chaser, as if that suddenly invalidated the claims that were made against Pyrocynical. This was an example of an ad hominem point. As presented in the video, Pyrocynical is seen in the Discord VC and Solid Tribe server when Ivory was singing. Ivory and Pyrocynical have the highlighted red box. Pyrocynical is high ranked in Solid Tribe server with the ownership role and went by the Discord name LOL. As seen in the bot screenshot shown earlier, the same name lines up with the server owner of Pyrocynical's Discord server in 2017 being LOL #9982. To add more credibility to Ivory's claims, not only has it been confirmed by witnesses present in Solid Tribe server at the time that Pyrocynical and Ivory originally met up in this server, but Ivory's claim that he was, quote, friends with Solid Tribe can be attributed to the fact that he was high rank in that Discord server and admin. As seen, the video Krasputis recorded of Ivory singing with Pyrocynical on call was taken on November 11, 2016. Ivory would have been 15. DMs between Ivory and Pyrocynical were initiated first on November 10, 2016, when Ivory reached out to Pyrocynical first, linking his YouTube channel and his music on November 10, 2016, one day before the video emerged of Ivory singing in the call with Pyrocynical and numerous other Discord users. Ivory is again seen in Twitter DMs, commentary YouTuber attesting that he met Pyrocynical on Solid Tribe's Discord server. On August 11, 2016, the original Twitter video was made by Stephanie_VI. Ivory was clearly seen being an active member of the Discord server. He posted that he just reached 40 subscribers and was seen relatively high-ranked Discord server. At the time, Ivory went by the account alias Ivory463, and on Twitter, his alias Ivory446633. This video proves that Ivory was an active member of the Discord server and friend circle months before Pyrocynical joined in November 2016, and then DMs between them two initiated. In further videos found on Twitter of Solid Tribe's Discord server and a recent tweet made on January 22nd, 2017, Ivory is seen having a high Discord rank below Ivory's Discord profile. You can clearly see Krasputis present too, who was someone originally who came out in 2020 accusing Ivory of being a clout chaser and had leaked the, quote, E-Fame joke video. However, it tested that Pyrocynical and Ivory originally met up in the Solid Tribe's Discord server. Furthermore, this adds credibility to Ivory's side of the situation. Furthermore, to dismantle the argument that there were NSFW channels, therefore is an 18+ server. As presented in numerous archive videos of Solid Tribe's Discord server, the voice channels were filled with unders and unders teens with edgy humor. It was one of many cases of a Discord server with an edgy community of teenagers who posted symbols, memes regarding Columbine, as well as instances of NSFW content. That does not somehow mean I am justifying or playing down the situation, and it certainly does not mean everyone who was on this server was above the age of 18, because that simply was not the case. This entire segment of the document has been created to explain how the rumor that Pyrocynical and Ivory, quote, met up in an 18+ server is completely untrue and was never substantiated with any proof whatsoever. It was one of many lies used by members of Pyrocynical's fanbase to undermine the credibility of Ivory and to downplay the severity of the situation. The misinformation needed to be clarified before we continue with the messages, as to not allow any excuses to be derived. As you can see via the archive logs of Solid Tribe's Discord server, the humor was extremely edgy, and that was reflective of how young some of the users were who were present in it at the time. It was certainly not a server catered towards adults. In a tweet created on April 14, 2017, a user is seen telling Solid Tribe to not have given Ivory admin. You can clearly see Ivory and Solid Tribe present in the call together, with many users in separate calls having their names changed to Uwu That really got me to say that. This further adds credibility to Ivory's story that he and Solid Shive were close friends because not only were they on call together, but Ivory also had admin permissions. So for clarification, Pyro and Ivory met in Solid Shive's Discord server, not a 18+ furry RP server. Solid Shive was a well-connected YouTuber at the time and cultivated a following of edgy teenagers who were also largely supporters of Pyrocynical. Ivory did not lie about his age to Pyro under any circumstances. Even Pyro attested that Ivory had never lied about his age to him directly. Furthermore, Pyro did end up admitting in his response video that he knew the age of Ivory when he linked his Twitter bio, clearly showing himself to be under, and yet continued to roleplay X-ratedly with him regardless and send them graphic material while he was 20. The conversations. In Pyrocynical's response video, he does his best to attempt to belittle the nature of the conversations he had with Ivory, completely underscoring the depravity and seriousness of the situation as either quote furry stuff or quote furry roleplay. If any other YouTuber had openly admitted to messaging a 16-year-old X-ratedly when learning about their age and being 20 at the time, they'd be completely ostracized from the platform. Somehow, though, Pyrocynical has managed to be consistently defended and his behavior has been belittled despite the fact that video logs of the messages are still present and accessible to this day, proving the nature of the conversations have a lot more X-rated basis to them than just quote cringe furry roleplay, trivializing the situation as just quote furry stuff and establishing how he continued once learning the Ivory's age being 16, mentioning how he wasn't dissuaded from the age gap.
In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learnt of his age, even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem.
Pyrocynical underplaying the tone of messaging as quote furry roleplay garbage, saying this in the video.
Now, I do want to directly say something to Ivory and apologise to him and to anyone else that I did the furry roleplay garbage with. What seemed consensual and reciprocal may very well not have been.
I mean, if minors can't consent, then, like, yeah, it was unconsensual. Pyrocynical claiming the messages, quote, never escalated, once again belittling the nature of the topic of the conversation in an unserious manner to detract the value of the situation as just, quote, furry fart discussion.
But this never escalated from two morons talking about inhaling furry farts.
Pyrocynical purged messages. In archived DMs with Ivory, in which will be presented, Pyrocynical had systematically wiped his DM specifically to Ivory up until April 7th of 2017. Message proceedings April 7th, 2017. The messages have remained untampered with. It is puzzling for why Pyrocynical didn't entirely wipe the DMs with Ivory, but what can be assumed is beyond the point of Ivory making his age specifically known to Pyrocynical on July 5th, 2017. He could no longer use the plausible deniability card when it came to Ivory's age. So when looking back at his past, knowing the messages with Ivory, he then systematically removed the messages that he had sent, knowing his age, to purge all and any evidence directly incriminating him. There is no other logical explanation. In private messages provided by TAF9, he shows that Niall was asking specifically for a Discord script that can systematically purge Discord messages. TAF9 also provides Discord mobile screenshot proof on the right that the account in which requested the Discord script to mass purge the logs is the exact same tag as Pyrocynical's account, which has been proven earlier as the user deleted everything else. Archive link to the Turkey Tom showing proof of TAF9 screenshots. Archive video of DMs with Pyrocynical. The last two available messages of Pyrocynical's Discord account following on from his messages being systematically purged for the entirety of 2018 to 2017 of April. As you can see, very obvious conversational changes were transpiring, with Pyrocynical having asked Ivory if you wish to see, quote, thick, furry content of his character Sona, to which Ivory complies and asks for. This is also followed by Ivory saying, oop, also that thick is ace, in acknowledgement to receiving. Pyrocynical clearly had sent him the image and called him on Discord to get his attention. However, the bot Pyrocynical used to purge his messages deleted the message. Despite Pyrocynical having purged most of his screenshots, it is easy to decipher what was said by viewing what Ivory stated in his response. For example, the archived messages with Pyrocynical and Ivory. It is seen discussing about deleted his DMs. However, he stated that he was able to only manually delete each individual message he sent, with him also adding that Pyrocynical would have had to delete the messages himself too. Judging by the conversation, it was clear that Pyrocynical instigated this topic and was heavily urging Ivory to wipe the messages, and was discussing how to delete their entire conversations. This was largely overlooked by many people who, when this was initially brought up, and it should have been a massive red flag that clearly Pyrocynical had something to hide. Ivory is seen messaging as to why Pyrocynical had systematically wiped the messages entirely, however left his DMs from 2016 to early 2017. When Ivory would have been 15, Pyrocynical's messages had been being purged up until April of 2017. This can possibly be attributed to a Discord script that's most likely used, which ended up malfunctioning and not clearly and not clearing the entirety of the messages. For context, it is crucial to understand that with the messages of Pyrocynical continuing to, X-rated message Ivory after knowing of his age to be 16 as of July 5th, 2017, his images and messages were all systematically purged, meaning that is reliant on Ivory's responses to conduct what the conversation was, and assume that what Pyrocynical was discussing by relying on Ivory's untampered messages and logs. Keep in mind, this section is focusing on what Pyrocynical himself admitted to in regards of knowing Ivory's age. We will not be focusing on messages predating July 5th, 2017, yet where Pyro claims he didn't know the age of Ivory, because this is yet another entire topic to touch upon, and there are many massive contradictions of Pyrocynical's defense. Even if we were to assume Pyrocynical was telling the truth, the situation has negative outlook for him because he had continued to send furry content images to a under, which is against UK and US law, on obscene material towards, explicitness. Is even worse when considering the fact that between them there was an approximate 4-year age gap, which many people still don't know about because they believe Pyrocynical unilaterally didn't know of Ivory's age. So in best case scenario for Pyrocynical, on paper his actions were still extremely disgusting. The double standard. Massive double standard present on the internet where popular users such as Squimpus McGrimpus, for example, a popular FNAF influencer, was called out for something in reference to him sending explicit-based content and messaging a 14-year-old when he was 17, and then with him continuing to do it for numerous following years up to when he was 20 and she was 16, to which Pyro immediately called out and ostracized from the platform, but somehow Pyrocynical admitted to sending furry content and role-playing messages to a 16-year-old to which he knew the age of when he was 20, and continuing the same behavior is allowed to be consistently defended and excused, with Ivory the victim harassed and mocked over the course of many years for being a quote clout chaser and quote liar. If anyone was in unanimous agreement of Squimpus of being a broom or a lure for engaging in X-rated discussions with a 14-year-old when he was 17 and then continuing the behavior, then how is Pyrocynical suddenly alleviated when his age gap is larger and his case was more comprehensively explicit, not to undermine Squimpus' situation? In the Twitter video calling him out, the original person who called out Squimpus themselves stated that how Squimpus was belittling his actions by just addressing what he did with the 14-year-old as, quote, fantasy stuff. They stated that Squimp tries to downplay the material as being non-X-rated and is just art. The situation bears a massive resemblance to the Pyrocynical situation, to which people in Pyro's case claim that Pyrocynical unilaterally, quote, did not know the age, which is a lie. They also claim that Pyrocynical, quote, debunked the situation as a blanket statement with no evidence, and they either use the age laws to justify the age gap, or then use ad hominems to either discredit victim Ivory or anyone else that brings up the situation. The idea that this happened in 2017, therefore, the past invalidates Pyrocynical's culpability, does not detract away from the veracity of the situation or how egregious Pyrocynical's actions were. The time period from the situation did not dissuade Dr. Disrespect from being canceled for behaving inappropriately with a under in 2016, nor did it dissuade people from criticizing Chris Tyson's behavior in 2016 to 2018. The community has just shown a massive double standard when it comes specifically to Pyrocynical. To clarify, I am not comparing actions of Pyro to Chris or Dr. Disrespect, just highlighting similar frames. The messages. In an archive video originally filmed by Ivory in 2020 showing all of his messages with Pyrocynical's deleted account, in which it was proven to be him, there is a plethora of messages I wish to cover showing how explicit and degenerate the conversations were to portray Pyrocynical's belittlement of it. As mentioned, he purged all of his messages, but it is easy to decipher what was mentioned when taking into account Ivory's messages in reply. First, we will focus on the topic of conversation after July 5th, 2017, when Pyrocynical knew that Ivory was 16. The messages will not be in chronological order, so the dates of when the conversations took place, including ages of Ivory and Pyrocynical, will be specified. However, just to clarify once again, all these messages took place when Pyrocynical was an adult and knew Ivory was under. As messages are hard to decipher, the video logs provided by Ivory, it is distinguishable that the last day time frame specified in the logs was August 4th, before the logs of pleasure of self are shown. Regardless, however, the conversations transpired in early August of 2018. The video recording has been provided. Arguably the most serious conversation to bring up went completely unnoticed by everyone during the initial 2020 situation. That was that in a conversation Ivory had with Pyrocynical around August 4th of 2018, Ivory would have been 17 and 3 months old. Pyrocynical would have been 21 years old in 2 months. In these message exchanges, Ivory and Pyrocynical both talk about how they self-medicated to furry content, with Ivory mentioning and how he mentioned those same actions to the same content that Pyrocynical had sent him, making comments about the stuff present in the graphic images. Then asking Pyro if he ever pleasured to NSFWR of his furry Sona. The Sona Ivory had at the time being a quote ghost furry Sona referred to as a haunter. Pyrocynical responds with yes, which can be insinuated as Ivory responds with wait, you did? God bless. The time frame is not referred to specifically, so it's either transpired when Ivory was 16. So the claim that this was just quote roleplay and quote nothing escalated, as Pyrocynical tried to affirm in his video, is a flat-out lie. As clearly visible in the messages, both Ivory and Pyrocynical discussed X-rated topics pertaining to real life, and Pyrocynical seems to have admitted to self-induced stuff of a under persona while being an adult himself. Pyrocynical was fully aware of Ivory being 17 at the time and continued to discuss the topics of self-medication with them at the... I'm trying to think of other words. With them at the age of 21. It is therefore no surprise that Pyrocynical would have purged the messages with Ivory, because it is abundantly clear that through these messages that Pyrocynical asked and received furry content of Ivory's Sona when Ivory was under, and then received gratification from it. To specifically belittle these interactions as quote furry roleplay garbage does a massive disservice to how serious the situation is. Also, it is still roleplay, and if you all are into this and it's like, you know, a specifically X roleplay thing, then he was guilty like a long time ago. You know what I mean? He literally admitted to roleplay, which is, you know, a 18 plus action, especially with what they were talking about. It was always serious. It was always a big deal. I have no idea why in the past, like, understanding how serious this was. Self-admitted to role-playing with a under. The situation is so way more bigger than we thought. And we all, like, not all of us, but there's a lot of people that just, and still to this day, defend it. You know, it's just insane. It's truly insane that we did not get action took back then to delete his channel. He got away with it. There are also instances of Pyrocynical continuing to send furry content to Ivory despite already knowing his age and acknowledging the fact that he was under. Now, to quickly shoot down any defense that Ivory was above the age of, you know, the age law in his state, the laws do not protect an adult from distributing X-rated material to a under. Furthermore, the age laws to rationalize and justify the age gaps is something that many files have done before to belittle their actions. Improper use of electronic communications network a person is guilty of sends by the means of public electronic communications network a message or any other matter grossly offensive or of an indecent, obscene, or menacing character, or cases such as messages to be sent. Pennsylvania AOC is 16, but that only applies to in-person activity, not online X-rated activity. So what he did in the end is still illegal. So he admitted to committing I don't know what the crime is called. I'll probably talk about this again because I was looking over and I was like, oh yeah, I'll probably talk about this right here or like at a certain point. But he basically admitted to doing a illegal action, a illegal X-rated action to a under, and has not been arrested, has not been, or anything of the sort. The only like excuse that you could give is like, what was the law back then? What was the law back in like whatever that era was? And I still don't think even that justifies it. What he did is illegal. What he did should have been illegal back then. It probably is illegal back then because Chris Hansen was popular at the time and everything. I don't know exactly when Dateline NBC like started all that, but still, there was laws beforehand that got those people arrested, those files arrested back then. You know what I mean? So what he did was illegal. He admitted to committing a crime against a under, and I don't know exactly I forget what the crime is called specifically because a lot of those files would get charged with it. It's like inappropriate communications with a under or something, or misuse of electronics or something like that. There's like there's several charges he could be put with here. On September 11th, 2017, Ivory is seen having posted furry images directly to Pyrocynical, commenting on how, quote, shiny the characters look. This was then followed by Ivory stating that, quote, that's pretty bueno, good, if you don't know, and also, ooh, to which we were able to decipher that Pyrocynical had originally sent suggestive and NSFW furry content back to him, which warranted Ivory's response. This then prompted Ivory to make inappropriate comments in reference to the content. Ivory was then also seen going into more detail about the NSFW content that Pyrocynical had provided him, making comments about the body parts shown in the content and talking about how the farts present, with Ivory also making comments about how he wished to bury his face in them. On the 15th of September 2017, Ivory and Pyrocynical were seen sharing furry content to one another. One is easily able to discern that Niall had shared such content to Ivory despite messages being systematically removed, as Ivory's messages reacting to the instances of the content being posted have remained. Ivory is seen stating ooh in response to when Pyro sent them furry NSFW graphic content. Ivory was also seen describing the content in detail, mentioning how fat the character was in reference to the fat furry art. Ivory was also then seen posting Twitter links in reference to such content to Pyrocynical, mentioning, quote, moobs and, quote, gas present in images that Pyrocynical had sent to him in return. The 17th of September 2017, Pyrocynical was seen continue to ask Ivory if he wanted to see, quote, more furry content. To which Ivory replied, heck yeah, do show, uwu. Oh, I said it again! Ugh. Ivory is then also seen stating ooh, most likely in response to more content that Pyrocynical had sent him, with Ivory specifying that he liked the last image in the most. Ivory is once again seen stating ooh in reply to Niall sending him yet more content, and then Ivory is seen posting furry content himself, or furry material himself, stating that he very much likes the image, ending off by him yet again stating ooh in response to receiving more furry content. In numerous messages, it is abundantly clear to see that Pyrocynical had posted graphic content to Ivory, explicitly stated to, quote, do show, in which it can be assumed that Pyrocynical then posted it, which Ivory then states, goodness, that's a big bab. Dude, I can't stand bab. Like, that's such a weird, like, UK term. Pyrocynical is then seen continuing, to which Crewmore, Ivory, states, ooh, that he likes that last one the most, showing how Pyrocynical posted a collage of furry images, with Ivory sending an instance to him in return. By the way, if you're just listening to this, whenever I say, like, there's, like, certain words in front of some of them, all the furry images and stuff are X-rated, so it's not like, oh, he's just sending him, like, some cool artwork that is, like, kid-friendly. No. Well, I don't think furry art's really kid-friendly in general. This is him sending X-rated artwork in every instance. Okay? Just to be clear, in case you're not, like, watching. In another instance, Pyrocynical sends Ivory an image to which he states, "Ooh, that's a big bab," obviously making no secret to the fact that is furry content. He sent to Ivory that had large body parts that related to the fantasies. Both of these instances took place on September 11th and September 17th of 2017, when Ivory would have been 16 years and 4 months old, and Pyrocynical would have been 20 years old in 3 months. So essentially, Pyrocynical continued to send Ivory furry content despite being fully aware of his age. He continually sent furry content to a significantly younger than himself, and he attempted to use the age laws to justify the behavior, despite the age laws now covering the action. So I'm wondering if there's laws made now about it. I don't know. The action distributing obscene content to unders, especially in Ivory's state of Texas, or not Texas, of Pennsylvania. Why did Texas pop up in my mind? Y'all think they're gonna make it far this year again, or no? I low-key think they will. I think that Ohio State's just like a hard comp, and also I have no idea what happened. I can't believe they did that bad. Anyway, to go on, again. On July 18, 2017, only 13 days after Pyrocynical claimed to have known Ivory's age, after Ivory had linked his Twitter account with the age present in his bio, and Pyrocynical is seen having sent more furry material in Ivory's DMs, with him mentioning how it was, quote, has such a massive something, when Pyrocynical is presumed to have asked what his favorite image was. Ivory states that how it was probably the second you sent, meaning there is more images that he had sent. So once again, Pyrocynical sent instances of furry material to a 16-year-old when he was 20. Now, to make a clear distinction, the furry art in which Pyrocynical and Ivory were sharing and exchanging with one another was inherently the fantasy art, as when the word thick is referenced, it had overt connotation. It had overt fantasy connotations because it's images that both Pyrocynical and Ivory self-medicate to. The thick, as a reference, is closely related to graphic content, and they correlate, as Ivory put it, if they're good at making it, they'll probably be good with the inflation content. Ivory was even seen in March 13th of 2019, specifically stating that he had not received any content in a while, or for a while, and then following up by requesting for Nile to send him thick content, showing a correlation between graphic content and the thick content. Right after Ivory discusses the topic of the content being sent to him, he is then seen immediately asking for thick content. Ivory is seen admitting that he was 17 to Pyrocynical, who was 21, as mentioned earlier, that he self-medicated and, quote, nutted numerous times to NSFW furry content, in which Pyrocynical had sent him. Ivory was stated that this was forever ago, so it was presumed that this happened when Ivory was 15 to 16. Above is the first conversation to cover was sent on August 5th, 2018, when Ivory was 17 and 3 months, and Pyrocynical was 21 and 2 months. In these messages, Ivory is seen discussing with Pyro about hiring a furry artist to commission art of their characters together, with Pyrocynical's, quote, thick sona sitting on Ivory's thin sona, in which would the art derive arousal. As discerned from the messages, Pyrocynical agreed. However, he wanted to have messy food dribbling down his Sona's stomach when sitting on Ivory. The idea that the creation of his content was not for purpose of arousal is simply untrue. Both Pyrocynical and Ivory made it clear in DMs about how this content stimulated them. As seen in the messages, Pyrocynical was perfectly fine with commissioning the art of a under and his character. Ivory is... What in the world? Ivory is seen talking about the commission fees and discussing payment methods, and then asking Pyro if he should tell her if they're going to do it or not, to which is soon Pyrocynical said yes, and which warranted Ivory saying heck yeah in reply. The constant compliments of, quote, good boy is something inherently suggestive and flirtatious, and shows what kind of tone these conversations had in terms of flirtatious undertones or X-rated undertones. On October... Y'all like being called a good boy? Let me know in the comments. I wish I could do a poll in the comments being like, y'all rock with that? On the 23rd of October 2017, Ivory is seen posting a sketch of a suggestive image, fantasy image, of his character and Pyrocynical's character. The image presented on the left on the 8th of September 2017, Ivory and Pyrocynical were sending roleplay DMs to one another, This was 2 months after Ivory made his age known to Pyro. Ivory is seen stating how he wanted to, quote, wanting to something with Pyrocynical's Fox Sona and wanted to, quote, eat him out. Despite Pyrocynical having systematically deleted the messages, it was clear that he continued to be complicit in the role play. Pyrocynical believed to have mentioned that he was a suggestive furry. What? With Pyrocynical believed to have mentioned that he had a suggestive furry image with Ivory, asking him to, quote, send that to which Pyrocynical did, with Ivory making comments about the gas present in it. Ivory would have been 16 in 4 months, and Pyrocynical would have been 20 in 3 months. In this second message presented on the right, Pyrocynical is assumed to have sent Ivory another instance of a graphic image, to which Ivory is seen making comments about the massive body part. This was followed by Pyrocynical asking if he could send more, with Ivory stating, "Do send uwu." I said it again. With Pyrocynical being presumed to send more content, and Ivory saying in response, "Ooh," acknowledging the wrinkles and bulge present. These images transpired in November 2nd, 2017, and meaning Ivory was 16 and 6 months old, and Pyrocynical was 20 and 5 months old. On the 29th of December 2017, it is believed that Pyrocynical once again posted an example of furry graphic content to Ivory when he was 20 and Ivory was 16. There was a massive conversational change present, which is only attributed to someone, being Pyrocynical in this instance, mass deleting and wiping his messages to avoid incriminating himself. Krumar Ivory is stating, "Ooh, goodness," obviously in reference to something Pyrocynical had posted. This was followed by Ivory stating that, quote, "that but honestly," obviously in response to another example of furry graphic images that Pyrocynical had just sent him. Ivory would have been 16 and 8 months old, and Pyrocynical would have been 20 and 7 months old. Pyrocynical was even seen agreeing to see suggestive content from Ivory despite knowing that he was 16 at the time. On October 21st, 2017, 3 months after Pyrocynical claimed to know of Ivory's age, July 5th, 2017, Pyrocynical solicited furry content from an under. Ivory was 16 6 months. Pyrocynical was 25 months. Ivory has stated to Pyrocynical that he has had an SFW art of his Sona drawn 2 times. This is already alarming as on its own, as Ivory was 16 and he commissioned the art, but this relates to after the aforementioned section when Ivory had asked Pyrocynical if he, quote, nutted to his Sona's not safe for work content, to which Ivory is seen responding to Pyrocynical's deleted messages saying, "Wait, you did? God bless." This now opens up an entirely different topic of conversation in which clearly the DMs were purged by Pyro to obfuscate the culpability in this situation. However, the not safe for work Sona claimed to be proven when Ivory was seen posting instances to Pyro such as his, quote, fem Sona. Pyrocynical's deleted messages paint a far more nefarious and sinister picture than once thought, and at a bare minimum, Ivory sent not safe for work images of his Sona to Pyrocynical, in which Pyrocynical alluded to pleasuring himself to, which can be deciphered by Ivory Ramos's response. This is even more concerning as these conversations happened after Ivory linked his Twitter account to Pyrocynical, showing the age was 16 on August 8, 2018. On April 14th, 2018, Ivory even brought back an alleged discussion they had with Pyrocynical where they were discussing how they were going to commission the NSFW art of Thick Fox engaging in actions with their ghost Sona. Ivory following up by showing interest in getting Izzy to create the drawing. This is extremely concerning in numerous aspects because Ivory was 16 still and was planning to commission X-rated content for the character with Pyrocynical, who was 20. Furthermore, by looking at how the conversation was brought back up, according to Ivory, Pyrocynical was seemingly fine with the idea of it beforehand, however, later was disinterested. The fact that he even brought up as an idea in the first place is a major red flag, because under no circumstances should furry content be made of a 16-year-old's character and a 20-year-old's character. On the left screenshot, Ivory is seen monitoring or mentioning how the video that Pyrocynical had sent him was nice. Ivory goes on to describe the nature of the video being a furry fart video, to which Pyrocynical had posted him as deciphered by the message logs. In August 2017, an entire month after he knew Ivory's age of being 16. Furthermore, this is corroborated by more message logs being provided by Ivory on the right, him stating X-rated comments in reference to the Bird Sona and Pyrocynical's Fox character. This is followed by a conversation change of Ivory stating, "Oop, new," which appears to be in reference to Pyrocynical having posted something in which he believed Ivory might not be into, to which Ivory confirms, "I like it, tbh, ooh." Is then seen saying ooh after his message implying that Pyrocynical had sent more instances with Ivory, specifically stating that he loved the quote first one you sent, directly implying that Pyrocynical had sent numerous images of furry content. Ivory goes on to describe in detail the image's nature of the image in reference to the underwear in which was present. The message logs on the right took place on August 20th, 2017. Ivory would have been 16. Pyrocynical would have been 20. In these messages between Ivory and Pyrocynical was seen instigating a conversation about commissioning furry art of their characters. This is evident that Ivory is seen responding, "Oh yeah, but how would I commission it?" after Niall had originally brought up the idea of possible commissioned art piece with their two characters. Ivory is then seen discussing the idea of quote blob version of Niall's character, with Ivory wanting to use his Haunter Sona. These messages took place on the 9th of September 2017. Niall would have known Ivory was 16. Following messages, Ivory was seen discussing the prices with Pyro, and Niall offered to pay according to what Ivory was saying in the response, saying, quote, "No, it's fine, I already did pay." Ivory is then seen showing his private Twitter messages with the artist, showing that the commission would be private. Keep in mind, too, Ivory is seen messaging the artist a reference sheet showing that Pyrocynical's Sona showing it contained furry material. Ivory was also seen asking for this commission to remain private, to which Torka, the artist, states that they can make it private. This was evidently due to Niall asking Ivory for this to remain a private commission, so it wouldn't be traced back to him under any circumstances. I think there's instances where they will post the artwork that they make. Like, you can see sometimes, like, these guys will make, like, the artwork and then they'll post it, but it'll also be, like, a commission of sorts to kind of, like, promote and profit. So this is why, like, that kind of matters that it would remain private, because sometimes these are made public, and there's examples later on. Despite his messages being systematically purged, it was obvious to decipher the fact that he had asked Ivory if the artist would make it private, to which Ivory stated yeah. On August 5th, 2018, Ivory is seen referencing a video that Pyrocynical had forwarded him of NSFW content, to which Ivory directly addresses it as, I think, gay content. The reason I say I think a lot is because I can't remember exactly what, like, sometimes I can't remember the words that are censored behind it, but it's all about the same, so it's, like, very close. He then goes on to make a comment about the quote, fat showing softness, when Niall is presumed to have asked what his favorite aspect of the content was. Ivory would have been 17 in this message exchange. Niall would have been 21. It is illegal in the state of Pennsylvania to send graphic content to a under. Pyrocynical is never seen addressing the instances of not safe for work content he sent to Ivory in his response video. Pyrocynical shows a consistent pattern of behavior where he will attempt to create any excuse or lie possible to play down the situation or refute responsibility. It is also further complicated by the incessant paranoia and the need to hide all of his culpability actions. The best case of this is when he asked Ivory if he could send furry commissions of his character. The best case this is seen in when he asked Ivory how he could respond if furry commissions of the character were to be leaked. This is the second time a conversation like this transpired, with Ivory saying that he can claim it's fan art, with Ivory then affirming that the artist Niall was referencing was a good person, so he wouldn't do anything abrupt, as Niall was inferring. Up to this point, it has been sufficiently proven that Pyrocynical knew that Ivory was 16 past the point of July 5th, 2017. There's absolutely no refuting that. This document was systematically gone over the instances where it appeared that Pyrocynical sent furry content to Ivory even after knowing that he was a under. It was also highlighted in instances when Pyrocynical was perfectly fine with asking Ivory for furry content art too. It also covers, according to the archive messages of Ivory, Pyrocynical medicated to not safe for work artwork of Ivory's character, and that the NSFW commissions of their two personas were being planned. The argument that the discussions were not inherently X-rated is completely false, and it has been proven that the topic of their fantasies of furry inflation are X-rated based themes that revolve around fantasies that often derive arousal. Both Pyrocynical and Ivory made it no secret that they derive pleasure from engaging in topics pertaining to furry content. So this feeds into the problem that Pyrocynical was willing to engage X-ratedly with a teenager significantly younger than them and sent X-rated material to them while knowing their age. It does not matter if Ivory had requested to see the content at the time. Responsibility lies on the adult in the situation. Pyrocynical to have not distributed obscene graphic content to a minor if he knew the age, or to an under if he knew the age of. On the 20th of August 2017, Ivory is seen suggesting the idea of flying over to the UK with friends to have dinner and, quote, hang out, and offers Pyrocynical to come meet them. Ivory is seen then stating, quote, oop, I don't know, honestly, and I have no idea when, in reference to what month they are planning to do this, with Ivory then seen stating that, quote, but probably after December 2017. This is then seen Ivory saying, heck yeah, in reference to Pyrocynical likely agreeing to the proposition. This is completely overlooked by the original allegations surrounding Nile, but what is clear by these logs was that Pyrocynical was seemingly comfortable with the idea of meeting Ivory, who was 16, alongside his friends, while he himself was 20. Pyrocynical is seen allegedly asking Ivory if he wants to see what we can assume to be furry content, to which Ivory states, do send, gamer, followed by Ivory stating, ooh, I like all the sounds, to be honest. It is extremely evident that these archived messages that Nile sent were a form of fantasy content to Ivory. On January 14, 2018, Ivory was seen going into explicit and graphic detail about his fantasy messages or something like that and dynamic he was having with another guy. This was while he was 16 and Pyrocynical was 20. Judging by the messages and Ivory stating yee in response, it is clear that Pyrocynical is actively engaging with the facilitation of these messages and not shut them down. Pyrocynical committed a crime. In Pyrocynical's unresponse video, he admits he knew Ivory being 16. The latest he could have possibly known was proven to be July 5, 2017, with a red flag indication showing that he most likely knew long before, as Ivory made it known 2 months prior in May that he would have need a fake ID in order to be allowed into an 18-plus bar. In his own response video, he confirms that he continued to engage X-ratedly and inappropriately with Ivory, and as proven by archived message logs between Ivory and Pyrocynical's deleted Discord account, coupled with purged Discord messages, it is extremely easy to decipher the fact that Pyrocynical had continued to send furry content to him when Ivory had linked his Twitter profile with the page present in bio. There was no major conversational shift present between DMs of Ivory and Pyrocynical. Pyrocynical was not dissuaded in any interval that you would have thought someone who was, quote, under the guise that the other party was 18 would be at least bare minimum shocked that the other person reciprocating with them was under and actually considerably younger than them. Question, why didn't you go to the police? Answer, I'm in the US, he's in the UK. I don't see what good the police could have done with the Discord message where he sent me not safe for work content. Him being predatory is obvious in those messages, but there's not something I feel I could build a strong case for. Along with that, the cost of international case is the last thing I'd want to face. Ivory even attested to Twitter that Pyrocynical, despite attempting to use the age laws in the UK and the state of Pennsylvania to justify the 4-year age gap, the age law does not justify or protect a 20-year-old from sharing graphic content to who they know is under. Dissemination of content. No person knowingly disseminates, sell, loan, or otherwise explicit X-rated materials to a under. Explicit materials as used in this subsection mean materials of which obscene or any picture, photograph, drawing, sculpture, motion picture, film, videotape, or similar visual or representation of a person, portrait, human body which depicts X-rated content or sadomasochistic something and harmful to under, or etc. Sending content to a under is illegal, and Ivory attested multiple times that Pyrocynical would share not safe for work content with them. It specifically stated under Pennsylvania Statutes, Title 18, 18 PA CSA Crimes and Offenses 5903, obscene and other explicit materials and performances, that the dissemination of obscene content to an under is illegal. The term obscene is described as any visual representation of an image which depicts lacking of clothing or X-rated conduct, which is harmful to a under, therefore making the distribution of the content that he was showing, obscene content, to an under illegal in the U.S. Ivory State of Pennsylvania. Despite the legal AOC in Pennsylvania being 16, it is still legal to send graphic material to a under via Discord. Pyrocynical fans attempt to use the excuse that as long as the dynamic was legal, then the 4-year age gap is justifiable. Despite the fact that Niles still would have committed a crime regardless. He knew Ivory was 16, continued to message him and send him not safe for work content despite knowing his age. Ivory also made it abundantly clear that he had contacted the police in regards to the situation and forwarded to them the sufficient proof and information. It's illegal to corrupt a under's morals, and also this just goes over a little bit more of the law. There's some like key points here. Is illegal to corrupt a under's morals, which includes exposing them to obscene explicit material, showing content even if it is furry or animated to a under could be considered contributing to delinquency of a under or corrupting their morals. Obscene materials that are harmful to unders. Pennsylvania is this just shows like several other laws, like the same 18 PA laws, but there's like there's like Part A, Part B, and stuff like that. And it just goes over the like images. Like, yeah, if you send them content, even if it is a drawing, even if it's furry or animated, it's still illegal. Pyrocynical lied. Pyrocynical exhibits the behavior of a compulsive liar. He originally lied about never dating the 14-year-old French girl, to which the girl Lou attested he did, and managed to gaslight his fanbase into thinking it was some nefarious lie created by Keemstar, despite the situation being completely true. Keemstar just botched the situation, leaving Pyrocynical wiggle room to escape with no criticism. However, in reference to Ivory's situation, Pyrocynical's only major alibi for how he didn't know Ivory was 15 was that when Ivory made his age consistently known on Twitter, Pyrocynical claims that at the time of the tweets being created, he was suspended and therefore did not access Ivory's Twitter account. Ergo, he never saw tweets of him specifying the age. He claims it was only until Ivory linked his Twitter account in Discord, in which contained his age present in his bio, and when he learned of this age.
They then provide a list of Ivory stating his age multiple times on Twitter. So if I'm so sure that I didn't know he was 15, how would I have missed this? This is something I said in my original Reddit statement. He never once disclosed the fact that he was 15 at the time these exchanges commenced. He didn't include his age in his bio until he was 16, but I was not on Twitter between the 28th of December 2016 until the 29th of June 2017, as I was suspended.
Okay, so for me, he talks about how he's banned in one of these sections, and also, like, I feel like Pyrocynical, especially at this time, whenever it was, like, a secret of what he was into, he probably had an alt account, like, an alt account to, like, look at all this content on. You know what I mean? He wasn't doing this on public because back in the day, Twitter likes were public. So he couldn't be liking the content that, you know, he's into. He couldn't be liking the fantasy stuff because it was public and he probably didn't want people to know. So he probably had alternate accounts that he was messaging, or at least looking at, like, their accounts on, or like both the content that he likes in both, like, Ivory's account and such. I just don't believe that he was simply off Twitter, especially as a commentary YouTuber during that time. Why would you be off of Twitter? That just doesn't make sense to me at all. If I'm a commentary YouTuber, that's my job. I'm not being off of Twitter even if I get banned. People make alternative accounts all the time. He definitely had one. He has one now. But, like, still, it just doesn't make sense to me. Also, what makes it, I don't, like, there's not, like, extra, like, that's, my two main questions are, like, did he have an alternative account? For sure, like, do we know of it, for Twitter? Because he could have been active on it and saw everything. Also, what stops him from looking at on a private tab or something of the sort, or someone else's device or whatever? Also, what about Discord? What about the Discord bio? Did the Discord bio say anything? Because Discord bios or any other bio of what they make, they communicate, or Pyrocynical use various communication like apps and stuff, like Skype, like Discord, were in the bio or something on that account say the age? This is another question I have. Pyrocynical decided to play a plausible deniability card when it came to question it on if he knew Ivory's age. His only defense he has to refute the fact that he knew Ivory was 15, could not have possibly seen his tweets and was not on Twitter during the time of period of Ivory specifying his age, being 28th of December 2016 and July 29th of 2017. Pyrocynical deliberately wedged the situation on a factor that is unprovable on whether he saw the tweets of Ivory's age specification. Ivory attests that Pyrocynical did know that he was 15. However, Pyrocynical's only defense is that the one every person seems to believe, so I'm going to dismantle the argument. Pyrocynical's argument that he was, quote, not on Twitter from the 28th of December to 2016 to July 29th of 2017 is immediately discredited by the fact that on April 5th, 2017, Pyrocynical is seen linking Ivory's tweets in his DMs in reference to, quote, Dark Soul screenshots. This not only proves that Pyrocynical was on Twitter in the time frame, but that he claims he was not, but also proves how Pyrocynical was actively viewing Ivory's account, even viewing his recent tweet made at the time. So Pyrocynical's entire argument is wedged on a lie, incrementally more suspicious. By looking into Pyrocynical's YouTube videos created during the time where he claims he was suspended on Twitter, therefore could not access the site, there were numerous contradictions and discrepancies that I feel need to be highlighted. On May 1st, 2017, Pyro openly uses Twitter to scan through a random user's newest tweets, showing that he is completely able to and free to access Twitter and look at specific users, rendering the excuse that he was suspended and, quote, couldn't view people's tweets is completely untrue, because he either circumvented the suspension by operating on an alternative account, or he simply used the main account he was suspended, could still access the search feature.
Faker on Twitter that try sells account named Crown Clan. Don't trust. My official Twitter, Crown Clan YT. The only tweet I could find that had any relevance. Guys, I go for a few days on Holy Day, so I can't upload. I'm sorry. Have a nice day, guys. That was his last tweet, so I can only make out that he went to heaven.
Which I don't know how getting suspended on Twitter, especially back then, works, because I think now, I still don't know how it works. I think if you're suspended on Twitter now, you can't even log into your account. I don't know. On January 15, 2017, Pyrocynical openly admits to accessing YouTube's Twitter account and highlighting the unusual bio in which only he had brought up, showing that once again, how can he easily access Twitter despite, at the time, claiming he was suspended and, quote, was not on Twitter.
YouTube were like, "Okay, bro, will do, lol." Actually, just to get a bit sidetracked here, talking about the word lol, I don't know why, if you go on YouTube's Twitter, the bio says, "Lol, watch this." I don't know why. I think they got hacked and they were just like, "Nah, it's funny, leave it. Lol, watch this."
Pyrocynical showed in a video that he could still be able to access Twitter platform despite him being suspended. He was still able to access the search feature and look at trending tags present on the screen. He was just unable to like, retweet, and create tweets himself. Just because he was suspended does not mean he was unable to access the platform. In a video Pyrocynical made in 2018, he discussed what happens in his Twitter account when suspended. What he describes can still be applied to his 2017 Twitter suspension.
I think easily the worst thing about being suspended is the fact that you're almost locked in a cage with a nice glass mirror so you can see all of Twitter. You can't tweet anything, you can't post anything, you can't interact with anyone, you can't even see your DMs anymore, but you're allowed to see your notifications. And you know what happens when you get suspended? You will see brainlets, just absolute brainlets, arguing over a post you made like 2 years ago, mate. And they are still going to this day.
Pyrocynical himself stated that despite the suspension from Twitter, he was still able to access the platform and, quote, see all of Twitter. While suspensions make it so you cannot interact with users or create tweets, it does not stop you from getting notifications at the time attested by Pyrocynical. So the argument that Pyrocynical being suspended from December 28th, 2016 to July 29th of 2017 meant that he did not see Ivory's account was illogical. Not only could he get the notifications as attested by himself, he followed Ivory, but he could easily still access the platform and even circumvent the ban or on another account if he wanted to, not to mention the fact that he was monitoring Ivory's Twitter account regardless, as he linked one of Ivory's recent tweets and DMs. So either Pyrocynical was using an alt account when he was viewing Ivory's account, or he was using his main account. Regardless, he was contradicted on his own alibi that he was, quote, not on Twitter. The Pyrocynical's entire argument as of currently relies on the fact that somehow he missed numerous tweets about Ivory's age, because Pyrocynical has not only been proven to still have access to Twitter during that period, when he said he didn't, but it also proves that he was monitoring Ivory's Twitter account before Ivory sent the Twitter link to his account with the age embedded. In July 5th, 2017, the time Pyrocynical sending the link to Ivory's account was on April 5th, 2017, when Ivory Ramos was still 15. Now, I wonder why people didn't call this out back in the past, because I feel like people were getting suspended back then, right? They could have been like Nicholas DiOrio, Keemstar, someone could have been like, that's a lie. That whole thing right there, that's a lie, because I've had my Twitter account suspended before in XYZ. Why has no one called that out? It's so weird. Above, Ivory is seen linking a Twitter account dedicated to posting cute fox pictures, to which Pyrocynical states, my baby, and then thanks him for linking, in which can only be assumed he goes on to view the in access. Yeah, another example of Pyrocynical accessing the Twitter platform despite being in the time frame he claims in his response video that he was, quote, not on Twitter. These messages were on March 9th of 2017. Not only did Pyrocynical flat out lie in the response video and claim that he did not access Twitter in a time frame that he was proven to and documented to have accessed numerous times, but in regards to Pyrocynical knowing Ivory's age, there's a lot of red flags which start to emerge. In a first now removed tweet longer created by Ivory claims that Pyrocynical knew of their age, as they discussed in the voice calls on Discord, however not in my message form. Discussed in voice calls on Discord, however not in message form. Ivory also states that Pyrocynical knew of his full name and the drama he had with his ex-boyfriend. Question, did he know your age? Answer, he did, but I don't have proof of that in message form. We talked often enough for him to know my full name, my ex-boyfriend, and I's drama. He followed me on Twitter on both accounts where I've always had my age listed in my bio. He absolutely knew my age. I told him multiple times. Either way, his girlfriend confirmed they knew I was underage in the video I posted on the previously linked Imgur. Ivory made it known numerous times to Pyrocynical that he was in school, to which somehow did not derive to any concerned response from Pyrocynical in reference to him asking for his age. In fact, in the responses where Pyrocynical did not purge the messages, Pyrocynical acknowledged Ivory went to school, and when Ivory stated that he has school in an hour, Pyrocynical asked, ooh, I gotcha, you must be tired, man. It did not dissuade nor concern Pyrocynical that someone he was sharing furry content with and role-playing with was stating to him that they're going to school and that their mother is being restrictive on what they get as presents until school year is over to incentivize them to focus on their schoolwork. I like to make an obvious assessment and state that Pyrocynical would easily be able to infer that Ivory was most likely not 18 due to these messages, and if on the occasion that he was unsure, why did he not simply ask his age out of concern? Keep in mind, all instances where Ivory disclosed he was going to school predated July 5th, 2017, where Ivory linked his Twitter account with his age in bio being 16. In the second screenshot presented on the left, where Ivory discusses having school in an hour, screenshot A, he would still have been 15, whereas in two screenshots, he would have been 16 in June 10th, 2017, screenshot B, and April 25th, 2017, screenshot C. Ivory is once again seen stating Pyrocynical that he was in school and in study hall on April 7th, 2017, where he would have been 15 years old, screenshot D. Ivory would have been seen again stating that he is, quote, chilling in school to Pyrocynical on the 25th of April 2017, once again, when he would have been newly 16. He also says, like, it's kind of weird because in screenshot E, you could see good baby chilling in school and playing something. And he calls him, like, baby, like, a couple of times, which is weird. But that's Ivory saying it, so, you know what I mean? It's just weird. Like, it might just show that more was going on here. That they were flirting. It just shows they were flirting more, I guess, right? Pyrocynical was also seen referring to Ivory as, quote, a child and, quote, my small boy, along with instances of Pyrocynical referencing Ivory as, quote, handsome boy. These message exchanges took place in March and April of 2017 when Ivory would have been 15. Referring to someone you, quote, don't know the age of as child and my small boy is especially unusual. Pyrocynical would often affirm that he never knew the age of people he did the role-playing with. However, using these terms and regardless of tandem with Ivory telling him they at school should be enough to draw a major red flag to any logical person reference to these conversations. As stated by Ivory in his deleted tweet longer, he stated that Pyrocynical knew a lot of personal information in regards to him and knew of his full name. This can be supported by Pyrocynical referring to Ivory as Mason. This is followed by Pyrocynical offering to get on call numerous times, with Ivory attesting to himself that he called Pyrocynical and would oftentimes speak to him in a VC or voice chat. How would Pyrocynical be able to derive that Ivory was called Mason if there was no message discussion of it in DMs provided by Ivory? This can easily be attributed to the fact that Ivory mentioned himself that he apparently had shared his name and age to Pyrocynical in calls, hence why there is no message confirmation of Pyrocynical knowing he was 15 in DMs. When taking into consideration that there are no message logs of Ivory telling Pyrocynical that his name was Mason, but Pyrocynical appearing to reference Ivory as Mason nonetheless, it starts to build a picture that they discussed a lot personally about themselves on calls, in which is not shown nor displaced in messages. Even more suspicious was how Pyrocynical was unable to decipher that Ivory was a under based on the voice and mannerisms when they played games together on call. Ivory would have been 15. Pyrocynical asked Ivory if he had Dark Souls 3 on April 5th, 2017. Ivory replied that he didn't and that he was going to get it, with Pyrocynical offering to play with him, which Ivory agreed excitedly. Ivory linked a Discord server he owned to Pyrocynical, where you can assume they played together on call. As referenced before, Pyrocynical was proven to have accessed and viewed Ivory's recent Twitter link completely unprompted, meaning he was an active Twitter viewer of his account. Pyrocynical had asked Ivory if he was going to post a screenshot of the Dark Souls game and, quote, thick appreciation, to which can be assumed in terms of Discord conversations. Pyrocynical stumbled across Ivory's tweet and then started laughing at it. In another image provided by Ivory too, Pyrocynical is clearly seen in the screenshot playing the game with him, with Pyrocynical replying, "I'm crying." As seen currently, Ivory made it clear to Pyrocynical numerous times that he was in school. Pyrocynical was not concerned nor dissuaded from Ivory stating that he was 15 and newly 16. Pyrocynical had referred to Ivory as a boy and, quote, small child, despite claiming, quote, never knowing of his age. It is a very usual term to use in reference, I don't know if he meant usual or unusual, but to go on, in reference to someone you are role-playing with, discussing this in messages with them, and it is only assumed that they spoke on calls and played games together in separate servers, not exclusive to DMs, as proven by the fact that they played together on Dark Souls 3. It would also mean Pyrocynical not only knew his name, but also what he sounded like. A user named Sam, close to Ivory and Pyrocynical's friend group at the time, 2017, testified that according to them, it was unanimously known to them all that Ivory was 15. Niall sent Furry and SFW to me. I was 18 at the time, so no issue there. And probably early 2017, me, Ivory, well, was it like solicited or unsolicited, I wonder? Me, Ivory, and Niall were all in and out of the same friend group, and it does not shock me that the same content was sent to others. It was known from all of us that Ivory was 15. Sam also attested that Niall, Pyrocynical, had sent Furry not safe for work content to them all when he was 18. This added as additional witness testimony and context to Pyrocynical's history of sending Furry not safe for work content to numerous people, in which attested by himself and his girlfriend being Ida. The fake ID situation. Another extremely large red flag that isn't referenced nearly enough is the fact that Ivory has specified directly to Pyrocynical about the fact that he wouldn't be allowed in bars in the UK unless he sneaked into the venue or made a fake ID. That should have been an immediate giveaway to Pyrocynical that Ivory was under. What makes matters even more serious was the fact that Pyrocynical claims to only know the age of Ivory when he linked his Twitter account with the age present in his bio, specifically that he was 16. However, if you compare the dates, Ivory specified that he needed a fake ID and wouldn't be allowed in bars, and that he, quote, looks the age of an adult almost a whole 2 months before he linked the Twitter bio to Pyrocynical. The fact by analysis conversation, it doesn't seem that Pyrocynical was concerned or dissuaded by the idea of wanting to meet up with Ivory regardless is also a major red flag. Ivory made it known to Pyrocynical that he went to school as well, as Pyrocynical oddly referring to Ivory as small child and boy is extremely concerning. That Pyrocynical in these messages, if he was under the impression that he knew of Ivory's age, never simply just asked him before Ivory linked his Twitter profile. I think it's because he didn't care. I think it's because he didn't care what the age was. Also, I think he did say that in his video that he didn't ask people for their ages and he didn't care. I don't know if he said he didn't care specifically, but like I just don't think you cared enough. You know what I mean? There were numerous red flags present which are extremely hard to miss, so simply just using plausible deniability card in this case does not magically obfuscate the fact that several inconsistencies are revealed in Pyrocynical's argument. The situation gets even worse when considering the fact that Pyrocynical's response video, he doesn't actually refute the fact that he could have been under the idea that Ivory was under when he directly stated that he would need a fake ID to be allowed into a bar, when taking into account that Ivory made a clear indication that he was under to Pyrocynical. It makes it marginally worse because on the 4th of July 2017, almost 2 months later, and one day before Ivory linked his Twitter profile, Ivory and Pyrocynical were sharing details of their X-rated lives. This directly contradicts Pyrocynical's belittling of the situation as just cringe furry roleplay, and furthermore builds the fact that Pyrocynical knew a lot about Ivory and his personal life. For example, it has been discussed that Pyrocynical knew what Ivory sounded like, knew his name, and knew that he went to school, and details about his past relationships and X-rated life. 2 months after the conversation about Ivory requiring a fake ID in order to get to past the doorman outside of bars in a 18-plus venue in the UK, Ivory and Pyrocynical discussed their X-rated life on July 4, 2017. The conversation can be seen having originally been initiated by Pyrocynical, being assumed to have asked questions about Ivory's X-rated life, in which, or no, not X-rated life, but like his preferences and stuff, in which Ivory replied that he was mostly gay, with Ivory then discussing that he had X-rated activities with a woman while he would have been 15, going into explicit detail of the situation in regards to it. He then states how he has not done anything with anyone in nearly a year and that he hates it, prompting to then ask Pyro if he has ever done anything, to which Pyro can be assumed to have probably either said no at the time or that he hasn't done anything for a prolonged period of time, as indicated by the green box. Whatever the answer, it was still absolutely disgusting for Pyrocynical to have not shut these conversations down, instead allowed them to continue and even worse, engage with them. Judging by the nature of these conversations, Pyrocynical was complicit in the continuation of the conversations and did not tell or request him to stop. It is easy to decipher the fact that Niall was complicit in the topic conversation and said something in regards to not being entirely active himself, by Ivory's response saying, "Yeah, I feel that, ooh." Oh, keep in mind, this discussion about their X-rated life transpired after the topic of a fake ID was brought up, meaning that Pyrocynical has at a bare minimum reasonable suspicion at this point into the fact that Ivory was under, because there would be no other possible conclusion but to continue to engage in explicit topics of conversation regardless, and allow it. Pyrocynical was actively complicit in a topic conversation in regards to someone's X-rated life, who actively disclosed the fact that they are still going to school and are unable to be allowed into bars in the UK without having a fake ID. Ivory was also seen continuing to talk about X-rated scenarios and how he could pleasure himself to the idea of them, as well as continuing the topic of conversation in regards of X-rated activities, with Pyrocynical not interjecting or ceasing the conversation whatsoever. It is reasonable that with this added context and lack of any clarification on Niall's part into what was actually being said by him in that chat log before he wiped it, it was more than likely that he knew Ivory was under long before July 5th, 2017. Also, you clearing the messages and everything is like, it's very concerning. That just is like, yeah, I'm guilty. Why else would you need to purge these messages? I don't know if he gave a reason in his video or not. But to go on, because I don't know if I can't remember. Anyway, now these discussions were not shown in the X-rated conversation segment of the document beforehand, as to give benefit of the doubt to Pyrocynical and to only show their messages and conversations that continued after he was 100% proven to shown the age of Ivory. However, if we were able to take into account that Pyrocynical saw Ivory stating that he would have used a fake ID in order to be allowed into a bar, which is a major red flag that he was indicating he was under, and to which Pyrocynical was for some reason not dissuaded, then it adds on to the bare minimum irresponsibility that Pyrocynical would engage in discussions that were X-rated with someone who was informed them that they were still in school. Pyrocynical's response video serves to act more as a self-report, as he establishes that Ivory talking about the fake ID as in references to doormen outside of bars. This is a massive indication that Pyrocynical would have known Ivory was a under long before July 5th, 2017, especially when analyzing the chat logs. Pyrocynical is seen to have sent deleted messages, prompting Ivory to have stated, "Yes, I didn't know except for sneaking in or maybe making a fake ID. I think I kind of looked that age, ooh," which leads one to believe that Pyrocynical asked Ivory how he would be able to get into the bar venue considering his age. Keep in mind, Pyrocynical had not once covered the messages he sent to Ivory in that context in his response video, perhaps because it would unravel the entire defense. Pyrocynical had brought up the topic of age in regards to it if Ivory would have been allowed in the venue, when then prompted Ivory to discuss whether a fake ID would have been sufficient because he, quote, looks the age that's allowed in the venue 18+. So essentially, Ivory in these messages has very much revealed that he is under and stating that he kind of looks 18+, therefore confirming that he wasn't in actually. In this case, it's believed to have indicated that Pyrocynical knew that he was a under beforehand, 2 months prior, predating July 5th, 2017. Tweet link that revealed him to be 16, then another question arises on when specifically Pyrocynical knew Ivory was under and if he knew the entire time. And just for clarification, Pyrocynical had made it abundantly clear in his own words that Ivory never lied about his age to him, just that he, quote, didn't know his age. This also complicates matters even further. Pyrocynical very much attempted to downplay his situation in response to the video, but why would he invite someone to the UK to a bar and get drinks if he was unaware of their age? In the UK, you are generally need to be 18 or over to enter a bar past doorman. In the UK laws and stuff like that. And also, you can get your own IDs. You can get a state ID. You don't have to have a driver's license. You can just have a simple ID that is not a driver's license in every state. I think Daniel Larson even had one. That's how he had identification, is via that. He didn't have an actual driver's license. There are ways to, it doesn't have to be, well, maybe it was just like the driver's license. No, because it wouldn't have mattered. Next, Pyrocynical specifically mentioned bars, not nightclubs, just to make a distinct clarification. Now let's play devil's advocate and assume that Niall could be referring to bodyguards outside a nightclub, and he just misworded himself. In regards to nightclubs in the UK, attendees would occasionally need to be 21 plus to access certain circumstances. However, this argument is illogical too, as Niall himself said Niall himself would have been too young to enter the venue, as he was 20. He would be 21 the year following in 2018. Ivory could have been referencing the fact that he would need a fake ID to get into a 21 plus venue, alluding to the fact that he could have been 18 to 20 at the time, but not old enough to get into a nightclub. This point falls flat though, because Pyrocynical attests in his own video that Ivory never lied about his age, and Ivory been alluding to the fact that he was above the age of 18, but still too young to attend 21 plus venues. Niall would have used this as proof as to why he believed he was an adult at the time. Furthermore, as indicated by the orange arrow and highlighted words, it is evident that there was a massive conversational change from where Ivory is seen discussing what date it would be best to fly and how much money it would cost, to then him stating, "Yeah, I don't know except for sneaking in or making a fake ID." Clearly, Pyrocynical was seen bringing up the problem regarding his age and how he was too young to be able to enter the bar venue, to which prompted Ivory to agreeing, stating, "Yeah," following up with bringing the idea of faking his ID because he kind of looks like that age regardless. Or on May 8th, 2017, 2 days after the discussion of Ivory saying that he would need a fake ID in order to get past doorman present outside the 18 plus bar, Pyrocynical is seen posting more instances of furry content to Ivory, which prompted him to say, "Heck yeah, slobbery boy." Ivory is then seen discussing what he likes to Pyrocynical in regards to him expressing interest in depicting slobber and how it goes well with thick art. This is then followed by Pyrocynical sending 2 more instances of furry content, resulting in Ivory stating, and ooh, following with the fact that, quote, both are good, perhaps in reply to Niall asking which content he likes. Ivory is then seen going into detail about the content, stating, I love how he's coated in sweat in what you sent, and how much gas is coming out. Not only does this confirm that Niall sent him exclusive or explicit content, but it also adds on to how Pyrocynical was complicit in distributing content to someone who he had reasonable suspicion to be a under, and was attempting to conform and to be complicit in entertaining their fantasies. Ivory was also seen discussing interest of gore art, which I don't. This is like I don't know. This is just like a whole different thing. I guess people are into that. I really didn't know, but it's unclear if Pyrocynical distributed that art to Ivory in these Discord messages. Pyrocynical was also seen on the 14th of May 2017, 8 days after Ivory stated that he would need a fake ID in order to get past the doorman present outside the bar in the UK, sending him furry, not safe for work content. Ivory was then saying, such a big defined something like in reply to an image Niall has sent him. Niall has shown no restraint thus far or even any concern behind his actions deciphered by these archived DMs. There is not one such archived interval where Pyrocynical was seen questioning his actions or Ivory's age after May 6, 2017, but he instead continued to engage X-ratedly with someone who openly made it clear that they were unable to access 18-plus venues without needing to make fake credentials. Pyrocynical says in the video, yeah, we shared some fat furry art. We had weird fantasy roleplay, but there was no interest. There was no X-rated interest. There were no X-rated exchange. His name, his appearance. It wasn't important to me. I didn't even know what... Okay, so that's a lie right there. That was... Well, he's probably getting to that, but that's just what points out to me exactly right now. His name... I don't know if his appearance was ever stated. I think it is later on, but we'll see. I didn't even know what he looked like at that point. I mean, if he linked me a picture or something, I would have forgotten it because it was just that irrelevant to me. But I'm going to jump right ahead anyway, invite him to come over just for X-rated actions. Okay. Pyrocynical waited until 9 minutes into the response video to then admit that he continued to engage with Ivory once he learned that he was 16 years of age. This was specifically done to ensure that the majority of people who watched his response video only saw the first few minutes where he refuted the easy-to-debunk claims, so he could deny more severe allegations at the start, then take partial accountability for other unserious claims much later on into the video, and then due to less people noticing that he just effectively admitted to continuing to send X-rated content to a under despite knowing of their age, he could essentially just get away with facing no criticism because the overwhelming majority of people now believe that he is unilaterally innocent without actually watching the entirety of his video. He embedded a very serious self-admission halfway into the video, counting on the fact that a majority of his fans would defend him regardless without actually taking into account the context and the severity of the situation pertaining to it. This is why, still to this day, Pyrocynical fans still continue to the lie that Ivory, quote, lied about his age, and that Pyrocynical, quote, never knew the age of Ivory, despite claims later being speculative, unsubstantiated, and flat out untrue. When getting into contact with Saku, who was close friends with Ivory at the time, and someone who was closely associated with Pyrocynical, even featuring in an old video of his, he had said that Pyrocynical knew Ivory was 15 at the time. However, the proof has been lost to time as Pyrocynical wiped all of his messages in old Discord group chats. Keep in mind, this was absolutely no incentive for Saku to lie, considering the fact that he was extremely close with Niall in 2016-2017. Niall had allegedly asked him provocative questions when he was 15 too, which will be detailed later. Saku is also seen attesting that his collective friend group, which contained many members who Pyrocynical was also seen engaging with, all knew of Ivory's age. Saku is also seen stating that Ivory never lied about his age, stamping out all the conception that Ivory deliberately lied about his age to deceive his close associates, which was originally brought up as a point to discredit Ivory's initial allegations. Tweets from Saku in 2017 proved that he actively communicated with Ivory when he was still using Ivory446633 handle. This makes his allegations more credible, as he was someone close to Ivory at the time, and in the same friend circles as him. The idea of Ivory's friends knew the age to be 15 at the time was also corroborated by Sam, who testified in 2020 the same narrative. Pyrocynical fans harassment. The harassment Ivory Ramos has received for the entire situation in regards to pyrocynical allegations have been nothing short of atrocious and absolutely disgusting. No other fanbase has subjected a victim to as much unrelenting harassment, insults, and victim blaming as Pyrocynical's community, and not once has any safeguarding been placed to protect Ivory from the constant bombardment that befell him. With people still attacking him to this day, members of Pyrocynical's community and fan base have victim blamed Ivory and downplayed the situation in regards of Niles messaging him X-ratedly and sending him art that they've made a serious situation to a joke and belittle the severity of the dynamic. Pyrocynical fans are the most degenerate fan base I've ever seen that have openly defended this dude several times. And I don't, like, if you're still a Pyrocynical fan after this video and after this document, I don't see why. One, Pyrocynical can be easily replaced by someone else. I think someone else needs to just come in and start doing the videos that he did, hyper-analyzing some games and stuff like that. Like, I could do those videos, but I don't really care enough. I don't want to play, like, 1,000 hours of Cruelty Squad and make a video on it. I just don't care enough. At least right now in my time on YouTube, I just want to focus on the dramas, the weirdos, the creeps, and stuff like that. But maybe in the future I would start doing stuff like that. But someone could literally just come in and replace him, and I think that would be very easily done. Also, the entire, like, channel, the live channel where he just sits there and uploads several videos a day. He has that third channel, the VOD channel, stuff like that. Like, he's easily replaceable. He's not really even that great of a content creator. He is known for not doing stuff correctly in several of his videos, like I've shown in the past. So I don't understand why people want to defend a guy that is so easily replaceable and has been outdone by so many people. Go watch Charlie. Go watch a streamer, like any other streamer instead. You know that, well, not any other streamer. There's certain ones that you shouldn't be watching, but there's so many other people out there, and you decide, no, I really like this guy that messaged several minors. Like, I don't understand. Pyrocynical is literally one of the most unfunny, boring, bland people who makes, like, excessive amounts of videos that don't really hold much value. His community is full of jobless people who probably also are into kids as well. Like, I don't see anyone that has a job or anyone that has an active life actually sitting there and, like, enjoying Pyrocynical, because if you're jobless, if you have no life, then you're appreciating all the content that he uploads in a day. But it shows a couple of, like, examples all throughout the screen here, some screenshots of people harassing him and saying bad things about Ivory after Ivory came out about everything. Such insults made towards Ivory seek to discredit the situation by claiming him to be a clout chaser. Which is a claim oftentimes made by members of Pyrocynical's fanbase at people they dislike, so they can belittle and shut down any justified criticism towards Nile about his long history of problematic behavior. Is also something commonly used by other fan bases, such as Dr. Disrespect's fanbase, in order to dismiss credible allegations. It's a common ad hominem tactic used to attack Ivory's character rather than the validity of his points. There is a clear problem with the internet culture where people are seen claiming to care about victims and to believe their stories if they are credible evidence, but then seek to brush them off and attack their credibility if the victim is someone coming out against a YouTuber they respect or are a fan of. It is an extremely large double standard, which is abundantly clear when you see Pyrocynical's sympathizers act. Many ardent supporters of Pyrocynical are simply just incapable of taking into account that their favorite YouTuber has done an objectively indefensible action. They simply cannot, They simply cannot defend that Ivory publicly came out about his situation to encourage other victims of Nile to also come out about their own experiences. However, due to unrelenting harassment and backlash Ivory forced, it only makes the case more unlikely. This is another thing too, is that mini-lad victims, there's more of them, but they haven't came out. And a lot of other YouTubers are the same exact way. This is a repeated pattern in socials as well. Pyrocynical's fanbase also seeks to claim that Ivory was, quote, mentally ill to once again minimize the severity of the situation by pinning the victim as mentally unwell to not only belittle them, but to also discredit the entire situation entirely. A situation that often used to discredit Ivory was his encounter with Tommy C, where he was asked about Pyrocynical lured him. Now, due to Ivory not being able to specifically state how he's taken advantage of and lured by Nile, was used to entirely discredit his proof against Nile, and people used it to completely vindicate Pyrocynical and claim the situation to be entirely false allegations. Ivory was seen on Twitter establishing that he was diagnosed with CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Ivory goes on to state how he was evidently stressed and shaking when he was being interviewed by Tommy C, causing him to not provide cohesive answers because he was never put in such a high-stakes situation like that before. Essentially, Ivory was in a position where he had to address a triggering and personal situation in regards to him on a podium where thousands of people would also be watching and tearing down his responses for any inconsistencies possible to alleviate Pyrocynical of the allegations. Many people were already attempting to discredit Ivory ever since the situation came out, due to Ivory had been rather combative of the false information being spread against him, and Pyrocynical fans attempting to shut down his personal experience. He was seen as short-tempered and unprofessional, and that was further used to dismiss his image, or to diminish his image. I wonder if a lot of these guys in this document have came out being like, my bad, no, I like a lot of the tweets being shown being like, I don't support him anymore after seeing the document. I get it, you know what I mean? Because there's so many Reddit handles and Twitter handles just being shown here, which, it's proof. You gotta show sufficient proof, I guess, right? Personal experience, he was seen short-tempered and unprofessional, and that further used to diminish his image. Despite Ivory having extremely valid points, collectively the internet used and hyper-analyzed the problem regarding his character and how he went addressing criticisms to the situation, to then unilaterally claim that he was leading a false narrative and was a liar. It was an unfortunate set of circumstances that played directly into Nile's benefit. Ivory had evidence and proof, however, rushed the situation out without cohesive document or video explaining the situation and why the dynamic between him and Nile was inappropriate. If it was originally conducted more fluently, the situation wouldn't have been as muddied as it is now, with people being afraid to reopen the case and situation. As Tommy C stated, Pyrocynical didn't have something him for the case to be bad. Despite no pictures being exchanged between Ivory and Nile, it was clear that instances of luring behaviors have been enacted in this dynamic at the point of Ivory being unable to coherently make his point clear. Many people homed on that to declare that the allegations were false without actually reading the nature of the DMs and seeing that Nile clearly purged them for a reason. Now, due to Pyrocynical's fanbase successfully dismantling Ivory's credibility, the chance for misinformation to spread unchallenged grew, as very few people wished to step in favor of Ivory. This all ended up playing into Pyrocynical's favor, even until this day. One of the largest claims made against Ivory we have covered earlier is the fact that, quote, Ivory and Pyrocynical met in an 18 plus RP server, meaning that Pyrocynical must have known that Ivory was 18. This was proof that Pyrocynical's fan base and the internet in general didn't actually even do surface level research in regards of these serious allegations in 2020 and just spread serious claims with real ramifications to other people that without actually having any evidence to back themselves up. Diesel Patches, who originally made this claim, retracted it. To this day, people still feel sympathetic to Pyrocynical, are parroting these claims, showing how bad the misinformation and long-lasting effects to Ivory. There's also more just people defending it and stuff like that. There's a couple of images. There's no ad on text here, but there's one with text. Next says Pyrocynical was an adult who something their platform and influence, and the influence they had to engage with a fan of his named Ivory, who was significantly younger in age. He used the dynamic he had to discuss fantasies with a under and discuss their X-rated life, and also exchange images with one another, like the fantasy images with one another, with Nile having distributed and solicited instances If this was any other YouTuber who engaged in this behavior, they would be publicly called out. However, Pyrocynical was allowed to get away with it. All of his fans to this day are seen victim blaming Ivory and insulting with personal character attacks. They have made Ivory out to be a manipulative, clout-chasing liar by homing in on the fact that he was unable to define how he is lured, coupled with Niall playing the plausible deniability card. Conclusion regarding Ivory. Pyrocynical managed to utilize wordplay manipulation and drastically play down his dynamic with Ivory. He affirms that because there was, quote, no X-rated interest and no pictures exchanged of each other personally, suddenly that means the dynamic was less bad. He very meticulously does not decide to specifically go over all the messages with Ivory because it would paint a much more nefarious picture. I would say more so he nitpicked them. I wouldn't say that, you know what I mean? And he ultimately negates to mention that he was allowed Ivory to discuss his X-rated life with him whenever he was 15, while he was also complicit in the discussion, and he requested furry content from Ivory and consistently sent him stuff as well and role-played with him as well, and playing into those fantasies, and also planned to commission furry art of their personas and even not safe for work commissions. Pyrocynical was supportive of the idea of meeting up with Ivory in December 2017 when he would have been 16. Niall was perfectly fine with the idea of meeting with a under he knew the age of while he was 20 years old. The same under he was consistently engaging X-ratedly in private. The idea that the age laws can justify the dynamic is completely false too. Sending X-rated material to a under in the state of Pennsylvania is illegal regardless of if they are above the age laws, and morally a 4-year age gap between an adult and a under is aberrant and luring behavior. Ivory never lied about his age to Pyrocynical and never met Pyrocynical in a 18+ Discord server. Pyrocynical had literally no information to go off that Ivory was an adult. In fact, there is a lot of information to allude to the fact that he most likely could have known that Ivory was a under. No logical adult would have continued to message X-ratedly someone they didn't know the age of. If the person say they went to school consistently, they say that they couldn't get presents because of their mother was restricting what they could get until the school year was over, and certainly beyond all reasonable doubt, anyone who didn't know the age of someone they were messaging would immediately cut them off if they specifically say that they wouldn't be allowed in an 18+ venue and would need a fake ID to get in. Ida/Isa/Secret Corgi /Deflumify. Ida was a popular furry artist who made furry content and NSFW art and is someone who is crucial to the Ivory situation. Ida and Pyrocynical are also in a committed relationship as of currently. Ida is seen on Instagram making a post celebrating their 2-year anniversary on March 21st, 2021, meaning they are officially dating on March 21st of 2019. They're still together, aren't they? I'm pretty sure, yeah. I remember making a video on this whole situation where Ida basically scammed her fans and Pyrocynical responded on stream, and then I think still nothing has happened. It goes over this in general, but I did make a video on this before if it sounds familiar. Ida, as of currently, is facing growing controversy for scamming numerous people. These users had paid Ida to commission furry content from her, as she had openly made tweets claiming that her commissions were open and that she was willing to create art for people. What followed was Ida asking and accepting the payments, and then a few weeks following, consistently ignoring their clients' messages when they were concerned, asking for updates, ultimately showing how Ida showed unprofessional lack of transparency and that she was morally bankrupt as to ignore her clients who paid her money and just assumed that she would get away with scamming them up until the story broke by angry clients. Then also references two of the Reddit post talking about it. Next is there are numerous examples of users who voiced their concern to Ida as to why their messages were not being received and why they were having no updates in regards to their commission. Since numerous users came out with the same problem, it shows that there was a consistent pattern of Ida's gross negligence when it comes to doing business with clients, and the fact that she was paid beforehand and continued accessing Twitter and ignoring them is inherently malicious, as she believes she could somehow continue without being criticized for her egregious actions. Ignoring the problem doesn't simply make it go away. An associate and mutual of Pyrocynical X, aka Pixie, was actually scammed by Ida. Provided logs of Ida completely going offline and inactive as of August 2023. Conveniently, they were paid over $200 for the furry commission. Now, despite numerous instances where people were contacted, and despite still being friends with the user, Ida is seen not messaging them nor updating them whatsoever about the commission, showing a complete disregard for the person and a terrible work ethic. At this time, they claim to have open commissions, and they are seen here accepting money for art pieces and then ignoring them consistently afterwards, despite being asked on the progress of their work. In messages provided, each message was made with months in between them, and yet no response was made by Ida regardless. And this is also corroborated by other users shown beforehand who attest how they message Ida and yet receive no response. In the private Discord messages shown of a user speaking to Ida, it shows that how Ida would not respond to them whatsoever over the course of over half a year. The case of Pixie is more egregious, however, as they commissioned Ida in August of 2023 and yet received no art or refund as of February or June of 2024. Pixie attached a screenshot proof that she had commissioned Ida in August of 2023 and had sent her $211. This is important to highlight because according to them, after contacting Pyrocynical about the situation, Ida quickly refunded them $170, which is $41 short of the payment they originally received to do the art and that they promised to do, but failed, however, to deliver. Essentially, Ida kept $41 despite showing a complete disregard to this specific user for not doing the courtesy of explaining why they procrastinated or chose not to finish the art. Pixie shows messages between her and Pyrocynical, showing Pyrocynical claimed that he would forward their message to her shortly after Ida sends $170 to Pixie, which, as discussed earlier, is nowhere near the original amount they paid. Regardless, responsibility heavily relied on Ida to have refunded her clients months before Pyrocynical needed to be contacted to forward the matter directly to her. The fact that it is so easy to refund the client speaks volumes, and scamming on such egregious level as this cannot be excused whatsoever. And their fans, like, that's the funny thing too, is that you're defending the same guy that's scamming you. Like, how do you just think that's okay? In Harvey's case, the Not Safe for Work account, he provides evidence of himself having communicated with Ida on getting a commission, with him having paid her for the art as of October 2023, with Ida confirming the payment transaction by saying, "Perfect." This is followed by a prolonged period of silence broken by Harvey asking for any updates in regards to the commission over 2 months later, to which received no response, not even being viewed by Ida. As seen by Harvey's tweet, the matter was still not solved as of October 2024, meaning that Ida had spent an entire year just ghosting and ignoring her clients, in which gave her money. She didn't even explain why she left Twitter. She just accepted the money and never refunded it, expecting it as if her clients would just be content with that. A user named Callie even attested to how they apparently had to do PayPal dispute in order to get the money back from Ida because she refused to communicate with them and refund the money back to them. Not only does this speak volumes to what kind of person Ida is, where their behavior goes as low as to receive payment from numerous proven individuals, but to even ghost them for numerous months to well over a year and somehow expect no ramifications from their actions. Honestly, how did Ida expect this behavior would just be swept under the rug? In Caddy's document, they show Twitter messages between them and Ida showing that they agreed to send Ida $350 for a commission drawing of them and their boyfriend. After Caddy offered to send a payment to them on PayPal, Ida replied, "Send it," to which they did. Ida replied how she would be getting a sketch ASAP, however mentioned that they were in the middle of moving, so this wouldn't dissuade them from probably getting the image tomorrow. In these messages, Ida is seen offering them a sketch of a drawing following the following day and asks if there are any changes they want, in which Caddy said it looks great. What follows is the complete lack of response from Ida, which can be seen in other instances provided in this document. Ida is seen in messages with Caddy or Cattle. Is that Have I been saying that wrong the entire... Sorry. Failing to respond over a period of numerous months, despite being asked on the updates in regards to the commission that they had paid $350 for. As of May 2024, 7 months after the payment was sent to Ida, September 20th, Cattle made her tweet with the Google document providing that Ida scammed them and they still refused to make their commission for them or refund the money that they essentially just took from them. The money that Ida essentially scammed for people probably reaches in the low thousands, considering that the fact that her commissions were relatively expensive and the fact that she has multiple victims. Link to the Reddit comment testifying that they commissioned Ida receiving nothing in reply to. Pyrocynical had responded to the situation on live stream October 27, 2024, speaking on his girlfriend's behalf instead of having Ida actually explain herself or simply just talk and negotiate with her clients in private. In Pyrocynical's response, he attempts to downplay the situation, making excuses for why Ida or artists in general may not have commissions delivered at a specific time. He uses mental health as an example, but then quickly claims that he is not using it as an excuse to justify Ida's behavior, despite the fact that there is no reason to bring up the topic to begin with because the topic was regarding Ida scamming her clients for over a year. Regardless of what excuse an artist may have, does not justify the ultimate lack of transparency with people who have paid hundreds of dollars for artwork that they have waited months for. Pyrocynical was bringing up the topic of mental health in the situation. What purpose would it serve for him to specify it, if not for it being a flimsy excuse? Pyrocynical claims that Ida will be either completing the commission or refunding the individuals affected, but this later turns out to be untrue as well, which we will discuss. Pyrocynical also affirms that she is not trying to, quote, ignore or sweep it under the rug, despite the fact that that's exactly what she is doing for numerous months, and in some cases well over a year. She would not have taken action or correlated her mistakes if she wasn't called out for scamming numerous people to begin with. She had ample opportunity to communicate with her clients, and she actively chose not to. The excuse Pyrocynical uses is that she, quote, quit Twitter, which is not a valid excuse under any circumstance to warrant not communicating with people who already paid the money. Notice how Pyrocynical attempts to interject his own anecdotal story into the situation, to do with his own fans being scammed by his girlfriend, making it partially about himself. He attempts to bring up a case where he was scammed to divert the topic of conversation away from his girlfriend, to build up a case of sympathy for himself and present a problem that is more grand issue undermining the actions of his girlfriend, despite the fact that attention needed to be directed on the fact that his own significant other had pocketed thousands of dollars from paying customers, being his own supporters. Now discussed earlier, when Pyrocynical claimed his girlfriend would either be finishing the pieces or refunding the people, this did not turn out to be true whatsoever. 2 months after Pyrocynical responded to the situation on stream, and another post was made on the r/Pyrocynical subreddit, how absolutely nothing came from Ida. Ida has not responded to them in regards to the commission, and they couldn't even get into contact with her. And that despite trying to reach out to Pyrocynical to contact him, Pyrocynical had not responded to any of them on any platform. This was followed by his own moderators and admins on Discord failing to get in touch with Pyro too. So not only did Pyrocynical lie when claiming that Ida was not running away with the money, but he also lied when claiming that she would be refunding people, because 2 months after making the response, the victim still did not receive payment. Pyrocynical had an ample opportunity to press Ida on refunding those affected, and it would taken barely any effort to do so. The fact that 2 months after was personally acknowledgeable by Pyro. And still no initiative or action taken by either parties speaks volumes. The fact that Pyrocynical doesn't reach out to those affected to get them in contact with Ida, or the fact that Ida has failed to make public responses or accountability statement on how she is going to address the situation or move forward, is extremely puzzling. Pyrocynical's second response also continued to lack any initiative. He again attempts to interject his own situation where he was scammed by artists years ago, but attempts to claim that is not an excuse in regards to Ida, but then follows up by stating it can be back to people they commissioned. Now, either Pyrocynical is lying that he's attempting to excuse Ida here by attempting to downplay the situation and rationalize why she is taking so long to contact the victims, or he is willfully ignorant. There is absolutely no excuse nor justification of why Ida took numerous months to even years to communicate with those who commissioned her. It adds even more salt to the wound for Ida to still not got in contact with the victims after Pyrocynical first acknowledged the situation in October 2024, and for Pyrocynical himself to have lacked initiative as to get the victims in contact with Ida or push Ida immediately to compensate her clients who have waited a ridiculously long time just because Pyrocynical was scammed himself does not suddenly justify or alleviate culpability away from his own girlfriend. And if his comment about artists taking time was, quote, not an excuse, then what was it? Even Pyrocynical's second response to the situation was poorly received, with him receiving many downvotes by his own supporters. The response was seen as having zero substance, with many users clarifying how refunding people on PayPal was not hard at all. Now, you might notice that there's a bit of a highlighted section right here, and that is because that is my video reference in this document. That is right. I've made it to the big leagues, man. I'm referencing a huge document against Pyrocynical. He cannot get away from me. You will never get away from me. I know I might not have a lot of subscribers right now, but hey, I guess for now I'll be the little rodent that keeps crawling around, biting your ankles and all that. You know what I mean? You are not getting away from me, Pyrocynical. You're not getting away with what you've done for so long, alright? I am the boogeyman. I'm the true boogeyman, alright? You think that you're getting away with this? No. No. Alright. Now with that said, I want to say also thank you to Parlo for putting me in this document. I was reading the document and I was like, wait, that sounds really familiar. Is that what I think it is? I opened the link and it's my video. I'm just like, no way. Oh, I'm so cool. I'm so cool. What in the world? Yeah, that's super sick. Thank you, Parlo. Hey, I'm going to take my bow. I'm going to do my thank yous. Shout out. Thank you. Alright, to go on, it says, the Reddit discussing the situation. As of the continued creation of this document, April 28th, 2025, Ida has still not resolved the scamming situation and still pocketed thousands of dollars from her clients. She has still actively chosen not to refund the individuals despite Niall actively knowing what is going on and Niall telling her to refund Pixie, to which it would have been obvious to Nida that she had many others to refund, as they were even tweeting in her replies. Even members of Pyrocynical subreddit have voiced that they are simply just want their money or even a response from her because Ida is increasingly harder to contact or reach out to. And I've always said this, like, dude, Pyrocynical could like just easily get into the Twitter account really quick and be like, hey, this is Pyro, but Ida has this to say, or whatever. You know, this whole it's literally just a scamming situation. The fact that Pyrocynical can't simply just push Ida to refund anyone else speaks volumes, because he managed to get Pixie refunded in the space of a few days. However, now that we have covered the Ida's extensive history of foul behavior when it comes to deliberately not refunding people, this situation is also like 2 years old now. She's been scamming people for like 2 years now, since it was like the start of 2023, or like in 2023 or whatever, and now we're about through 2025. It's like about to be 2-year anniversary of it, because I think it was late 2023. However, now that we've covered Ida's extensive history of foul behavior when it comes to deliberately not refunding people and not being transparent with clients who have paid her, now we will cover the main context which relates to her, and that is the large role she plays in the relation to Ivory Ramos situation. Ida's dynamic with Ivory. Now, for context and clarification, Ida was born on March 19th, 2000, and was someone who was willing to commission furry drawings for Ivory in 2017, despite knowing how old he was and being openly told that he was 15 in April by Ivory himself. The deleted user presented here is Ida. Ida is not denied in the account being her in the Twitter messages recorded by Ivory in 2020. Ida confirms nonetheless that she knew Ivory was a under. Now, when this was originally brought up by Turkey Tom in the original Google document, it was countered by Pyrocynical, attempting to claim that despite him eventually getting in a relationship with Ida that ended up transpiring 2 years after Ida knew knowledge of Ivory's age in 2017, Pyrocynical claims that there was no reason for Ida to have communicated Ivory's age to him. It was a personal matter to Ivory. In response to Pyrocynical, in his response video, also downplayed how much he often contacted Ida.
Now, but if you look at the DMs Ivory provided himself for this document, you can see that he's confiding with Ida about age being a problem. Keep in mind as well, I was not in a relationship with Ida until about mid-2019. This document claims it as soon to be, but like, it's a whole 2 years before we actually start dating, and 2 whole years before this conversation took place. I mean, we both talked before, but we weren't close. She had no reason to confide with me with someone else's private information. So back when Ivory opened up to Ida about something private, there is no guarantee that she would have came and told me, despite the fact that this document and videos based off this document claim it as concrete, irrefutable proof.
Pyrocynical was openly downplays the friend circle that he developed between himself, Ida, and Ivory in this response video. Ida is seen in DMs with Ivory on the 16th of April 2017, mentioning how she and Pyrocynical would call almost every other day, not only showing how close they were as friends and mutuals at the same time, but also exemplifying the fact that Pyro openly lied in his response again. Pyrocynical is seen exhibiting patterns of a liar and consistently downplaying his relationship or relations to numerous people. He did this with Lou, the 14-year-old French girl that he dated, by claiming he never dated her, and now he is belittling and downplaying how close he was with Ida at the time, to distance himself from her connections with Ivory at the time as well, as to not incriminate himself by association, and from Ida had stated to Ivory on Twitter. As clearly shown, Ida responded when Ivory had referred to them as Isa. This is very important and will be referred later on in the other images presented. It shows that this specific deleted user was in fact Ida in 2019. It shows Ivory in the message of her and Pyrocynical in a room together, to which utilizing Google reverse search, the image comes up with no result, showing how it is unique and original image. On the left, Ida is seen a day later on June 7th, 2019, posting a picture of herself in the exact room as she was in with Pyrocynical. In the image she sent to Ivory a day prior, further adding more validity to the fact that she was behind the deleted user account that Ivory was specifying his age to. Ida was also seen sending videos to Ivory on the 6th of June 2019 showing Pyrocynical and her in a restaurant together. This video was specifically sent to Ivory. Now, in regards to the video of Ivory scrolling through the Discord DMs with Ida, you can see that the Ida's deleted Discord account has the tag deleted user and a bunch of characters. This is done when Ivory scrolls past right of the personal DMs with Ida on Discord and shows the red profile bearing the specific deleted user tag. The exact tag that is seen on the account Ivory message in private DMs is also the same exact account present in the defunct group chat, which obtained Ivory and Pyrocynical. Pyrocynical owned the group chat and had Ivory and Ida present inside of it, and messages can be seen having been posted there as of late 2019, indicating how hard their friend group dynamic was, much more prominent than what Pyrocynical originally claimed in his response video. As shown on the left, the screenshot, it shows the personal DMs with Ida, showing that Ida's deleted Discord tag bears the distinct tag user with all those characters. This is the exact account that was present in the right screenshot in a group chat with Pyrocynical and Ivory, literally proving how the account was Ida and was affiliated with Pyrocynical. The green account deleted user, all those characters, as discussed earlier, was Pyrocynical, proving the fact that they both bear the same Discord ID of all that, and this account was a server owner of the Pyrocynical Discord server and bared the tag LOL9982, confirming Pyrocynical and Ida in that group chat. So now that we have proven that the account Ivory was messaging was Ida, and Ida was someone who was close to Pyrocynical and regularly called him, despite Pyrocynical's severely downplaying his associations to Ida in 2017 in his response video. Let's continue with the messages. The Discord messages with Ida dated back to April 4th, 2017. Ivory would have been 15, Ida would have been 17. Ivory is seen discussing how he is worried that Pyrocynical would regret being something with him because of his age being 15. I'm guessing something explicit. By the way, the messages by Ivory are worded to heavily allude that Pyrocynical was aware of his age. However, as Ivory puts it, may decide eventually to cut things off, as he does not wish to continue to engage in another large age gap dynamic that may result in a large controversy, just like the French girl situation. Ivory highlights that Pyrocynical could have the feeling of regret over time after reconsidering his actions. There's absolutely no inclination that Ivory meant he fears Pyrocynical would feel regret, quote, when he knows of his age. This is specified to prevent any people from misinterpreting Ivory's statements. There's no indication of these DMs that Ivory was actually withholding his age from Pyrocynical or lying about his age, as Pyrocynical even stated in his own response video that Ivory about the age to him. Further proving that he never specified an age to him ended up just being wrong, that according to Pyrocynical, Ivory didn't disclose it until he was 16.
Me including the anecdotal evidence led to the belief that Ivory lied about his age. That is never a claim I have made that he has done to me. I've only said that I did not know his age at 15.
The idea that Ivory was completely secretive regarding his age is simply unfounded and not true. He made his age known in friend groups and attested that they knew Ivory was 15, and Ivory had made his age known publicly on Twitter numerous times, to which Pyrocynical used his inconsistent alibi to claim as to why he did not see the tweets. Ivory was opening up to Ida and told her to keep the topic in secret in regards of him being interested in dating Pyrocynical. Ivory was fearful that Pyrocynical would retroactively look back at these, quote, friendship with him and decided to cut him off when he looks back at the nature of their discussion due to his age, if he had a change of heart. Ivory referenced his situation being familiar to the French girl situation, in which Pyrocynical knew the age of the French girl too. There was also no mention or indication of Ida that Pyrocynical did not know the age of Ivory. This can be corroborated by Ivory in a archived tweet longer in 2020 attesting that Pyrocynical did know the age, and it was discussed in calls before. Now, in the DMs presented, Ida stated that Pyrocynical would not be dissuaded from being theoretical relationship with him regardless of the age gap. In Pyrocynical's response video, he explains that he would have not made sense for Ida to have contacted him about some, quote, random conversation when she has no incentive to, completely obfuscating from his own audience that Ivory, Ida, and him had an entire group chat and spoke regularly back in 2017.
Why would Ida think to tell me about a random conversation that she had with someone over 2 years ago?
Pyrocynical in his response video attempted to dramatically downplay the dynamic that himself, Ida, and Ivory had. Pyrocynical claims that, quote, I mean, we both talked before, but we weren't close, is completely untrue because Ida herself stated that she and Pyrocynical talked almost every other day. Ivory is seen attesting that Ida had sent him furry content she made when she was under, to which Ivory shares with Pyrocynical. Ivory is seen asking Pyrocynical if he wants to play Dark Souls 3 while he and Ida are on call, showing how close Ida and Ivory were at the time. This was April 21st, 2017. Ivory is seen sharing commissioned artwork of his Haunter Sona, which Ida made for him. Ivory shared this with Pyrocynical, to which Niall claimed it is cute on March 5th, 2017. This is included to a build-up case that the dynamic between Ivory, Ida, and Pyrocynical was much closer than Pyrocynical lets be known in his response video. More instances of Ida having made tweets under her old alias of the Flumify, where she refers to herself as Isa, just to further prove how Isa was an alias she went by when referring back to the images between Ivory and Pyrocynical. As seen in the messages exchange, Ivory explains to Pyrocynical how the idea of thick furry content of his Fox persona on the furry website, E621. Just as concerning for a plethora of reasons, Ida was born on March 19, 2000, her age being present in her bio. This would mean that at the time of her accessing the furry website, the explicit furry website, and while creating the art, she would have been under, being 17 years old, as these messages by Ivory were sent on August 31st, 2017. Another problematic factor to discuss would be how Ivory even had access to Ida's E621 at the age of 16 unless Ida had specifically told him and or linked him to content she was making. As discerned by the messages, it is clear by judging Ivory's responses that Pyrocynical was uncomfortable with the images being publicly posted on a furry explicit website, with Ivory suggesting that Pyrocynical has to just ask her to take it down or something. Pyrocynical can be assumed to have mentioned in these messages that he does not wish for people to know that he commissioned this art, to which Ivory urges Pyrocynical to use a well-crafted lie just to claim it was, quote, fan art in the case, if anyone were to bring it up. Judging by the messages, it's clear that Pyrocynical most likely commissioned Ida at 17 to have created these instances of furry content and did not wish for people in the public to find out about his fantasies, to which is something he admitted in his own response video. The messages Ivory stated where he tells Pyrocynical to just claim it was, quote, fan art heavily alludes to the idea that Pyro got Ida to create this art himself as per his request. However, he wished it would be private commission. For context, the age gap between Pyrocynical and Ida is 2 years and 10 months. Nothing necessarily bad or alluring, right? Or like a file, yeah. However, it is concerning if Pyrocynical did commission this from Ida at 17 to create content, fantasy content of his character when he himself was 20. These messages took place on September 2nd, 2017, meaning Ida was at least 17 years and 5 months old while she was creating the images and uploading them to E621. Pyrocynical at the time was 20 and 3 months old, and Ivory was 16 and 4 months old. The messages provided on the right screenshot show that clear indication of the date that the messages were sent in the video. Some dates are hard to decipher as Ivory is seen scrolling quickly through hundreds of messages. The messages presented were sent the same day as the discourse regarding Aya's furry commission drawings being posted publicly on a furry explicit website. Ivory is seen asking Pyrocynical if the content he just posted was drawn by Isa. As proven in the message logs presented on the right, this took place on July 31st, 2017, corroborating the fact that Pyrocynical openly knew that Ida was creating furry content drawings while she was still a under and was perhaps openly complicit to the creation of them. As judged by Ivory stated to him earlier that if they found out, just claim it's fan art. Pyrocynical was worried about his complicity in the situation if people found out. Once again, this represents another situation where Pyrocynical shared furry content to Ivory after knowing he was 16 years of age on July 5th, 2017. Judging by the conversation changed in DM exchanges too, it is clear that Ivory and Pyrocynical then just started to fantasize X-ratedly once again about their fantasies. Pyrocynical was complicit in these discussions as Ivory is seen relying. Did Pyro admit that he was gay earlier? Because he would have a relationship with Ivory, maybe? That's what Ida said. So Ivory replying to a deleted message with or insinuating that Pyrocynical instigated the conversation and at a bare minimum was complicit with the continuation. Judging the fact that Ivory had asked if the image was drawn by Ida, it's just further evidence to build a case that Ida and Pyrocynical were closer in reality than what he tried to claim in his response video where he feigns ignorance about Ivory's age. Despite Ida knowing and then playing down his dynamic with Ida, despite proof being shown that they had casually talked back in 2017. On the 23rd of November 2017, Ivory is seen telling Pyrocynical that he and his friends, such as Eli the artist and Ida and others, were present in a private server and asked Pyrocynical if he wished to call with them and speak. Pyrocynical is seen offering if they could call elsewhere, to which Ivory states that they don't wish to move, so Ivory instead invites Pyrocynical to a call with them in their private Discord server. This once again exemplifies the idea that Ida, Pyrocynical, and Ivory were much closer than Pyrocynical tries to establish in this response video. Pyrocynical systematically I'm getting tired of the word obfuscate, and I'm not gonna lie. I've been reading this for a long time. I'm getting super tired of seeing these words. I would rather have a simpler word. The fact that he would join calls with Ida and Avery and would occasionally speak to them. This is to deflate, of course, his associations to Ida, her DMs with Ivory. Ida made it abundantly known that she knew Ivory's age when he was 15. Regardless, these message logs I am providing is to prove a pattern of Pyrocynical lying in his response video. Most importantly to the situation, him underplaying the interactions with Ida in 2017 to 18, while also highlighting how close Ivory was to Ida and Ida was to Pyrocynical throughout the time period of Pyrocynical and Ivory X-rated messaging each other, and how she was a recurring figure. On the April 18, 2018, Pyrocynical was shown to have posted thick furry content to Ivory, to which Ivory asks if it was made by Isa, also known as Ida. Once again, this builds up on the narrative that Pyrocynical was still continuously sharing X-rated content to Ivory, even though that he was under. Ivory would be 16 years old, turning 17 in 3 days. Pyrocynical being 20, turning 21 in less than a month. Ivory is seen establishing to Pyrocynical that Ida was drawing thick furry content to which he was actively viewing being made at the time. Keep in mind, Ivory was a under at the time. This also coincides with the fact that Ida at the same time most likely creating this art as Pyrocynical was commissioning them in private to create content of this nature. This can be easily derived from the fact that on E621, at the age of 17, Ida was seen creating furry images of Niall's Sona. In private messages between Ivory and Niall, Niall was clearly anxious that Ida was making the images public on furry sites, with Ivory suggesting for him to lie and claiming for it to be fan art, to draw suspicion away from the fact that he most likely requested the content himself. If he utilized the fan art defense, he could use the excuse that he didn't actually request the content to be made, and therefore avoid facing criticism from the fact that a 17-year-old girl was creating this content for him while he was an adult. In DMs with Niall, Ivory is also seen messaging about how Ida mentioned that she and Niall would be watching a movie together once again, providing how Ivory knew a lot more about their relationship and dynamic than Niall originally let on in his response video. Ivory is even seen stating in response to Pyrocynical's deleted message, quote, "If I could, that'd be great," to which could only be assumed that he was invited to watch the movie with them both. These messages took place in September 2017. Furthermore, Ivory is seen mentioning about possibly commissioning Ida once she is less stressed with commissions that she was doing. Ivory is even seen thanking Niall about the idea of him paying and booking for a hotel, with Pyrocynical having replied, "What did Isa tell you?" with Ivory replying, "Yes, we were talking about it," and such. As you can clearly see, these messages took place on the 7th of April 2017 and were some of the last archived messages of Pyrocynical's Discord account that still remain present before they were mostly purged. It clearly shows that at the time Ida was speaking and sharing a lot of personal information to Ivory, and that Ivory oftentimes spoke to Niall about it too, showing the close dynamic they had with one another. It also shows that Niall and Ida were speaking a lot in private DMs at the time, hence why the idea of booking a hotel was brought up between them, with Ida later informing Ivory, therefore proving Niall wrong when he drastically downplayed his connections to Ida at the time of his response video. Furthermore, it shows that a hotel was being planned to be booked, with Ivory expressing his often excitement in regards to it. However, the nature for this was going to take place currently is unclear. Now, when taking into consideration that Ivory's old Twitter account was called Ivory446633, by searching the Twitter conversations between Secret Corgi Ida and Ivory's old Twitter account, you can clearly start to picture how close they actually were with one another. In a tweet made by Ida on April 23rd, 2017, she had streamed on Twitch with both Pyrocynical and Ivory, proving that Pyrocynical dramatically downplayed the connections to Ida, where he claimed that they were, quote, not close, in order to utilize the plausible deniability card in regards to whether he knew Ivory was 15 from Ida. Ida is also seen earlier having originally streamed with both Ivory and Solid Shy, but before Pyrocynical joined a few hours later, Ida's once again seen streaming with her commissions with Ivory 4 days later on the 27th of April 2017. Pyrocynical is seen interacting with Ida on Twitter in May 2016, retweeting her artwork and referencing her as Corgi. The idea that Pyrocynical and Ida were not close either can be instantly dismantled by the fact that the earliest instance of them interacting with each other was dated back in early 2016, where they were adding bases. The idea that they were considerably closer the year following in 2017. In these archives, Pyrocynical is seen on her Twitter tagging Ida and retweeting her artwork. One specific piece shows a suggestive image of Pyrocynical's fox Sona as Tracer from Overwatch with a well-defined buttocks. Clearly, there is a possibility that Niall most likely commissioned her or requested this art. More evidence of art requests and stuff like that. Other instances show Pyrocynical retweeting and actively engaging with artwork created by Ida. Pyrocynical allegedly commissioned Ida when she was a under. And wasn't this just proven in the last segment as well? As it was specified, in this document there was reasonable belief that the fact that Pyrocynical had relied on Ida to create furry commissions for him and commissioned this content himself. Pyrocynical seen on May 3rd, 2016, tagging Ida and stating that the word thick specifically in reference to the type of artwork that he commissions and regularly consumed. Very coincidentally, Ida would be seen creating, quote, thick content of Pyrocynical's persona only a month later. In DMs between Ivory and Niall, Ivory had sent a link of Ida's E621 post with the link having description embedded saying cake. I remember looking at these images originally, I'm just like, stop, please. This description matches identically to an image still available on the website. As you can see, the post was uploaded to platform on July 2nd, 2017. This was also followed by 2 more art pieces originally created by Ida, uploaded on the same day. As you can see, all 3 posts were uploaded on the E621 the same day, which is July 2nd, 2017. Ida was born on March 19th, 2000, meaning that these instances of art were uploaded when she was 17 and 3 months old. This effectively meant that Ida was creating furry commissions of Pyrocynical's persona and uploading it to furry 18+ websites where she was under. This was also during the time that she and Niall were in contact with one another. The date of the furry art being uploaded was July 2nd, 2017, meaning that the art was created earlier. Ivory was seen verbatim stating that Ida had posted the new thick of your boy on E621, meaning that it was art created directly based off his character. Judging by Ivory's messages, when he stated, "I think it should be fine, uwu," followed by "oop, that's no bueno," clearly it can be easily derived that Pyrocynical did not want the art to be public, because he wanted it to remain only a private commission. This is something that he makes abundantly clear and obvious in reference to future commissions Ivory is seen attempting to get with Pyrocynical, allegedly being seen in removed messages affirming commissions would be private. Judging by the archived DMs between Niall and Ivory, it was evident that Pyrocynical most likely commissioned these instances of furry content from Ida when she was under. Judging by Ivory then telling Niall that he would lie and claim that it's just fan art if anyone would bring it up, as instances of fan art are done mostly without the creator knowing beforehand. In reference to other 65 drawings of the character, which Ivory references, is abundantly clear that Pyrocynical was focused more on the, quote, thick drawings reference because he did not want people knowing it was degenerate. Looking at when the images were originally uploaded, the oldest instances can be traced back to Rule 34, with the account in which originally uploaded these images being a throwaway account, having all 3 images on the exact same day, August 12th, 2016. This would effectively mean Ida was 16 years old at the time of her creating these instances of furry artwork for Pyrocynical, and if this throwaway account was actually operated by her, this account only ever posted the 3 reference Pyrocynical images, X-rated images, made by Ida the exact same day. Then we would also have the factor that Ida was the age of 16 and also then uploaded these furry images onto the site. This time frame would match the tweet that Pyrocynical is seen making reference to Ida creating thick content on May 3rd, 2016, when Ida would have turned 16. Niall would be turning 19 in 11 days. Ivory was also seen in DMs with Pyrocynical on the 21st of September 2017, saying that he was on call with Ida doing a commission, and Niall is seen saying that he wished he had more or better art pieces made, as he was often jealous people getting more art than him. This will be brought up in reference to Assault later on, to which Ivory is seen recommending Ida to commission art from, to which Pyrocynical is assumed to be seen agreeing with them, in which Ivory responds saying, The thick artwork in which Ivory is seen sharing to Niall, in which he claims he saw Ida create, bears direct resemblance to the artwork originally uploaded on Rule 34 in 2016. With all these factors addressed, it really is not outside when realms the possibility that Niall did in fact commission Ida to create art of his something while he was Ida victim blaming Ivory. During the 2020 Pyrocynical allegations, Ida had contacted Ivory in private Twitter messages, to which is seen victim blaming Ivory and defending the age gap. Ida is seen first contacting Ivory, stating that Ivory, I'm probably saying the same names, but you're gonna have to trust me on this. I've contacted Niall about this originally, instead of ruining his career. She goes on to state that from her point of view, it appeared that as if Ivory had a crush on Niall and asked ever been with a guy, to which Niall was unsure. Ida goes on to state that, quote, fiction is different than in real life, obviously downplaying the dynamic that Ivory had with Pyrocynical. She then asked why Ivory felt the need to ever come out about what Niall did to him, and that was, quote, not cool. Hey yo, sorry to pop in like this, but why would you tweet stuff like that about Niall? What did you gain from it? Can't you talk to him directly instead of trying to ruin his career? I remember when this happening personally, and it sounded to me like you had a crush on him and asked if he would ever be with a guy and just said, I don't know, fiction is different than IRL. I just got to understand why you feel the need to do this. Not cool. Ivory is then seen stating that he did it because, quote, knew a lot of people who had the same stuff happen to them. Inferring that there are many potential victims of Niall's inappropriate behavior, Ivory stated that he has nothing personally to gain, and he wants to come out and encourage other possible victims to also share their experiences and story to the public. Ivory also highlighted that he was dissuaded from contacting Niall about the situation specifically because he would only receive a half-done apology. The 14-year-old French girl, Luann. One of the biggest lies Pyrocynical had pushed was he successfully managed to gaslight his entire audience into thinking the French girl did not exist. Still to this day, people consistently claim the French girl situation was false and, quote, debunked because Keemstar was fed conflicting information from third-party sources present on Skype and ended up botching the situation by consistently switching between ages. Pyrocynical then heavily attempted to discredit the situation by homing into Keemstar's inconsistencies to paint a narrative that he was entirely baseless and false. However, the French girl did in fact exist. Lou was present on Twitter under the alias Ectofrog and confirms that she was in fact the French girl. Her old Twitter account before she deactivated it was called Fly La Moche or something like that, and had the Twitter tag Demoria67. No! Talking about how her and Niall ended in 2015. Lou is then seen stating that she originally dated Niall Pyrocynical around the beginning of 2015, and then stated she broke off the relationship with Pyrocynical in 2015, 2 weeks later. Lou was born on July 4th, 2001, and Pyrocynical was born on May 14th, 1997, meaning that the age gap between them was 4 years and 2 months. When Pyrocynical would have originally dated Lou in early 2015, Lou would have just turned 14 and he would have been 18. The age gap is inherently file-ish and absolutely disgusting. For reference, for a 14-year-old is, how did the 14-year-old cut off the adult? That's like rare. I feel like that doesn't happen. What in the world? 14 is an early adolescent and young teenager compared to an 18-year-old, which is a legal adult and culpable of their own actions. They are on completely different spectrums of life. A 14-year-old does not have the mental cognitivity present to understand the possible ramifications of engaging in a relationship with an older individual, and that in turn makes it susceptible to forms of manipulation and vulnerable to either intentional or even unintentional forms of control influence exerted from the other party. 14-year-olds are oftentimes developmentally underdeveloped compared to 18-year-olds who are coming out of puberty, and the difference in maturity and mannerisms forms a massive maturity and power dynamic. The idea that is a 14 and 18-year-old can date as long as it's, quote, platonic and only romantically driven does a disservice and attempts to discredit how file-ish the age gap dynamic is regardless. There is no logical excuse for an 18-year-old legally culpable of their own actions and who has the full mental cognitivity behind their actions to engage in any relationship with newly found 14-year-old. The age gap would be severely criticized and looked down upon by the core of public opinion. As seen in a tweet, is seen establishing the fact that Demura67 was her old Twitter account by replying to tweets by 8-Bit Ryan, made in reply of an old defunct account saying, "The way this was 2015, I was 14," further adding validity on the fact that she was 14 in 2015 when she stated dating Pyrocynical. As seen in the tweet, Lou is further referencing the old defunct account that was in which Anything for Views had mentioned on Twitter reply to a deleted Keemstar tweet. Lou is then stating, "Chad, I should have listened to you." This further corroborates the fact that she ran the account, Demora67. As shown in screenshots on the left, a Twitter user Demora67's contact profile showing their alias as FlyLamouche, showing that their Skype tag Demora-67. This is also proven by the right screenshot from the Internet Archive capture of her defunct old YouTube channel, showing that her alias FlyLamouche. And I hope I'm not saying anything bad. I really don't. I have no idea. She had her Twitter handle present in the banner being Demora67, as well as her YouTube channel handle being Demora67. In 2015, it was known by people who interacted with Lu's account that she was 13, turning 14 in 2015, that her birthday was on July 14th, as indicated by a deleted tweet she made when she announced it was her birthday. She never obfuscated this information, and her followers actively knew how old she was, as provided in numerous instances. Many people, including YouTuber Daco, who had wished her happy birthday. There's no excuse Pyrocynical could make that either obfuscated her age, or that made her age, or that her age was not public, because many referred to her as a 14-year-old. On June 20th, 2016, Lu is seen making her date of birth known as consistently present in her Twitter bio. This can be clearly seen on the Internet Archive. Anything for Views was a close associate and friend of Pyrocynical is seen referring to Lu being 15. This is likely due to him rounding her age up. In just over 5 months, she would be turning 15. Lu made it no secret that she was 14 on Twitter, at most it was a miscommunication on Chad's part. In another tweet, Lu is seen confirming on her Ectofrog account that she missed her old account tagged Demora67. In order to make the timeline easier to understand and more digestible, the rumor that Pyrocynical was dating Lu were circulating around in very early 2016, meaning that the relationship most likely ended months prior due to Lu already being referred to as ex-girlfriend by February as claimed by Lu. She had already started to meet up with date Ancient Reality in early 2016 and claimed that her relationship with Nile ended in 2015. Meme Corp, also known as Vagabonds, someone who will be mentioned later, is seen referring to Lu a message to his ex-girlfriend who he allegedly had relations with when he was 19 and she was 15. He describes how, quote, a lot of people knew about us and Pyrocynical did the same thing I did except she was 14. This adds more credibility to the fact that Lu was publicly known to be 14 at the time in 2015 and early 2016. Vagabonds, along with Snipers and Chili CSGO, were the initial people involved in the 2016 Skype group chat, which were discussing the situation originally with Keemstar. Pyrocynical lied about the French girl. Now that we've proven the French girl did in fact exist and she was operating an account called Dermo67 or whatever. Before we cover the interview where she testified that she dated Pyrocynical and cover the dynamic of their relationship, it is crucial to highlight how Pyrocynical successfully managed to gaslight and manipulate his easily impressionable fan base to thinking this girl did not exist. The situation originally started when Keemstar had been contacted by detractors of Pyrocynical on Skype, being Vagabonds, Chili CSGO, and Snipers, bringing up information that Pyro is dating a under, which Keemstar then contacted Pyro on the 22nd of March in 2016, where the allegations were true, to which he strictly denied. Essentially, the entire French girl situation started to gain traction following the Tobuscus allegations, where Keemstar had originally made a Keemstar Drama Alert video covering the situation in regards to Toby Turner's alleged victim, April Skywalker. Wait, her last name's Skywalker? That's insane. On April 5th, 2016, prompted Pyrocynical to make a video addressing the situation and criticizing Keemstar for not making a clear distinction that the topic he was covering was merely an allegation, in which was uploaded on April 10th, 2016, as many people took allegations at face value and started to dislike bomb Tobuscus' channel. This then started Keemstar to respond angrily, with him threatening to release files on top of files, and then bring up the French girl situation on Twitter in response to videos and live streams, which, due to conflicting information being fed to him at the time, Keemstar had to change the ages because of miscommunication. The conflict between Pyrocynical and Keemstar continued over the course of many days. Pyrocynical then seized on the opportunity to make a video titled My Experience with Keemstar on June 9, 2019, to lie to his audience and claim that the Keemstar situation was fabricated and false. A lot of people believe that Pyrocynical's response video, as Keemstar had already tainted credibility at the time and was seen as an inconsistent and unreliable narrator of allegations, as he was consistently changed the ages of the French girl and didn't drop a cohesive video on the subject, clearly illustrating to viewers that she was a real individual. Ultimately, it was easier for Pyrocynical to gain an upper hand in the situation because Keemstar at the time was making claims which were seen as baseless and out of emotion and vitriol. Keemstar was also seen as unable to take criticism.
And if that wasn't bad enough, Keem is now trying to spread even more, saying that I'm dating girls and saying outright on stream that I'm
Pyro was trying to hook up with a 13-year-old girl from France, all right, that he was technically or weirdo or something, right?
This story is... I know exactly the 3 individuals who told Keem and even got in a Skype group chat with him.
Pyrocynical was seen claiming categorically that the situation was total nonsense despite him knowing Keemstar had bases. Pyrocynical openly lied to his fan base, and still to this day, the overwhelming majority of people believe that this situation never occurred.
So this man has lied about the age of this girl on 2 separate occasions, and knowing Keemstar, this girl will probably be an embryo by next week. But in all seriousness, I've actually had people come to me and tell me that I could sue him for defamation of character, and seeming that he's consistently lying about the age on purpose, I'm really gonna look into that in all honesty.
Pyrocynical is seen homing into Keemstar's inconsistencies to paint a narrative that the entire story is untrue, which is very evidently was not the case. It is a form of manipulation where he framed the story as a completely false by highlighting the discrepancies and detractors. This example of malicious obfuscation of the situation and a total lack of transparency to his fan base has unfortunately made it so he has received little to no criticism for his actions, dating back to the 2014-year-old cover-up who had her age public and lied about it on video with over 6 million views to cover it up. Pyrocynical was also seen bluffing about taking legal action to further build a case against to his fan base that the story was entirely fake, despite him evidently knowing that he dated a under significantly younger than himself. Another example of what Pyrocynical does is to play down the situation as a joke to his audience and to mock the situation in a humorous manner, then ultimately dismiss the allegations and to make it seem untrue by drowning out any serious criticism with the consistent memes and jokes within his community, in which they ultimately did. Keemstar was seen 2 days later on June 11, 2016, tweeting out private Twitter DMs between Pyrocynical and the French girl, Demora67. These images will be analyzed and covered more later. Now, many people believe that the messages were inspected or faked/fabricated, when this was not the case whatsoever. It clearly shows Pyrocynical referencing to the French girl that he would be happy to wait for her to reach around the age laws 16 before they continued to date, therefore acknowledging that she was younger than 16 years old at the time. Keemstar tweeting out private DMs between Pyrocynical and the French girl also confirmed the fact that our relationship did transpire, as Pyrocynical is seen stating that I ended the relationship so they wouldn't attack you or me anymore, therefore confirming in his own words that he was in a relationship with the girl for a time. This directly contradicts the video of my experience with Keemstar, as he is seen unilaterally dismissing and denying the allegations as to his fan base, which were now under the impression that the entire situation was false, and Keemstar was just vindictive enough to fake all the attention to get back at Pyrocynical. However, in reality, he was dating a under who was 14 at the time when he was 18. The DM exchanges between Pyrocynical on his Twitter account at the time and Demora67 dated back as to March 10, 2016. It is clear that they are looking back and referring to past relationship, so it was evident that it had happened a long time before these messages were exchanged. However, since Lou was born on July 14, 2001, and her birthday was public knowledge on her Twitter account and her mutuals as well, as it disclosed their age numerous times, and it was very evident to deduce the fact that she was still 14 years old as the messages were being sent. He says himself in this tweet right here, I see no problem waiting for someone to reach the age, and this still doesn't justify you lying about the age twice. You admit to luring. You admit to not alluring, you know what I mean, to the G brooms. You know, you're doing that stuff, bro. You literally are. People defend it. This is so aggravating. You said this publicly. Pyrocynical is a groomer. After Keemstar had posted message proof that a conversation did transpire between the French girl and Pyrocynical, confirming that Pyrocynical knew that she was under and a relationship with her, Pyrocynical is seen shifting the entire rhetoric on Twitter, arguing, I see no problem waiting for someone to reach the age, while also deflecting the situation to Keemstar, specifying that it doesn't justify him lying about her age. This is bitterly ironic, as Pyrocynical was seen 2 days prior unilaterally claiming the French girl situation was complete nonsense. Now Pyrocynical has confirmed that he was actively waiting for the girl he was dating to turn the legal age before they engaged in a proper relationship, which is indicative of, the alluring activities of any file, you know what I mean? There's plenty of them on Skeeter Gene or Predator Poachers episodes that say stuff like that. No, I was going to wait for it to turn, whatever. However, this will be discussed more in depth later. It's also seen now conceding that the girl did exist and did not deny the validity of the DMs on Twitter. So the idea that the messages were fake or fabricated is completely untrue. Now that Keemstar has released the messages on Twitter, this prompted Pyrocynical to get ahead of the allegations and address them on Reddit. Pyrocynical's Reddit directly responded to the French girl situation was littered with lies. YouTuber Toastify made a video correcting the record in regards to the Pyrocynical situation while highlighting the inconsistencies and lies in Pyrocynical's response, in which went unnoticed by many. Pyrocynical created this response knowing that it wouldn't be viewed by the majority of his fan base, ardently defended by members of his subreddit who all defend him regardless. Covering and dismantling the argument that Pyrocynical pushed forward in this response is crucial in order to prove how manipulative Pyrocynical was, how he openly lied to his audience in the situation, and openly lied about the girl who he was dating to get away with the situation with little to no criticism. Video proof of the Reddit establishing Pyrocynical's official subreddit account created this post. Pyrocynical is seen claiming that his Reddit post that they were, quote, never dating, and that the girl was actually 15 while he was 18. They are both lies. The age gap between Pyrocynical and Lou was 4 years 2 months, meaning 2015. Pyrocynical was 18 and Lou had been 14, as her date of birth was on July 14, 2001. Luann attested in an interview herself that Pyrocynical knew her age and that she was 14 years old at the time that they dated. This interview was conducted by Keemstar, and you were able to access it and listen to it via SoundCloud.
So I met Pyro back in 2015 when I was 14 years old and he was 18 years old. I was a fan artist for him and his group of friends, so all these YouTubers in the community he was in. I drew him a lot because, well, he was my favorite of them all. To show me his support, he followed me, and so later on I thanked him and talked to him in DMs, and that's how we became friends.
So you guys, became friends. You were making art for him. Were you making, like, I think you told me off air that you were making, like, his avatars and stuff for him.
Yeah, the fox one.
Yeah.
This avatar. Yep.
The furry one.
Yeah, the furry one, I guess.
The furry one. So at some point, this develops into a romantic relationship. When did that take place?
Well, not very long after. I guess we'll have known each other for like a few months before this happened.
Mhm.
In DMs, we did start maybe a little bit flirting, saying that, well, we like each other's personalities, and he appreciates what I do for him, and I appreciate his company. So it was quite, young love, like where you have a crush.
Right.
Yeah.
Were you, he said that, like, he never dated you, like that you weren't his girlfriend. But were you boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yeah, we were.
In the sense of, like, e-dating, right? Because you never met each other in real life, but you were e-dating online.
Exactly.
As you're able to see via the transcript and also just provided what I given you, is necessary timestamps attached. Luke confirmed that she was 14 at the time and originally met Pyrocynical in 2015 when he was 18. She confirms that she was a fan of his content and made fan art of him regularly, as he would. Oh no, you gotta check back on all those people that got, like, didn't he, like, show off fan art in the beginning or end of most of his videos? I think we're gonna have to, like, go back through all those old videos and figure out who was the ages of these people at that time and see if they were in contact with Pyrocynical at all. Anyway, she confirms that this was a fan of content made fan art about him, and as he was, quote, her favorite of them all. Luke confirms that months later she got into an online relationship with Pyrocynical where they did where they, quote, did start a little bit of flirting. Lou also directly refutes Pyrocynical's Reddit response by claiming they were in a relationship.
So at the time you were 14, Pyro was 18, correct?
Yep.
And when you were dating and considered boyfriend and girlfriend, and it was a short period of time, how long were you dating?
Only about 2 weeks.
2 weeks. So in the course of this 2 weeks, again, just for the internet's sake, what were the ages?
Still 14 and 18.
As you can see via the transcript, Lou vehemently attests to the fact that she was 14 when she dated Pyrocynical, who was 18, and confirmed that they were a 2-week-long online relationship.
In his response, he said that you were 15 years old and he was 18. Why did he say that you were 15?
I have no idea. Maybe to make it less shocking. Maybe to make the age gap smaller by a year, because maybe people thought it would be not nicer, but less wrong, because...
But what if Pyrocynical responds to this and says, well, she lied about her age. She told me that she was older.
He knew I was born in 2001, which would have made me 14 years old when it was 2015.
Did he know the month you were born? I'm sorry, this is like, but we have to know this stuff because if there's any little hole of like, plausible deniability, he's gonna take it, right?
Well, we surely told each other's birthdays. I mean, it's what you do when you get to know someone. So he probably knew I was born in July.
Lou is heard stating that she had no idea that Pyro lied on Reddit, claiming that she was 15, other than the fact that Pyrocynical wanted to play down the age gap because he knew it was wrong. And in fact stated himself that Pyrocynical knew that she was born in 2001, which would have made her 14 in 2015, when she claims they dated. She also stated that Pyrocynical probably knew her birthday, and this further corroborated by the fact that her birthday was public knowledge on her Twitter account, and Pyrocynical has no alibi where he could use the plausible deniability card and claim that he wasn't accessing Twitter at the time. Not only did he follow Lou according to her own testimony, but as provided in her previous screenshots, she had her birthday present in her Twitter bio and, quote, and made tweets announcing her birthday. The idea that Pyrocynical would date a girl even without being aware of her birthday is not only unsubstantiated but completely illogical. The situation was even further corroborated by Colossal is Crazy, who is a close friend and associate of Pyrocynical, with them featuring on the TBH podcast together along with Dylan Dark. On the Beta podcast, which has been ran by Keemstar, Tommy C, and Colossal is Crazy, mainly on their final video addressing the I'm Alice controversy, Keemstar, or their most recent at least, Keemstar is heard bringing up Pyrocynical's situation where he had dated Luann when she was 14, to which Colossal is Crazy is seen not only defending and playing the age gap down, but in fact admitting that it did happen, which directly discredits Pyrocynical's initial Reddit statement where he denied the relationship ever taking place.
Was he or was he not in a relationship with a girl that was, I believe it came out to be 14 at the time?
He was in an E-relationship. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever occurred.
What? With an E relationship with a 14-year-old when he was what?
I don't think she's 14.
19? No, she was. I interviewed her. We got the correct age.
He was 17.
Yeah, that's right. He made.
No, he wasn't. No,
he was 17.
No, he wasn't.
But Keemstar is always right, guys.
Not at that time.
Yes, he was.
Not at that time. He wasn't 17.
Nothing
at that
ever
time.
happened. No news exchanged. Just a big nothing burger. Meanwhile, Keemstar is dating someone 20 years younger than him.
Hold on.
In this segment, it is clear that Colossal is trying to play down the age gap and make an online relationship seem less disparaging. He claimed that Pyrocynical was in fact 17 when they dated, which would have made no sense considering Luann was 14 years and 2 months younger than Pyrocynical, and add the fact that they dated in 2015, meaning that Pyrocynical would have been 18 and Lou would have been 14. There's no proof or initial claim made by any party that Lou had ever lied about her age, or that she purposely obfuscated it from Pyrocynical. In fact, there is far more proof to the contrary, proving that Lou made her date of birth publicly known in her defunct Twitter account, and that her age was publicly known by many individuals, with her attesting Pyrocynical knew too. In fact, it is only seen that Pyrocynical lied about her age gap. In fact, it has only been seen that Pyrocynical lied about her age and the age gap present to make the situation seem less severe. Colossal is seen confirming that there was a relationship online, but once again plays it down by insisting that it was a quote nothing burger and no pictures were exchanged, completely avoiding the fact that Pyrocynical was seen stating that Lou would have been happy to wait for her to turn the legal age 16 before they, or at, you know, the legal, quote, legal 16, you know, not 18, 16, before they continue to engage in a, quote, proper relationship, which is the textbook indication of, like, a broom. Colossal is then seen shifting the topic, bringing up Keemstar's girlfriend, despite knowing the age gap is not file-ish, as a young teenager and an adult.
I mean, I'm not saying it's illegal, Keem. Don't worry, I'm not calling you. But I do find it ironic that you would take offense.
Sound like you were.
No, I'm not calling you. I do find it ironic, however, that you would call someone like Pyrocynical for an relationship with a 3-year age gap or 4-year age gap. I don't know.
Go Google it. Yeah, go Google the ages, people. Go Google the ages.
I don't know.
Find out for
I
yourself.
get confused because you got them wrong like 8 times.
Hey, in fairness, the clown, we didn't figure out that girl was 14 until like 2 years ago. We did like most people thought we couldn't prove she even existed.
Colossal is then seen stating that Keemstar should not have called Pyrocynical a file over a 3-year age gap in which he had with Luann, to which Keemstar counters and argues that it wasn't the exact age gap, to which Colossal is then seen correcting himself, saying that there was a 4-year age gap, with Tommy C stating the fairness that Colossal is getting the age gap wrong, a lot of the situation still being uncovered, considering the fact the longest period of time it was impossible to even prove that she existed, and everyone was under the idea that it was false. However, it can be easily attributed that Pyrocynical openly lied in his original response video to Keemstar, heavily alluding that the fact that the story was nonsense, despite it being proven to have happened, causing many members of his fanbase to go with the false narrative and mock anyone who openly questioned the situation. Even when Keemstar originally showed Twitter messages of Pyrocynical speaking to Luann, Pyrocynical then admitted that the girl did exist, but yet still continued to lie about the relationship nonetheless. Pyrocynical didn't bother correcting the record for his channel and instead responded to it only once in an old Reddit post that allowed his fans still to this day to be deluded into thinking that it wasn't true. However, as comprehensively proven in this document, Pyrocynical did lie several times. He did date this girl and was attested by Lou herself, and the age gap was 4 years as proven by the age difference and also by Pyro's close associate. Colossal admitting that the relationship did take place, further dismantling Pyro's waning defense. There has been a consistent flow of misinformation helped massively by Pyrocynical's fanbase, in which I've made it so he has escaped all situations with little criticism.
What was she accusing him of? Nothing. She had nice things to say. Where was the video? Where's the story? There's nothing.
She did have nice things to say.
You had Jack. You couldn't make it about Pyrocynical, but you were desperately trying to.
The ages, clown. The ages.
I mean, who gives? Nothing happened. They e-dated while they were both teenagers. Who gives a
shit? Clown, your friend, your buddy came out and lied multiple times on Reddit about that scenario, and you're going to defend him?
I am going to defend him because there was nothing. It's a big nothing burger.
He lied.
I will say this. I will say this.
Oh, so you're not going to you're going to defend him and his lies, clown? Really?
Do his share of manipulation to protect himself.
Thank you.
But I have to also agree with Clown.
He lied through his teeth.
I don't deny that, but there was nothing there. I mean, when the truth is out, you say he lied. Okay, truth comes out. Well, there's nothing there. It's a nothing burger. Absolutely
nothing there other than the fact that the ages and the E relationship, nothing there though.
High school.
He was high school age.
I remember a situation when you told me, Clown,
and not even as bad as a high school thing. Not even as bad as a high school thing, because
yeah, you're just interrupting me.
Let me just finish what I'm saying, and then
you're just interrupting me. That's all you're doing is interrupting me every time I talk. That's all you're doing.
Not just high school drama, because it was all on the internet. They never even met in person.
Why should you talk?
He didn't even know what she looked like, as far as I know.
Pyrocynical's statement that he was, quote, never in a relationship is a complete lie and is debunked by his own admissions to Luann. In 2016 Twitter conversations he had with her, which had been presented in Testify's video in the conversation, Niall and Lou had clearly discussing the topic of why he broke up with her. Pyrocynical argues against the idea that he broke up with her for, quote, the fame, to which Lou states that she didn't say that she didn't state that. Instead, that she believes that he left because he didn't want to be seen as a file. Pyrocynical is then seen stating the underlying text in red. Let's be fair, we were only talking for about 2 weeks, so it wasn't like a lifetime relationship anyways. Therefore, acknowledging himself that he was in a relationship with this girl, to which Lou even attested to Keemstar in the interview. Now, as presented in the first screenshot to the left, Pyrocynical is seen mentioning a person named Mick in reference to Luann. This is Ancient Reality, who's a 23-year-old file who is actively dating Lou when she was 14. Pyrocynical knew about the age gap and dynamic as referenced in the private messages. However, this will be discussed later. As now you can see in the DM, I say the word relationship once. This girl who I was talking to go through a rough patch. At the time, I support her. I respect her privacy, so I won't go into detail at the conclusion. But she was appreciative of my support and had very few people to talk to. So we had a friendship that would word sometimes as a relationship. This did not mean anything transpired. We were simply talking to each other. In Pyrocynical's own Reddit post talking about the situation, he admits to the validity of the messages. However, he lies and downplays the dynamic where he had with Luann. They weren't actually in a relationship. However, this is seen by his own private messages. As per Lou's own testimony, Pyrocynical is very evidently lying. However, this is shown to corroborate the fact that the messages were in fact true, and Pyrocynical admitted to the veracity of the DMs himself. Pyrocynical's behavioral pattern and of lying can be highlighted in this case of Luann and Ivory. When presented with hard information, Pyrocynical will attempt to forge the best excuse, and when he is combated with validity of his response, he will slowly start changing and morphing his story to the best suit his position.
Pyro has a pattern of behavior in which he rides off the benefit of the doubt. He will fabricate the best excuse he can based on the known evidence, then adjust it when more information comes out. At first, it was Keemstar lied.
The case of tuning. I'm going to start calling it tuning because I think that helps me out a little bit more. The act of Pyrocynical waiting for Luann to turn to 16 and engage in a, quote, proper relationship with her once she turns the age for the UK is indicative of tuning. The age gap dynamic between a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old is already large, and there are significant differences in emotional and cognitive developments between two parties. They are in complete different stages of life. 14-year-olds are still entirely dependent on their parents, and in terms of education, they are still in the lower echelons of the school curriculum, whereas 18-year-olds are either leaving school or going to university, in the case of the UK education system. The argument Colossal introduces that 18-14 is justifiable under, quote, high school age gap context is inherently disgusting and completely untrue. 14-year-olds oftentimes have underdeveloped prefrontal cortex, to which is discussed later, and hinders their impulse control and decision-making skills. Lack of life experience makes them susceptible to forms of manipulation, coercion, and bad relationships with large gaps will negatively affect the teenager into normalizing similar age gaps for future relationships. This is seen in Luann dating Ancient Reality after having dated Pyrocynical, to which Ancient Reality hurt her. And also, like, people are made fun of, like, seniors are made fun of for dating freshmen or for going for a freshman. It's whole jokes and memes online. So, I mean, it's not okay. Also, sometimes the freshmen are like 14 and 18. That's insane to think about that. 14 and 18-year-olds are in the same vicinity. The idea that nothing happened X-rated wise is something affirmed by both parties. However, this does not negate the responsibility in Pyrocynical's case. Furthermore, many people have used the situation pertaining to Ancient Reality and Luann to deflect away from this situation, despite the fact that the relationship between Pyrocynical and Luann had a massive red flag that we'll be getting into. The case of Ancient Reality will thoroughly be addressed. However, the stuff Luann faced from Mick does not distract from the culpability away from Pyrocynical, and a lot of Pyros fans seem to utilize Lou's situation to switch the topic away from Pyrocynical. Pyrocynical is specifically stating that he would be happy to wait for Luann to turn 16, which is the legal in the UK. Before he engages in a, quote, proper relationship, which has obvious connotations, quote, proper relationship being X-rated. This means that essentially Niall would have been perfectly fine waiting for a proper X-rated relationship with a 16-year-old when he would be 20. The idea that Pyrocynical waiting for numerous years for a 14-year-old to turn the legal age in his country to engage X-ratedly in itself is a form of tuning. So there is absolutely no debate. Pyrocynical is seen on Twitter replying directly to Keemstar. They had no problem for waiting for this girl, to reach the age, followed up by deflecting the situation back onto Keemstar, lied about the age twice, the fact that he was waiting for a vulnerable under to reach the age before engaging in a proper relationship. Which, would he really though? Would he really wait 2 years, or would he start like soon? You know what I mean? Oh, you're close. Alright, what's a year and a half? Just keep it between us. Pyrocynical built trust in Luann in their relationship during 2015. Luann looked up to Pyrocynical as he was a large content creator, and she even drew fan art of him. Pyrocynical was not dissuaded by the age gap, engaged in the relationship with her, while having common interest in video games and art, with Pyrocynical eventually voicing that he was afraid to appear as a file due to the age gap, and highlighting that it would be fine with a X-ray relationship once she turns legal, cutting it off as people were looking into their dynamic. Essentially, Pyrocynical establishes a romantic relationship with a under, built their trust with her and a strong emotional connection, and expressed his interest to make the dynamic turn X-rated as soon as she became the legal age. Pyrocynical did not disengage entirely and was perfectly comfortable with engaging X-rated with a 4-year age gap. Although if it's like two like grown adults like 30, 34, that's different. But it's like, you know, you don't have to, like, he's been specific this entire time, and I don't want Pyrocynical to be like, oh, what about like my parents, 30, 34? You know what I mean? Anyway, notice Pyrocynical originally affirmed that the girl did not exist and that Keemstar was pushing forward false, unsubstantiated allegations. However, as soon as Keemstar made a tweet showing that in fact Niall was messaging unders, and it was in a relationship with them online, he is now seen not denying the messages were real. This is the Gerber method. Gerber is this guy on TikTok, and he basically he would deny an allegation, and then once there was more proof out, he'd be like, yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was true, but some of this stuff isn't true. Like, if there was more onto it, like, he would deny until he got exposed, and then he'd admit to it. So this dude is basically the, like, YouTube Gerber. Yeah, you're a pathetic waste of time and money, and there's no value here. Even in your channel, there's no value anymore. To go on, is now changing his story to position himself in a vague position where he sat no problem with waiting for someone to reach the age. Since Pyrocynical is good with wordplay manipulation, he refers to Luann not by her name, but as someone, to allow himself the ability to slip away from the situation, as he has not specifically admitted that he knew the girl, leaving his supporters to believe the girl did not exist. As Niall has not explicitly admitted that those were his messages. If the message logs provided by Keemstar were false, Pyrocynical would have not needed to reply with the message affirming that he sees nothing wrong with waiting for a under to reach the age before engaging in a, quote, proper relationship with them. Pyrocynical dodged addressing the situation. After Toastified's video came out highlighting the 14-year-old French girl situation and cover-up, Nicholas Diorio made a tweet addressing the response to Pyrocynical's subreddit that had the situation where members of the subreddit show a tweet made by Lou defending Pyrocynical in 2021 and then used as an attempt to completely discredit Toastified's video by bringing up a strawman point to which they urged Niall to address and debunk. Problem being the fact that it was Toastified never made the claim that Pyrocynical knew ancient reality was inflicting on Lou. The subreddit was actively creating false pretenses to then collectively disregard points made by Toastified that Pyrocynical dated a under significantly younger than himself, and that he had an intention of waiting for her to turn legal, and then lied to everyone about it for numerous years, downplaying the actions and refusing to take accountability. Colossal's crazy reply in defense of the subreddit, to which Nicholas Diorio replies that he should be willing to hear what Pyrocynical has to say in response. Colossal is crazy is seen stating that they will discuss it on the TBH podcast in which they operate. He asked Niall on the ancient reality situation when he claims to believe ancient reality was the same age as Luann. What speaks volumes, however, was that despite Colossal's crazy claiming that Pyrocynical would address the situation in depth on the TBH podcast, this never actually ended up transpiring. Pyrocynical went on to completely ignore the situation and just left his fans to deflect criticism away from himself onto ancient reality, despite the fact that Pyrocynical has exhibited concerning behavior in this situation too. Users a month later replied to whether Pyrocynical will actually address the situation, in which they garner no response. The only response actually given was on the Baited podcast, where Colossal's Craziest seemed to attempt to defend a 4-year age gap while getting many of the aspects of the situation wrong and complaining about Keemstar being, quote, blindsided by Keemstar. Despite it being a valid criticism for Keemstar to bring it up, Keemstar was laminated as a liar and a manipulative person who pushed forward false allegations in order to tarnish the reputation of someone he had a vendetta against. Despite that, in reality, the girl that Keemstar referenced didn't in fact exist, and Pyrocynical did date her. Pyrocynical ended up escaping the situation unscathed, despite openly lying to his entire fan base. Clearly, Niall had continued to be immature in regards to the situation, and he has continued to ignore the situation into mid-2025, 22 months after Colossal's Crazy was seen stating that it would be directly addressed. So it's been about probably 2 years now. It's probably been closer to actually 2 years, because this was made like in August. For clarification, despite Lou only having positive things to say in regards to Niall, that does not in fact nullify how concerning it is for an adult to wait for a 14 to turn the legal age in the UK, alluding to the fact that they would be fine with engaging with them as when they would be 16 and the other members would be 20. Lou perhaps has overlooked this red flag, but it's absolutely necessary to cover in the document to build the idea that Pyrocynical saw nothing morally reprehensible with a 4-year age gap, not 14. It would be necessary to highlight how disgusting members of Pyrocynical's fan base have been in reference to Lou, either denying the fact that she existed entirely or making jokes at her expense, in some cases making X-ratedly charged memes referencing her being a under. These were years ago from what it looks like, some of these at least, but like not taking these out is insane. These are the exact memes that his fanbase actively engaged in spreading that serve to mock the situation and make others brush it off as false and some elaborate inside joke. It's extremely disgusting and insensitive to the girl affected at hand, even if they don't see the dynamic they engaged in as inherently bad. Many victims often see no problem with the situation they engaged in, until many years later. That is often how the process of tuning takes place, and the under is conditioned into thinking that the dynamic is not bad or immoral. Pyrocynical covered for an alleged child thing. As discussed earlier, there's one original accusers of Pyrocynical who forwarded the information to Keemstar was Vagabonds, an old friend of Niall, and one of the 3 members of the present Skype who broke the situation regarding Luann. Rather hypocritically, however, was in fact that Vagabonds himself had an allegation in regards to a parent X-rated relationship with a 15-year-old girl while he was 19. The video provided show that the Reddit post that we will be referring to was created by the actual Pyrocynical, showing that clearly that his Reddit account bears the quote Pyrocynical tag and was created 11 years ago. The other videos above that will be referenced in this document and dissected in the specific segment were actually stated by Pyrocynical himself to clear any possible rebuttal that people will say in regards to the statement being quote fake or fabricated or tampered with. What has been highlighted in these videos are what will be referenced verbatim. In Pyrocynical's Reddit statement in response to the situation regarding Luann, he mentioned himself as one of the people spreading the accusations against himself, being that he had a 15 to 19 relation. Pyrocynical had access to the alleged medical records of the 15-year-old victim, had direct contact with the victim, and had proof in order to publicly come out about the situation. However, he decided to not name the individual whatsoever. There was no inclination that the victim had ever told him that they want to make the name of their person remain a secret. This is evident when the commentary YouTuber Tosify made a video on July 2023 revealing the user to have been Meme Corp, aka Vagabonds. Pyrocynical stated verbatim in his own words on his own volition that he would quote won't make it public, meaning by definition he knew that a popular YouTuber and Twitch streamer who had many under fans and access to these people did stuff to people that were significantly younger than himself, and yet keep his name anonymous and not call him out despite danger that he may pose. Pyrocynical is seen stating himself that he chose not to make Vagabonds and other members of the Skype group called names public, and that he doesn't want the situation to turn into a game of whodunit, despite the fact that he quite literally showed medical records of a victim proving that they were taken and by a reasonably large YouTuber. There was no reason for Niall to disclose that information and proceeded to do absolutely nothing about it regardless. Due to the lack of public knowledge in regards to the alleged statutory of a under, Vagabonds continued to stream and get donations from fans to cover living expenses and rent, and even eventually moved on to creating massive meme compilation channel named Meme Corp, garnering over 1 million subscribers on YouTube and millions of views per video from in 2018 to 2023, with no one knowing what actions they had committed, thanks to Pyrocynical having chosen on his own volition to not disclose what he did, despite having ample opportunity to. It was known by Niall for years that Vagabonds allegedly did these actions, but Vagabonds was instead allowing to continue to make meme content for children to get thousands of dollars in the process, facing little to no ramifications or repercussions whatsoever. The problem regarding the victims. Many victims of Pyrocynical are afraid to come out about what they had faced due to a plethora of reasons, mainly the fact that Niall's fanbase brutally harassed and lied and defamed Ivory in his initial allegations, victim blaming him and discrediting his story, which has dissuaded many other unders to come out about their own situation. A user known as Daisy Corbs is seen stating on October 30th, 2020 that due to the response Ivory received for coming out about Pyrocynical's actions, the victims she sees in contact with are too scared to come out and, quote, probably will remain silent. Some affected simply left the internet and continue to go on with life, putting their expressions with Niall behind them, in the case of Trippy Fox. Others lost a lot of evidence to time, as there was the golden rule of leaking private information, personal DMs. The action of doing so often frowned upon. Additionally, due to Skype having wiped old messages, is oftentimes very hard to retrieve old messages, especially on Discord too if their accounts had been banned. This also further complicated Niall by having to decide to use Discord messaging purging scripts to wipe his messages with numerous individuals, one example being Ivory. This was also something attested by Saku, who was 15 years old when Pyrocynical allegedly sent furry stuff to him while he was 19. However, according to Saku, Pyro systematically purged the evidence that incriminated himself out of guilt. Saku also attests that he spoke to other user that Niall roleplayed that's been wiped as clear as older messages. Popular Twitter furry Leo is a user named Abortion ASMR who came out alleging that Pyrocynical sent furry NSFW to them and discussed fantasies with them while they were 15 and he was 19. This call out was made in 2019. Leo is then seen stating that a friend of theirs had told them that Pyrocynical allegedly tried to commission them to make furry NSFW fantasy art for them, but was ignored, causing Niall to allegedly clear all chat logs. The idea of Niall clearing chat logs is something seen in many similar situations that the alleged victim color-coded. White is seen stating that. Pyro deleted his Discord, so it's even hard to find this chat, proving once again how difficult it is for victims to provide receipts. Popular Twitter furry artist Igloo Fella made a tweet discussing one of the alleged victims of Niall who had contacted them in DMs. These DMs from an anonymous account go over how they were 12 and they were in a Skype group of Pyrocynical and other artists in 2016. What ensued was Pyrocynical allegedly asking them to make furry art, fantasy art, consistently anytime they wanted to speak with him. What? Dude. So, Pyrocynical is like the Ghislaine Maxwell to Epstein. What in the world, bro? This creep! He still got a platform. Anytime they wanted to speak with him, they go on to highlight how they then created and produced this content, knowing it was inherently inappropriate or suggestive. This user also had highlighted that Skype purged message history for inactive users in 2018, meaning there was no possible way for them to retrieve message logs. They also followed up by stating that they had a coworker in real life who was the same age as them at the time, 12, when Pyrocynical also requested them to make furry content for his own gratification. Saku is seen attesting that he messaged another person that Niall allegedly roleplayed with, if he could get access to old Skype logs for proof. However, it also attested that Skype didn't keep logs prior to sometime in 2017 unless you saved them on the same device. Other victims are also close to Niall still fans of his content and supportive of him, being unaware of how immoral and bad it was for adult YouTuber to have communicated X-ratedly with and interacted with them and other members of this fan base, sending furry stuff and discussing topics with anyone he could. Pyrocynical used his power and influence to discuss X-rated topics with unders, and the community has downplayed his behavior to the point where other victims have been gaslighted into believing the behavior was not bad, but instead merely just morally gray and degenerate, with it being made into a joke inside the Pyrocynical community. However, by finding pre-existing call-out posts and numerous people calling out Niall's behavior in which has went under the radar, I wish to show a pattern of Pyro's behavior and prove that Luann and Ivory were definitely not the only people Pyrocynical engaged with, or unders that Pyrocynical engaged with, and what will be shown is only the tip of the iceberg. Niall himself even acknowledges the fact he, I guess X-ratedly, and message and engage with many people that is simply, quote, unreal, he claims. He doesn't even remember who they are or how many, which is a testament to how many other people there are to which we will never know. Pyrocynical is seen stating that just one victim coming out scared him because it could trigger a chain reaction of other people coming out to in response. Niall affirmed in his response video that the reason he said this was because he was always anxious and afraid of his degenerate fantasies being known to everyone. However, peeling back the layers of his actions, you can clearly see that he was afraid of the ramifications and consequences for those he affected, many of them being under. When a woman came out alleging that Pyrocynical messaged them when they were 15 and he was 19, instead of people supporting her, they harassed her, belittled the situation, and immediately discredited her as one of those who, quote, were desperate for attention. This is common response to a naive and impressionable children who are overly parasocial and too attached to their favorite YouTuber. They will oftentimes brush off any criticism or evidence by trying to attack the accuser's character rather than the validity of their points. Instead of being level-headed and mature, they will rush immediately in an attempt to use their term clout chaser to invalidate and brush off their experiences, which is absolutely disgusting, and that behavior should be completely looked down upon, because it was revolting to see what Ivory had to go through in the face of lies, misinformation, and harassment thrown his way. The reason why so many victims do not come out is because of how spiteful and malicious members of Pyrocynical's fanbase can be, and the horrific amount of backlash that befell Ivory despite him being objectively a victim. We originally contacted an alleged victim of Pyrocynical. They will be color-coded as pink for their privacy. They stated it is extremely scared for their potential harassment which could befall them if they came out publicly. They also highlighted that they didn't wish to be objectified by them again, and they face possible death or even R-word threats. He also went on to highlight how, despite all the proof Ivory showed, Pyrocynical's fans still went on to harass him and dismiss his story, which put a lot of other victims off ever addressing their trauma again. They stress that they don't see anything can come from this because they lost the evidence after all these years, and the fact that his fans are so loyal that they will probably never come to terms with how severe and prolific his actions were. Essentially, Niall had the perfect storm when it comes to these allegations. Many of the people he engaged with has faced a plethora of issues that have severely limited available proof presents now, further complicated by his fan base that have harassed Ivory into silence, with other victims now being entirely afraid to come out about their experiences for fear of experiencing the same level of harassment. For clarification, what will now be covered are additional allegations levied against Pyrocynical from other people who have either came out showing credible evidence that Pyro had sent them explicit messages and fantasy-based conversations or suggestive images to them whilst they were under and he was an adult. While some allegations hold more weight than others, for a variety of factors presented, it is important to understand that it helps build a picture in regards of Niall's concerning behavior and it should not go ignored. All users presented in this segment were mutuals with or had direct contact with Pyrocynical. While some instances have significantly less proof than others, it is crucial to show how prolific the situation allegedly was, and hopefully it stimulates any other possible victims to come out about their experiences, as there are many more. Pink censored for their privacy. On January 20th, 2023, Pink had come out claiming that they were allegedly taken advantage of and tuned by Pyrocynical when they were 15 to 16, and Pyrocynical had actively engaged in activities and he discussed fantasies with them. They go on to establish Pyrocynical allegedly absolutely knew their age and that they spoke about it on Discord calls numerous times. They stated how they never came out about it sooner because they never realized the severity of it until they grew up, and that they thought the interactions were normal. They state that they don't have the screenshots and that Pyrocynical's Discord account was been long deleted, followed by them stating that they would be taking down their accounts shortly after. They have 1,000 followers and 7 years of tweet history. However, after making this tweet, they deactivated permanently. Their final tweet, they describe how Pyrocynical allegedly never told them to stop and that they would had been 19 to 20 at the time. Following up the artwork that were made for Pyrocynical being a dragon and fox persona, they were blurred as they were not safe for work. In an archive screenshot provided, it shows how that their age 15 is present in their bio, and they were very open about it with Pyrocynical being seen following their account. After consulting Pink, he apologized for the miscommunication and partially being hostile at the start because understandably they were extremely stressed out, and prefaced that they maybe would have changed their mind in regards to coming out about the allegations later on down the line, but they are currently not in the spot where they could do so. By looking into archived tweets, which will not be linked, to protect the identity of the victim, their birthday is on July 20th. Since they are 23, the creation of the document effectively means that they are turning 24 this year, meaning that they were born in 2001, allowing us to find out their date of birth was July 20th, 2001, making the alleged age gap between Pyrocynical and the largest age gap so far being over 4 years and 2 months. They were public and open about their age being 15, as shown in their Twitter bio during 2016 in archive screenshots. Meaning any excuse or attempt for plausible deniability regards to not knowing their age falls flat. Their Tumblr page, their age was also present in their description, clearly illustrating that they were 15. While specific allegation does not contain much evidence as other cases, it is extremely important and highlighted in the fact that users actively follow Pyrocynical, and that is especially important to give all victims a voice. This is certainly a testimony that has been included to highlight a pattern of, I'm not exactly sure who Pyrocynical actively followed, coming out years later and accuse them of inappropriate behavior and other behaviors. Pink seemed attesting that Pyrocynical knew of their age and allegedly continued inappropriately messaging them. Their age has been proven to have been public knowledge as presented in all their socials, such as Twitter and Tumblr, adding credibility to their allegations. Salt, who went by the Twitter alias Salt, was a commentary orbiter who was focused with who was associated with Dolan Dark, Solid Tribe, and Pyrocynical himself. He was often seen engaging in Discord servers where members of Pyrocynical's friend circle were. Salt was seen in VCs with Sive and Chili CSGO, who were both close associates of Nile. He was also seen in the same Discord server as Colossal Was Crazy and I'm Alex. It was public knowledge that Salt was a under in the community, with her date of birth being the 30th of March 2001, with the tweets congratulating his 16th birthday being made on 30/03/17. This effectively meant that there was a 3-year and 10-month age gap between Assault and Pyrocynical, which is important to consider when they're taking into account that what was discussed in these DMs. The age gap was extremely close to 4 years, and there isn't much difference between developmentally in terms of 3-year and 10 months and a 4-year age gap. Both are extremely concerning age gap dynamics that should not be engaged with by an adult YouTuber with a sizable platform and influence in regards to a under who's a fan of the content. Salt was mentioned briefly by Ivory in DMs via Ida, where she proceeds to victim blame him and attempt to justify the age gap between him and Nile. Ivory was seen stating that he wasn't the only person affected by Nile's actions and that there were a bunch of other people. Ida states in response, like who? Ivory was seen saying, Salt is the same age as me and Nile hit him up when he was 15 too. In response, Ida is seen casting doubt on whether Nile actually engaged in X-rated discussions with Salt, but does not deny the fact that Salt was 15 or at least under during actually engaged in private conversations and messages with Pyrocynical, only that she has a quote hard time believing that Niall slid into their DMs asking about inappropriate based topics. This also can prove that people involved in the same community and friend circles in regards to Salt, including both Ida and Ivory, who were extremely close to Niall at the time, both collectively knew that Salt was a under, meaning that there was a reasonable suspicion to believe Pyrocynical did too. Furthermore, it can be seen that Ivory stated how immoral it was for popular YouTuber to be discussing stuff with their under fans. He went on to allude that it was obvious that Pyrocynical purged many messages due to guilt. Ida is seen deflecting the situation, bringing up how Saul asked for feet pics, which does not invalidate anything Ivory said in regards of Niall being allegedly behaving inappropriately with Salt, who is 15. Ida is seen deflecting the situation and not flat out denying Niall ever interacted with a 15-year-old. It's a massive red flag and is very unusual for why this was completely ignored by everyone. The discourse behind the foot stuff situation is detailed, with many users making jokes or comments in reference to it. This is added to corroborate the fact that Ida did know exactly who Salt was and reasonably well versed with his actions, as she even referenced Salt's alleged proclivities. It's even added to prove that the user Salt was in fact given the figure mentioned by both Ida and Ivory, detailing more information to give context. In a Christmas-oriented video Pyrocynical made on December 27, 2016, titled $3 BuzzFeed versus $9.999 BuzzFeed, Salt was mentioned in the video by Pyrocynical directly.
Put that down the test, you'll pass, I promise. Thick bastion. Here you go. Here's a picture of a thick bastion. Do whatever you want with it. You disgusting cretin. The end of Pyrocynical. Assault, that was quite mean of you to say. It really hit me in the heart. You know, you've affected my Christmas spirit. So in return, I'm going to play about 15 seconds of your 100 subscriber special video.
Hello everybody, Assault here. 2 days ago, on March 2nd, we hit 100 subscribers. I don't know how much I can thank you guys. That's freaking awesome. Thank you guys so much.
That knife. I think I found it. I got it. Sorry. I bought this knife just to take the out of Assault. Hello everyone, Assault here. 2 days ago, we reached 100 subscribers. I don't think you guys know how much this means to me. Allow me to show you respect by having Call of Duty Black Ops character do a bunch of idle animations with his knife.
Pyrocynical is seen referencing the video Salt made on his YouTube channel, where he was fully aware of what he sounded like and was beyond a reasonable doubt that he had directly connections to one another and spoke about each other. Pyrocynical is seen referencing the fact that he brought a knife in order to make fun of the Salt for playing COD in the background during his milestone video. Pyrocynical would have also known the specific video from rather vague commentary Orbiter if it was a regular inside joke between them, and he had seen Salt's socials platforms beforehand in order to have signaled this out. Now, according to Ivory, when I consulted him in late 2024, as well as other anonymous whistleblowers who contacted me, Salt, like other victims, is extremely scared and dissuaded to come out about his situation due to harassment Ivory received in 2020. Salt is not associated nor does have contact with Niall as of 2025. In an uncovered tweet made in 2020 during the peak of Ivory Raymond's situation, a whistleblower claiming to have well-versed in the community and circles close to Pyrocynical, using a throwaway account, had come out stating that he was the witness to Pyrocynical's behavior at the time and was able to add more weight to Ivory's initial allegations because he personally was in contact with another under who was also a victim to Pyrocynical. He attests that what Pyrocynical did to Salt was the exact same behavior that was seen doing to Ivory. In these alleged screenshots, Salt, deleted user, is seen requesting art from an artist, censored name, on the 23rd, okay, that's kind of funny, October 2017, asking that he had drawn art of him being shrunk and either hidden in a shoe while they weren't wearing any. This is seen to follow up by the artist stating that Salt could be squished under the foot, and Salt liking the idea, also stating he wants to be jumped on. Since it was an open secret that Salt had a foot thing, fantasy, he was clearly requesting art that played into his fantasies, which he should have not been commissioning or requesting since he was only 15. On this 27th, how did these kids get like the ability to pay for all this? On the 27th of September 2017, Sille was seen asking this anonymous artist for voring art of his character. When the artist replies, "Who is voring?" Sille says, "You voring me." Essentially, for the context unaware of what voring is a paraphilia characterized by the desire to be consumed or to consume. Art regarding vorophilia is often art depicting another person or creature consuming another, and obviously the art is illicit that gratification. In alleged messages, Sille was seen stating on the 29th of October 2017 that Pyrocynical allegedly saw NSFW commissions of his character created of him when he was under, and then requested to see all other art that had created in the past 4 days. This was then followed by allegedly Sille saying that they compared and exchanged furry art with one another, which bears comparisons to Niall's dynamic with Ivory, where they exchanged furry NSFW art with one another, to which is followed by Sille stating that he has received even more art from Niall in the past 4 days. Sille has been seen stating that he congratulated Niall on 2 million subscribers and that Pyro called him an e-beggar for getting all of the art made for him. This was then followed by Sille asking the censored user if they want to see the DMs they had with Niall where they discussed the art. As you can see in the DMs, it is clear before the account was deleted, it was most likely Sille who ran it, as archive screenshots show that their account was called Sille, and that the account was messaging the Discord tag at LOL, matched with Niall's tag in 2017, meaning that there is reasonable belief that this was Pyrocynical. As presented by bot logs of Pyrocynical's Discord server, the original account that owned the server had the tag at LOL, proving that Pyrocynical went on by that alias and most likely ran this account. In alleged DM shown by Sille above, you can see what is to be believed Niall's account, mentioning how Sille has received more fan art than him, and that he probably hasn't paid a single cent for the images. With Sille saying that he is not an e-beggar, Pyrocynical is then referring to Sille by his name. If the DMs did take place, there are many connections as to prove that this is likely what happened. Then it proves that Niall did engage with sharing furry content with another under, that he, unlike Sille, actually paid for furry art, as well as then seen stating, "And I bet you haven't paid a single cent," inferring that he is jealous at the fact that Sille allegedly received art for free. Pyrocynical specifically calling the art Sille received as fan art brings up numerous questions. Since Sille had specifically requested this art, however he received it for free, it is more than likely that Niall refers to art created in those instances as fan art. However, the reference to Ida making her NSFW art public in E621, Pyrocynical was believed to be anxious in Ivory's DMs about it being publicly accessible, with Ivory stating that he should just lie and claim that they were instances of fan art in which he didn't specifically ask for. This would mean that since Pyrocynical never explicitly mentioned to Ivory that he received the fan art from Ida, being art he commissioned for free, or art made without his knowledge, it is more than likely that he requested and perhaps paid Ida to originally create furry NSFW content when she was under, an important discrepancy to highlight. Meaning that he conflated the definition of fan art with commissions, as he is referring to art that Sille had specifically requested for free as fan art, therefore meaning that he most likely paid for Ida to have created furry art for him, as at the time making contact with her. She started creating many instances of furry art regarding his character, and Ivory telling him to play it off as just fan art, meaning that he could be plausible deniability card and act like he never commissioned it. At the time of these messages exchanges from October 29, 2017, it believed to be late October 2017. Now it would have been 20, Sille would have been 16. Age laws cannot be attributed to the situation either in case of obscene furry art was actually exchanged with the under and elicited from them. Discord messages between Sille and Niall and allegedly Niall were taken on Discord mobile, meaning the messages could have not been easily tampered with, especially in terms of screenshots dating back from 2020 when applications used to forge falsified evidence were more trivial and scarce. More proof is shown via Discord screenshots taken by a close mutual Pyrocynicals in 2017 named Saku. Poutine is his old alias. Showing Twitter that Nile and the Discord name LOL at the time. This matches not only the Discord bot logs of Pyrocynical's account name bearing LOL hashtag 9982, which operate the Discord server, but also matches the alleged screenshot evidence of Pyrocynical messaging Salt, where the account had the name LOL. Furthermore, this situation matches directly with Ivory's messages in regards to Ida, therefore corroborating that the fact that this allegation is proven by unnamed whistleblower is credible. Ivory Ramus was contacted and asked if Salt was able to be contacted about the situation. Ivory seemed confirming that he is friends with Salt when he was 15. However, he would not want to be contacted about the situation. He's, quote, very distant from that name in the community. Abortion ASMR 15-year-old. Another person who had come out detailing their alleged experience with Nile was a user named Abortion ASMR, who claimed that when they were 15, they engaged in messages in regards to furry content when he was 19. Keep in mind, these allegations came from about 11 months before Ivory's initial call-out tweet in November 2020. This tweet was eventually removed by the original poster as she was facing harassment by Pyrocynical fans who called her a clout chaser and attempted to invalidate her and discredit her experiences. As shown in the Twitter DM chat logs provided by Abortion ASMR, in their original call-out tweet, it shows messages with Pyrocynical when he went by the Twitter alias Sheriff with Kelpie G profile picture. This matches exactly the profile picture and Twitter account name during September and October of 2016. The Twitter DMs between Pyrocynical and Abortion ASMR, they took place in September 2016 when Pyrocynical asking her if she had Skype where they can move the conversation to. It's abundantly obvious that Pyrocynical was testing the ground on whether they liked furry art or furry content by posting a fat furry image, to which Abortion ASMR replied that it was cute, and Pyrocynical immediately replied if they liked the content and then offered to communicate via Skype. It is a repeated pattern playing out with numerous other unders that he allegedly engaged with. If he expressed interest with Nile, he moves to engage them fully on Skype, where he could call them and message them, often harder to obtain years later. These message logs, Abortion ASMR is seen screen recording all the messages as of the 29th of September 2016, the day the messages were sent and the day after Pyrocynical has requested to move the conversation to Skype. These took place whenever she was 15 and 10 months. As seen by the messages, not all messages were shown, claimed by Abortion ASMR. An account which is claimed to have been Pyrocynical was constantly asking a 15-year-old girl at the time what specific stuff they're into. Pyrocynical at the time was a 19-year-old adult, and if these allegations are true, then he was seen essentially consistently sending furry art to this under and engaging in inappropriate conversations with them. This behavior was not only seen in reference to Abortion ASMR's allegations, it was also seen when Ivory came out about his experience in late 2020, revealed that almost a year later many other unders whose experiences went under the radar until now. It's a repeated pattern of behavior adopted by Nile, which has been proven regardless on the small possibility that a specific allegation is not true, and that it's especially concerning as he seemed to not be dissuaded by large age gaps in reference to what he stated himself, and verbatim, that once learning Ivory was 16, he continued messaging him regardless because, quote, didn't see a 4-year age gap as significant. If a 4-year age gap did not dissuade him in regards of Ivory Ramus' situation, then that should build context for these other allegations with considerably large age gaps. Abortion ASMR is seen posting an image of what they claim to be Pyrocynical's Skype profile as of 2019. At the time they created an initial call-out tweet, the image is highlighted in red. The full image is shown that Pyrocynical's alleged Skype tag was also called Scran, while having a Zerg profile picture. There is a considerable proof to corroborate that this account is actually being operated by Pyrocynical. And a tweet created by Igloo Fella, he is seen showing proof that an alleged anonymous 12-year-old victim of Nile had been added to on Skype. However, the message history was wiped in Skype. In the screenshot, it showed that Nile's profile was called Scran and with a Zerg profile picture. This Skype account was shown by the alleged 12-year-old victim. It matches identically to the account Abortion ASMR showed in their original 2019 call-out, with the same Skype tag and profile picture. The account shown in Igloo Fella's tweet also shows that the account's name was changed from Abdul to Pyro. Reference, of course, Pyro adding significantly more credibility to abortion ASMR's allegations. Images presented in these logs were specifically not embedded except for one. On the left, you can be proven to see the deleted account user who messaged Ivory and the fact that Nile Pyrocynical Riot. As you can see, the messages between allegedly Pyrocynical and Abortion ASMR on Skype. Pyrocynical is seen sending an image of furry resting on a fat furry with fart clouds surrounding it, assumed to be Pyrocynical Sona, with the butt visible. This was... Dude, I'm gonna lose it, bro. At least you all don't have to see it, but I had to see these images, and just even having to describe them to you all is absurd. On September 29, 2016, the exact same commission image was then sent to Ivory on the 3rd of February 2017. Deleted user Pyrocynical is even seen asking Ivory, you know artists who make this thick, yeah? Skype messages with Abortion ASMR. Pyrocynical is allegedly also seen directly stating the commission image was, quote, my Fox, directly stating that it was his. These Skype messages were filmed in November 2016 and were released in December 2019. This was before Ivory ever came out about his personal situation and DMs with Nile. As seen in the logs, Pyrocynical is seen establishing the fact that the furry NSFW image that he sent Ivory in Abortion ASMR was originally commissioned from an artist named... I don't know. In addition, of the furry image that allegedly Pyrocynical posted to Abortion ASMR strengthens the credibility of her story greatly, as she forwarded these allegations publicly in December 2019, 11 months before Ivory ever did. Either she faked these messages and there would have been the biggest coincidence ever that this account and somehow knew the Pyrocynical commissioned the exact image from this said person, and that the deleted user account, which was proven to be Pyrocynical, was seen 3 months later reposting the same exact image to another under Ivory, which would have been statistically improbable, or this account was indeed Pyrocynical, as the account she was messaging on Twitter had the same exact Twitter name, Sheriff, and the actual Pyrocynical, as the actual Pyrocynical account did in the same time period. To the Skype account profile picture that allegedly Pyrocynical had the first time of these messages being filed, 29th of September 2016, you can see the name of it being Sheriff, which matches the name of his Twitter account at the time. Additionally, you can see that the account has a pizza profile picture, which may throw people off at first. However, by cross-referencing tweets made in early December 2016, only a couple of days later, you can also see a tweet made by a user on the 1st of December 2016 showing Skype DMs with Solid Shibe and who is Pyrocynical's close associate, showing that Solid Shibe had the same pizza with shades profile picture that the account being alleged to be Pyrocynical had. Thomas is the name of Solid Shibe for context. A tweet made by Savmorn is also seen being on a call with Solid Shibe, where he's seen to have the pizza with glasses profile picture. The user displaying as Doge Gaming, which is an alias for Solid Shibe. This is evident in the tweet made on October 27, 2016, where a user posts Shibe's Twitter DMs showing him making a joke about wanting to have physicals with Doge Gaming. The original creator of the tweet pings both Shibe and Solid Shibe in reference to what he had said. This message was also concerning due to the fact that Shibe was a under at the time and Cyborn was 21, making a joking comment about wanting to have 18 plus with them. Shibe's face was openly public and evident to everyone in the community that he was in, and that he was a under. Shibe has no excuse to make these type of jokes in regards to Solid Shibe, regardless of how long ago these transpired. Clearly, as judged by the Chris Tyson situation, jokes towards unders made by adults is disparaging age gaps is unacceptable. Another tweet shown by a Tozy, the 30th of November 2016, where it attempts to create Solid Shibe's profile picture by putting shades on a pizza slice he is holding. As you can clearly see, Thomas, which is Solid Shibe's name, is present on the right with his profile picture being visible, which is understood that the profile picture was on some inside joke of the community. Shibe can be seen with the archived Twitter images, having tweeted out an image of the pizza with shades on December 1st, 2016. The pizza profile picture is seen as a recurring joke in social spaces around Shibe as well into 2017. Both Pyrocynical on the 19th of September 2016 and Colossal is Crazy October 8th of 2016 had now deleted tweets of the same pizza meme, to which many people joked that it looked like Pizza Steve in reference to the animated characters from the show Uncle Grandpa, which was a slice of pizza with shades, directly reminiscent of the profile picture of that the account, which is claimed to be Pyrocynical's Skype account, had around at the same time period that these tweets were sent. This segment adds credibility to Abortion ASMR's allegations, not only did Pyrocynical have the name Sheriff on his Twitter account at the time, same exact profile picture, but also sent the exact same furry art he commissioned to an artist to Ivory only 3 months after sending it to her, with the Skype messages too. It doesn't seem illogical to assume that Pyrocynical just used Shibe's pizza meme profile picture for his Skype account, as they were very evidently extremely close friends and associates at the time. He had tweeted a meme referencing the image on the 19th of September, being 10 days before the alleged Skype logs were recorded by the victim, showing a parent profile picture to have the pizza image. Saku was someone who was in contact with Pyrocynical and in the community at the time, also seen attesting that despite him losing the old Skype login, he does remember now having the exact profile picture. Abortion ASMR was seen active on Twitter under Fertile Bigfoot, stating in a tweet made in 2022 that Pyro allegedly sent them furry content and that he tuned her, I think, or something like that. I don't exactly know. When she was 15, posting furry art content, and even assigned her a furry fantasy Sona. This proves that Abortion ASMR has remained consistent with her claims that over the course of numerous years, her claim that Niall sent her furry content and discussed fantasies with her when she was under. Now, in reference to the Twitter account which Abortion ASMR operated when she was originally contacted by Niall, that remains unknown. Abortion ASMR always affirmed that they were constantly suspended on Twitter, so for now it's impossible to retrieve the account she operated and examine archive screenshots of her bio. However, every account she operated on her 2019 to 2020 account and current one shows that she always had her date of birth present in her bio. So in reference to Abortion ASMR situation, it is currently unknown if Pyrocynical knew her age. However, in many other cases highlighted in this document, now you're asked their age and or was directly informed, and in other cases it is extremely implausible for him to not have known. Best case scenario, Pyrocynical in this case was that he engaged in sending stuff and discussed topics with unders who he did not verify the age of. However, he had verified age of numerous other unders before and has been shown to continue been acting inappropriately regardless, and that should be clarified. In the case of Abortion ASMR, it was originally believed that the majority of people that the accounts she was messaging were not Pyrocynical because the name of the account she used did not match up with Pyrocynical's at the time. The current accounts are, and no one remembered the old aliases of Niall they used back in 2016. However, as proven with Twitter archive screenshots from 2016, the matching behavioral patterns of Niall sending the same exact furry content to other people are also comparing by Skype tag, which is she screenshot in 2019. With other alleged victims, she was screenshot in 2024. This allegation is extremely credible as Pyrocynical Skype account was very secretive, and these accounts matched, proving their authenticity. The only piece to finish the puzzle was that the name of the account she operated. From what we were able to determine how close she was to Pyrocynical, and if she had her age in her present bio similar to those accounts, which is unknown as of currently. The allegation is not defined by Abortion ASMR making her age known, is defined by what her suspended account was, and her age was present in her bio like her other accounts. There are current no evidence that Abortion ASMR ever lied about her age or withheld it, her age being known. Inconclusive for now. Mewboyce / Leo, 14-year-old. While not as much proof is openly available for the aforementioned situations, the case of Mewboyce is rather concerning. The segment will touch on the allegations that Pyrocynical allegedly commissioned a 14-year-old boy to create art and content in private for him. This was attested by numerous people that well versed in the community at the time, all in different instances, which the matter rather important highlighted. However, take these allegations in a level-headed manner. What is being alleged are numerous What is being alleged are from numerous witness testimonies. Leo was a 14-year-old Twitter artist who was a commentary community orbiter. She often created extremely suggestive, flat-out, X-rated artwork, and no one decided to call it out at the time. As of right now, Leo has been completely offline for years. She abandoned her old alias. As illustrated, it was reasonably well known that Mubois was a under, with people being open specifically about her age and her profile. Mutualism Mubois would also allow also knew at the time and actively talked about how Leo went to school, further adding credibility to the idea that they were under at the time. Pyrocynical is seen liking their tweets, proving that he was actively viewing and engaging with their accounts. The screenshot was taken on the 6th of October 2016 when Pyrocynical's Twitter account did the same name, Sheriff. When this screenshot was taken, Pyrocynical was 19, Mubois was 14.
So before I start today's video, I've got a really important announcement to make. The Lord and Saviour, the God of YouTube.
Pyrocynical is seen featured art created by Mubois, and I gotta just start saying Leo, of his YouTube persona in his YouTube video. This proves that they did have contact, and Pyrocynical did use art from them. While it was not specifically built on the allegation that Nile commissioned them for this, for X-rated content, it proves that these allegations do hold weight. The video was uploaded on the 6th of September 2016. Leo was born on August 8th, 2002, meaning that they were originally 13, turning 14, or just turned 14. When they credited art for Pyrocynical. Left, a Twitter user named Naomi is seen attesting that they personally avoid Pyrocynical due to the fact that in private, Pyrocynical allegedly had Leo create poopy fart vor of his persona, essentially alleging that Pyrocynical commissioned multiple instances of furry X-rated content from a under significantly younger than himself. Saku was even alleging that Pyrocynical got Leo to draw a lot of furry content for him in private. Keep in mind, Saku was well versed in the community at the time and was friends with many users who were openly taken advantage of by Nile. There is no other incentive for him to lie, especially when he has shown Discord messages proof of Nile sharing said content. Him while he was a under. Furthermore, Saku was not the only person who had alleged Nile to have inappropriately engaged with Mubois in private. That should be taken into consideration. I'll start saying Leo. I'm sorry if it bothers you. I was a under, creating a suggestive and X-rated art for public consumption, yet nonetheless Pyrocynical is seen openly commissioning her for art and of his character and featuring it inside of his videos. He wasn't dissuaded by any possible ramifications that came out, engaging that the under who created the NSFW art morally is questioned by a 19-year-old adult to be getting art from publicly following a alleged 14-year-old girl that creates art publicly. This is provable with evidence still being publicly accessible to this day, such as archived screenshots of Nile engaging with her Twitter account, as well as him featuring her in YouTube videos. Now, in order to prove Leo's date of birth and age gap between Leo and Nile, we have to refer to the separate situation. Leo had come out in 2019 claiming that in 2017 that they were 15. The YouTuber Shadman had behaved inappropriately to them and asked for feed pictures while he was 18. Shadman on the 23rd of March 2023 made a response video clarifying he's going over the entire situation, including showing the chat logs. Shadman is seen stating that they never knew the age of Mubois' rage and that he believed Mubois was considerably older than they were because of the art they created. He also stated that Mubois never made their age present in their bio and that he never realized that they were a guy, not a girl. Shadman is then seen showing how old he was at the time of the Twitter message exchanges, which he claims took place on September 30th, 2017. Shadman is seen showing that he was 18. Now, if we take into account that Leo claimed to have been 15 during the messaging exchanges, which according to Shadman took place on September 30th, 2017, then we can also take into account that people were congratulating Mubois on their birthday, the 8th of August. The age gap between Leo and Pyrocynical would be 5 years, 2 months. And tweet provided by Igloo Fella, he shows Discord messages of a friend group of alleged anonymous victim, then attesting that they were in a old Skype group chat with Pyrocynical and that they're mutual friends, and that they saw their friend who was 14 constantly asked to draw NSFW art for Pyrocynical. The name provided ends with an S, matching identity of Leo, or Mubois, who is 14. The ages match. Pyrocynical sent stuff to 15-year-old Turk. In November 2016, a user named CatWithTheMac0 made a tweet showing private Twitter messages with Pyrocynical in 2015, showing how allegedly Pyrocynical had sent them furry X-rated material of Foxy and Chica from FNAF, with Foxy sitting on Chica's face. Come on, dude. Are we serious? You freak. You're a freak. Even allegedly, Pyrocynical acknowledges these messages exchanges that is inherently referencing image as Foxy something image. As you saying love you baby XOXO to this person too. As provided in these two tweets, is evident that Turk was open about their age publicly on Twitter. As they established that they were 15 as of October 2015, judging by these two tweets, it is easy to decipher that the fact that Turk was born on January 31st, 2000. Meanwhile, the age gap between Turk and Pyrocynical would have been 2 years and 8 months. While the alleged age gap between Pyrocynical and Turk is not significant as a representative of the other cases, it builds a larger picture that Pyrocynical was willing to openly post NSFW content to anyone regardless of their age. Furthermore, specifically in Turk's case, he made his age present on his Twitter on October 21st, 2015. As seen in messages with Pyrocynical, Nile had sent the content in late December. Pyrocynical would have been 18 years 7 months old, and Turk would have been 15 10 months old. Turk had tweeted a screenshot on the 30th of June 2015 where he showed that the actual Pyrocynical had followed him on Twitter, adding credibility to their initial allegation. Turk was also seen consistently communicating with Pyrocynical's old account on Twitter, therefore adding more credibility to their claim. Furthermore, the initial tweet displaying the private Twitter messages they had with Pyrocynical, where he is seen posting NSFW content to them, was originally made in November 2016, 4 years before Ivory Raymond's call-out post. There are no incentive for them to have been fabricated these message logs regardless. Additionally, the idea that Pyrocynical did not know the age of this person is drawn into question, as they never secretive about their age whatsoever, nor their date of birth. Pyrocynical, unlike with the Ivory situation, does not have an alibi that he was, quote, not on Twitter before, therefore he could not see the tweets of them disclosing their age, as Turk made it known that his birthday was on January 31st in a tweet he made in early 2015, 10 months before his private Twitter messages to Pyrocynical. Ultimately, regardless, it was proven that he was on Twitter during the time period that he claims that he was not, and he was able to access Ivory's newest tweets, therefore providing his alibi to be completely incorrect and a lie in the first place. Turk was also seen making the tweet establishing that he was 15, close to 4 months after he followed them, also having made it known that they were in school numerous times before Pyrocynical directly messaged them privately on Twitter. Turk is seen almost 7 years after their original 2016 tweet talking about how Pyrocynical had sent them fat furry stuff when they were 16. However, they liked this content, so they chose not to care. However, established before, Pyrocynical sent them content in late December 2016 while he was 18. This effectively meant Turk was 15. They received the same content as their date of birth is the 31st of January 2000. Furthermore, when they had stated that they were 16, this could have been due to them rounding their age. However, it could have been insinuated that the more instances followed since their exchange in late 2015, and it could continue while they were 16. Regardless, it was illegal for Pyrocynical to have sent NSFW content to a 15-year-old while he was 18. Laws do not cover NSF content being sent to unders. Dude, whenever someone said, like, there's a big difference whenever everyone else says they like the 2000s versus whenever Pyrocynical says he likes the 2000s, bro. Because, like, what is up with all these people being born in 2001 and 2000? Chill out, you freak. Pyrocynical be like, yeah, I love the 2000s, bro. All my victims born in the early 2000s. Ayo. Like, Turk is from New Jersey, where it's established that it's illegal for an adult to distribute and share obscene content to a under. This would effectively mean that, once again, the excuse of the law in New Jersey being 16 is completely irrelevant, because it is illegal to send obscenities obscene content regardless of if they're 16 or 17. Anything under the age of 18 is a under. The law covers illegality of the adult knowingly distributing obscene content to a person under 18, which Nile is seen evidently doing. Pyrocynical sent stuff to another 15-year-old Trippy Fox. Trippy Fox was a relatively small commentary orbiter, being friends with Pyrocynical and being associated with his friends in the circle for many years. He was associated with Solid Shibe, Sive, and others. Trippy Fox was seen making a tweet showing the subscriber accounts of Solid Shibe, iFlips Fool, who had both subscribed to his YouTube channel, showing that Solid Shibe was subscribed to him for every 6 months. Trippy Fox also shown proof that he had direct contact with Shibe, showing excerpts of his messages. Trippy Fox also shows that Thomas, also known as Shibe, offering to trade items with him, proving once again that they had contact with each other. This was through Steam, by the way, the trading. It wasn't like 18 plus content. Since you need that context for a story like this. Trippy Fox was seen regularly interacting with under Pyrocynical's tweets throughout 2016, referencing how he was mentioned in Nile's video, which was made on April 13, 2016. Also even referencing the term thick to Pyrocynical. This is direct proof that Trippy acknowledging what the term thick meant of 2016. It fits the allegation made by Trippy that Pyrocynical had shared thick, furry stuff with him while he was 15. Pyrocynical was seen thanking Trippy Fox for putting together a montage for his 800,000 subscriber special, showing that they too had contact with each other.
Before I end the video, I just want to give a shout out to all the cards that helped me put this video together. Thanks to Super Pro Waffles for the intro animation. Thanks to Capticon and Trippy Fox for making that montage of all my previous videos. And thanks to Squizzy for making the animation of me laughing like for about 15 seconds.
Pyrocynical was even seen linking Trippy Fox's channel in description. In Trippy Fox's unlisted video on Pyrocynical and Leafy, he's seen showing that Pyrocynical did in fact follow him on Twitter and that they were mutuals with them. This adds credibility to Trippy Fox's story, in which we will cover. Trippy Fox also seen having Sive added on Skype and getting on call with him, along with Sive commenting on the main channel in the comment section, proving that they were both mutual. In 2024, Trippy Fox came out to claim that Pyrocynical had shared some furry stuff whenever he was 15, and claimed that Pyrocynical knew of their age. Seeing the alleged Twitter messages between Trippy Fox and Pyrocynical, Nile is seen to have sent NSFW furry content to two furries engaging in explicit acts. Trippy is seen stating that this can be us, to which Pyrocynical allegedly replied, "Which one would you be though?" To which Trippy is seen saying that Pyro would be the one on the left. I think the left one's like the bigger one or something. Was believed to be Pyrocynical stating, in reply to Trippy making a suggestive comment towards him, clearly showing that Pyrocynical allegedly actively engaged in such discussions and was complicit in them. Pyrocynical is seen allegedly telling Trippy to go on Skype and then to delete the DM. This is perhaps to remove incriminating messages and like the tracks. Trippy Fox is seen saying that Pyrocynical knew of his age and being 15. However, he was unsure how old Pyrocynical was at the time. He goes on to allege that Pyrocynical sent him content and pressured him into role-playing. Fox affirms that he has the evidence on hand and claims that Pyrocynical was not properly outed, so therefore Pyrocynical, or anyone else for that matter, has no incentive to ever want to change their behavior. And that's also true. These guys have gotten away with it for years. Pyrocynical will probably never change. As established, the age gap was 2 years, 11 months, 7 days, so effectively 3 years. Trippy Fox was established on 27th of June 2017 when he was 17, meaning the date of birth was on April 1st or April 21st, 2000, making him 1 year older than Ivory Ramus. It has been detailed that Pyrocynical and Trippy Fox were indeed close associates, and there is no incentive whatsoever for Trippy Fox to have forged messages against Pyrocynical when taking into consideration how much Ivory was harassed, merely because he didn't cohesively make a document going over the DMs, which would have made this side of the story much easier to digest. The case of Pyrocynical sending furry content to Trippy Fox when he was under is just one of many cases of Pyrocynical using his power and influence as an adult to engage 18 plus wise with under fans of his, and will continue to get away with it. Pyrocynical is also having directly referenced Trippy Fox on Twitter on March 24, 2016. Pyrocynical got a 15-year-old girl to make him art. This allegation has been proven to be true. Pyrocynical admitted that he engaged with this person in the response video. For context, 2016, an artist on Instagram known as Spoopy Scary Aliens, aka Ronnie, made a fan art for large YouTubers at the time, such as Leafy, Jacksepticeye, and Markiplier. They also made many art pieces for Pyrocynical. They openly made it no secret that they were under and went to school. One particular instance of art they made for Pyrocynical was a body pillow image they used made of Niles' Fox character. This was subsequently followed by Nile contacting them in private Twitter messages asking for what they made, their profile picture, the image, saying that it wasn't even thick. This was followed by Pyrocynical complimenting the art 4 minutes later, then asking how old they were, which they reply 15, to which Pyro acknowledges. It was incredibly hard to understand how Nile, in all other instances of him acting inappropriately around unders, simply did not know the age if he had requested the age of Ronnie during the message exchanges in 2016. Furthermore, her age being 15 did not dissuade him from requesting furry art from her regardless. The highlight on May 9th, 2019, when Ronnie, under the Silkathea alias, made a TikTok highlighting her interaction with Pyrocynical, showing a plethora of messages of Pyrocynical having encouraged her to create content of his character, knowing that she was 15. For the first time the messages were shown, this remains the first allegation made against Pyrocynical, as it was made 7 months before Abortion ASMR's call-out tweet and 1.5 years before Ivory's call-out tweet. As detailed message exchanges, Ronnie was seen communicating with an unknown person that Pyrocynical, quote, demanded that they create thick, furry content of his character despite knowing that they were 15. Now, when Pyrocynical addressed the situation in his response video, he does his best to downplay the situation and claim that these images were not X-rated, despite them not only being inherently X-rated, showing thicker proportions, but also regarding the fact that the character is clearly having a bulge and larger defined, like, parts on him, laying on the bed sheets. Our piece was clearly made to elicit a reaction because it was created to conform to Niles' desires, and the art intended for, the gratification purposes. To argue that the creation of this artwork was not to play into Niles' fantasy is simply untrue.
I asked them for a thick version, and they drew this, which isn't even really that different from previous things they drew before even getting into contact with me. I didn't commission it. What was drawn wasn't graphic. They'd drawn very similar stuff before, and there was no roleplay here. It was nothing. And the thing is, this wasn't even a call-out post. The person that made the original video just said it was funny.
So I'm going to address the Pyrocynical video now. This was in 2015. When this happened, I made that video over a year ago. It was not meant to be taken seriously at all. I'm also wearing the same outfit. It was just a funny story from high school, to be completely honest. That's the only thing that I meant by it. I didn't mean it to be a call-out post. The video was not meant to be taken seriously.
That being said, it was incredibly irresponsible of me and not my best look, I admit. But this isn't at all comparable to the current situation.
Pyrocynical, despite attempting to feign the idea that he was taking accountability, takes subtle steps to try to downplay the situation. At first, he claims he did not commission the image, but his specification of this doesn't change the fundamental problem with the situation at all. According to the same girl, and from archived DMs present, he, quote, demanded and pushed the girl to create thick, furry content. Pyrocynical also attempts to shift the topic onto other examples of art that Pyrocynical, despite attempting to feign the idea that he is taking accountability, he takes steps to try to downplay the situation. First, he claims he did not commission the image, but his specification of this doesn't change the fundamental problem of the situation at all. According to the same girl, and from archived DMs present, he demanded and pushed the girl to create thick, furry content. Pyrocynical also attempts to shift the topic onto other examples of art that the under had created, trying to downplay the specific artwork in terms of how suggestive it was. Some art was created by the under focused on gore, and others were just objectively NSFW. However, this only serves to deflect the subject away from what Nile did. Just because the under created suggestive and sometimes X-rated content does not show or does not give Nile the green light to push the under to create content for him. The defense that this was not comparable to the Ivory situation, as there were no examples of roleplay present, is correct, but is extremely important to highlight the situation nonetheless, because it is a distinct example of Nile knowing the age of someone and continuing to engage with them inappropriately regardless. It is important to highlight because it represents or it presents the concerning pattern of his behavior. Now got a 15-year-old girl to create content for him when he was 19, August 16th, 2016, and played it down in his response video, and many people forgot about it. Ronnie is even seen in her Instagram posts. They posted an image stating that Pyro approved. Ronnie was also seen making a post highlighting how Pyrocynical liked the art. Pyrocynical used his power dynamic as a content creator to engage with impressionable fans who created fan art for him, and he pushed them into engaging with his fantasies by creating suggestive-based content for him. Niall, as an adult, he knew she was 15 and continued to engage with her regardless instead of cutting contact. How is this not a red flag to which people would have picked up on? Keep in mind, specifically in the Ivory situation, his entire alibi is that he didn't know the age based on a lie. There is a lot more evidence to prove that most likely knew Ivory was under before he made it known that he was 16 on July 2017. The fact the girl attested that she was effectively demanded by Niall to create this content is something that many people didn't touch upon either. This is not the only under who allegedly was consulted by Niall to create furry content, as Pink was another victim. This user was known to have created gore and NSFW artwork when they were under to cope with trauma and etc. Them creating NSFW artwork, however, does not make it morally acceptable for Pyrocynical to have encouraged this person to create furry content of his character while he was an adult. Despite their birthday not currently being known, it is believed that they were both born on December 10th in January 2001, as they made a statement mid-December 2020 saying that they were almost 20, making the age gap between Pyrocynical 3 years to 7 and 8 months. Pyrocynical is sending content to a 16-year-old named Ken. Ken at the time was 16, turning 17-year-old furry artist who sometimes created furry content, X-rated content. They were someone involved with the friend circles around Ivory. They were overly flirtatious with YouTuber Quiet at the time as well. Ken is seen having their age present in their bio this day, with them stating that they were currently 24 years old. An archived screenshot of their Twitter account from 2016 shows that their age was present in their bio early, indicating that they were under, but they were open about their age being 16. This archived screenshot was shown by a tweet posted on the 10th of December 2016. This effectively means that Ken was born in 2000. On December 25th, 2016, the user Ken posted a tweet showing who they claimed to be Pyrocynical, sending them furry content. Now, while this instance is not inherently explicit, it is suggestive that it is included to show a pattern of behavior that Niall expressed in terms of sending furry content to unders. The following day, Pyrocynical's Twitter account was suspended, with Ken making a tweet over 2 weeks later joking about this, the reason being why. Possibly could be. As presented, why did his Twitter get suspended? I never knew that. I don't know why. As presented in the tweet made by Albrix on the 10th of December 2016, it is clear that Ken had their age present in their bio in early December 2016. 15 days before Pyrocynical was seen sending furry content. Their age and date of birth was completely public information. As evident in these tweets, Ken was very open about their age on their Twitter account during 2016 and 2017. Even if we were playing devil's advocate and using Pyrocynical's most plausible deniability alibi, that he was suspended on Twitter, so therefore he wasn't on Twitter from late December 2016 to June 2017, which later turned out to be false regardless. He was still seen messaging furry content to Ken on the day he was suspended, which took place 2 to 3 days after Ken's other tweets in reference to him being 16, which they were publicly tweeted. When factoring in the fact that Ken's date of birth was August 17th, 2000, they were turning 17 in 2017. This would effectively mean the age gap between Pyrocynical and them would have been 3 years, 3 months. Ken would also be seen creating art for Niall too, even stating that he was an inspiration to them, adding credibility behind the allegation that they were in contact with one another. Ken was also seen creating art for Squizzy, who was Niall's at the time girlfriend, who one can insinuate that they had contact with one another when Ken was seen in a tweet stating, "Hey, sorry, this looks bad, but here's your art," implying that they had communicated about this beforehand. Saku X Poutine, or 404 Saku, is a 15-year-old. Another credible allegation that was arisen from an old associate Pyrocynical who once went under the alias X Poutine. Saku, aka X Poutine, is seen sarcastically pretending to be a Pyrocynical supporter, then jokingly seen playing down his friendship and associations with Pyrocynical by claiming we weren't close, but then saying that Pyrocynical insisted that he had sent him numerous different instances of furry content, which matches cohesively with all other instances of Pyrocynical being alleged to have done the same exact thing to other unders. Saku is then seen on Twitter stating, according to him, Pyrocynical furry roleplayed with 3 of his friends while he was 16. Saku is then seen referencing his own alleged situation by making a joke out of Pyrocynical sending degenerate messages to a 15-year-old's DMs in reference to the Fractal County's now deleted tweet. Saku was seen to have been featured on Pyrocynical's video titled $3 BuzzFeed versus $9,999 BuzzFeed. Furthermore, Saku Poteen was seen posting alleged Discord conversations he had with Pyrocynical, therefore adding more credibility to his allegation, illustrating that they were closely associated. And other screenshots provided by Saku is once again seen posting Discord messages he had with allegedly Pyrocynical with the time, LOL, and the KelpieG profile picture, which is infamous with the branding in 2016 and 2017. These screenshots build the idea that he had direct contact with Niall in an extended period of time from 2016 and 2017. This adds credibility to Saku's allegations. Saku is seen stating that he was 16 on Twitter during early 2017. This effectively nullifies the excuse that he was secretive, lying, or not open about his age. Saku was seen on Twitter celebrating 24th birthday on the 27th of February 2025, meaning the date of birth would be 27th February 2001. This effectively means the age gap between Saku and Niall would have been 3 years, 9 months, 13 days. As provided by these screenshots, Saku consistently posted the images of his face on his Twitter account, and his appearance was public knowledge. It was very evident to decipher the fact that he was obviously under in close mutuals with Saku, such as Frosty Fire. Knew Saku was below the age of 18 and made a joke and comments about him having to go to school and do exams. This was all while Pyrocynical still had access to Twitter in early December 2016, and while Pyrocynical made a video referring to a comment he had made inside of it. The video Pyrocynical made referencing Saku's tweet, and in the same time frame Pyrocynical was seen messaging Saku's Discord account, was the same time period where Saku was seen consistently posting face pictures and to mutuals and Twitter replies, and being open with what he looks like, even with people stating he looked young and some stating that he looked prepubescent. Saku was seen replying to a user stating that he doesn't look obviously in reply the user claiming he looked very young. Saku's also seen attesting to me in private DMs that while Niall did know his age, many of the group chats present have been lost due to time and are inaccessible. This doesn't detract credibility to his claim, as the fluidity states that he would regularly post images of his face when he was 15, and abundantly obvious that he was under. Many of his associates knew him to still be below the age of 18 as well, and that he still went to school. Such instances provided of Saku's posting his face were posted while Pyrocynical was still active on Twitter and not suspended December 2016 while actively engaging with Saku on Discord. For more clarification, X-Pouteen's old alias for Saku originally operated under before he was allegedly told to change. During the creation of this document, I reached out to contact Saku about his experience with Niall. Saku is seen saying that he personally doesn't consider himself a victim because in every instance that Pyro would send him NSFW content or make inappropriate jokes to him, he would personally cut it off, and eventually, according to him, Pyrocynical stopped messaging him after the 5th instance. So he did, he was, doing this 5 times before he stopped. That's insane. He was pushy, bro. Pyrocynical's a little pushy boy. He stated that there are other victims and people who were personally affected by Pyrocynical, however, he will not name them out of respect to their personal boundaries. Saku did mention a person named Leo, or Mewboys, who we've already discussed earlier. When having contacted Saku in private about their personal experiences with Niall, they discussed how Pyrocynical used a bot to wipe all the messages with people he was concerned about, or manually delete the messages which could have incriminated him. He then goes on to show the alleged Discord messages between him and Pyrocynical in a group chat from the 4th of February 2017, where he would have been 15 and Niall would have been 19. Pyrocynical is also seen in group chat messages talking about a description of a YouTube video from 2012 with Saku, and then completely out of nowhere sending a link to an image of his collection of furry images which he commissioned, including his entire file of alleged content. Pyrocynical's Fox Center was seen present in one of the first commissions presented in the content files, or the fantasy content files. adding credibility to the fact that this was indeed the actual Pyrocynical sharing his content to a under on Discord. These sketches are not public information, nor have many of them been shown until now. Many such images contained exposed parts which are significantly disproportionate to the body and is indubitably content which now allegedly commissioned to elicit gratification. Pyrocynical, despite knowing that this content is inherently X-rated, sent it to Saku, who was 15 years old regardless. Also goes on to show Discord logs between him and allegedly Niall, where he claims Pyrocynical sent furry inflation stuff to him, in which then he later deleted. This can be easily deciphered due to the conversation change, where the account being alleged to be Niall said, always asking if I can call him B stuff. I don't know what that means at all. Then Saku stating, you have an unhealthy obsession. There is only one logical explanation for such a large conversation shift, and that would be that Niall clearly posted something that to elicit such reaction from Saku. The account allegedly being claimed to be Pyrocynical follows up by stating, I do not, you're probably into traps or something, which Saku states, get help Pyrocynical. Golly, this is so... Okay, this adds significant credibility to Saku's allegations, as in Discord logs from 2017, he directly refers to the account as Pyrocynical. Furthermore, Pyrocynical is seen mentioning that the 15-year-old would probably be into traps is another topic in which fits the numerous other alleged instances of Pyrocynical discussing fantasy-based conversations with his fans who are significantly younger than he is. Saku states that Pyrocynical allegedly knew the age of everyone in regards to a group chat that he was added in with numerous unders. Saku states that his friends who were added into a group chat with Niall made their age known to being 16, to which, according to Saku, Pyrocynical immediately posted a suggestive Overwatch commission art piece he had in his files, not being dissuaded whatsoever by their age. A user by the name of Peter, who Pyrocynical was mutuals with, is seen adding Pyrocynical's account to a group chat with them, and then ArcD posting archived screenshots of the messages and such Pyrocynical sent on that account, showing that he had the Discord name LOL, and showing how he kept the KelPG profile picture he used for his Twitter at the time, and also his Fox Fursona art. A user by the name of Crisp is seen referring to the deleted account, which is allegedly Pyrocynical, as Niall, keep being his name. Crisp asked Pyro if they were best friends, to which Pyrocynical is seen asking, who are you? To which Saku is seen laughing. Crisp is seen saying that he is Peter's brother, and with Peter posting about Discord screenshot message of Pyrocynical stating, yeah. Chris makes the same age, and Peter's age is known on February 5th, 2017 by saying that they were born on the 17th of August, 2000. This is effectively means that they were actually brothers. They were twins born on the same day. This would also have made them 16 at the time. So the time of the message exchanges, as it took place on the 5th of February 2017, now would have been 19. Peter's then seen posting a screenshot when the deleted account sent, who are you, showing that at the time it bore the exact same name and Discord profile picture as the actual Pyrocynical. This was also essentially mean that Pyro knew these users as they made their age known to them, yet continued nonetheless. Age gap between Niall and the two brothers would have been 2 years and 8 months, not inherently ped-like. However, it shows a pattern once again that Pyrocynical is sending X-rated based content to unders he knew the age of. Despite Crisp and Peter's age being known to Pyrocynical, regardless, over an hour later he's seen posting suggestive Overwatch commission art to the two unders, Crisp being surprised and stating, what in the world? Pyro is clearly observed in this instance not being dissuaded from posting content to unders, which helps paint a picture in reference to his other allegations regarding numerous. Saku also provided a video of him showing messages from the 4th of February 2017 where Pyrocynical was seen showing another example of an art piece commission they had. Overwatch character were with large body parts, which inherently suggestive NSFW art. Pyrocynical had posted this in a group chat that had both Peter and Saku present. Despite Peter's brother Crisp stating that their birthdays were on the same day, and later on February 5th, 2017. Chris most likely had done this to verify the authenticity and unknown when Pyrocynical actually knew Peter's age. Regardless, however, after being notified that they were unders, Pyrocynical still proceeded to post NSFW content to them and not delete his prior instances of posting Overwatch NSFW content. In the video Saku provides, it shows him left-clicking on the deleted user profile and copying their Discord ID, which pasted Notepad and displaying the ID, which is still linked to Pyrocynical. In the video, it shows the tag and the materials that files Pyrocynical was seen. Sending has been blurred. When cross-referencing this screenshots provided by Ivory in 2020, you can clearly see the Discord ID accounts match. The ID of the account shown in the video is provided by Saku, matches directly with the Discord account that Nile actually owned that operated his own Discord server, which also had the tag LOL9982. When copying and pasting the Discord ID that Saku gave onto the Discord lookup, you can also see the deleted account created on the... It's all linked. Despite there is no messages of evidence that Pyrocynical knew Saku to be under, not only that Saku's friends with all collectively younger than Pyro, similar age himself, and engaged in friend circles with them, but when Pyrocynical was seen being told by the two of Saku's friends that they were still twins and unders, Nile continued regardless. Pyrocynical was, at bare minimum, incredibly negligent as to not verify the age, and this magic excuse to reduce culpability can only be used so many times before a concerning pattern starts to develop, especially when Pyrocynical has exhibited a pattern of behaving with unders despite knowing their age regardless, such as when he pried a 15-year-old girl to create art of his character knowing the age, continuing nonetheless. The same Overwatch image that Pyrocynical commissioned, which he showed in his video $3 versus the BuzzFeed video, created on the 27th of December 2016, was posted over a month later to Saku and Peter, who were both under on February 4, 2017. This adds credibility to Saku's allegations that the same account that posted this image also credited the computer files instances of Overwatch content that were publicly shown and drawn in the same style as the initial Overwatch image presented, adding the idea that this was most likely Pyrocynical. Conclusion. But it's not over. There's still 54 more things to go through even after this. Where the ability is available, Pyrocynical will sure to take any option that gives him the benefit of the doubt, even if that means flat out lying. Unless he is pushed onto the stance with new evidence and public opinion starts breaking against him, to which he will then seen gradually admitting more and more, only to the point where he is still able to have a path to weasel his way out of the situation. Even if we were to be extremely charitable, Nile cannot continuously use the "I didn't know the age" excuse, especially when he used it in reference to Ivory. It was made more probable than not that he actually knew the age of Ivory long before Ivory ever sent the link to his Twitter bio. Yet, because there's no conclusive evidence of Ivory stating the age verbatim, he took the only route available by feigning ignorance. Pyrocynical didn't expect that someone would comprehensively go over the numerous red flags and instances, Ivory heavily alluding to the fact that he was under, which directly starts to break down his response. He has unfortunately up to now been able to consistently play this off as a joke to avoid accountability because his fan base don't see how immoral the behavior actually is. There's undeniable pattern of things who Pyrocynical has been proven to have been in contact with or mutuals with coming out over the years asking him inappropriate conduct. However, people will continue to consistently make excuses and downplay the situation instead of processing that clearly some malicious pattern of behavior is being unraveled here. Sive Morton. Sive Morton was a very close associate to Pyrocynical and featured in Pyrocynical's response video to defend Nile to testify against the allegation that Nile was flying out Ivory Ramus, who was 16 years old at the time, to have relations with them to meet up in the at the meetup in the UK. Sive Morton was applied for editing and went on to edit for Felix PewDiePie, being typically referred to as Brad number 2. Sive Morton was also someone who was extremely close friends with Solid Shibe and was seen consistently messaging him, replying to him on Twitter. However, when looking through old Twitter interactions between Sive and Solid Shibe, there are a lot of disturbing tweets uncovered. Sive Morton openly seen making jokes and comments directly towards Shibe, discussing X-rated topics, and even jokingly addressing him as baby. Sive Morton is also seen addressing the fact that he has gay fan fiction to Solid Shibe in private messages. Was especially concerning is that Sive Morton was seen posting images of Shibe's face, who was under at the time, and editing a face on an extremely suggestive image of a woman showing her, but with Leafy's hair resting his head on them. A user is seen referring to Solid Shibe by his name Thomas and making a X-rated joke and comment to the image. Mutuals have been referring to Solid Shibe as Thomas. Sive was also seen making jokes and warning about wanting to do X-rated things with Solid Shibe while he was 15. Doge Gaming was also another alias for Solid Shibe. There was consistent jokes made between Sive and Solid Shibe of them being in love. It was public knowledge that people that were close to Solid Shibe, Thomas, such as Saku, that he was under and was 16 in early 2017. It is extremely important to highlight that Trippy Fox is seen directly stating and referencing that Solid Shibe was 15 on June 29, 2016 in a reply to Twitter thread with Cy Morton. The idea that somehow Cy Morton did not see the notification or engage with this tweet and somehow did not know Solid Shibe's actual age despite how close they were is extremely improbable. Cy was seen casually replying to Trippy Fox throughout 2016 with an archive screenshot providing Trippy Fox showing that Shive consistently mentioning him on Twitter and engaging with his account, such as retweeting his tweets and liking his tweets. Trippy was also seen stating that for Shive to unfollow him jokingly, meaning that they were mutuals in 2016, making it significantly more improbable that one, Shive didn't know the age of Solid Shibe under any circumstance, and Shive didn't see the tweet of Trippy clearly establishing how old Shibe was. Shive and Shibe were also, their names are too similar, were also consistently engaging with each other on Skype at the time and calling each other. It'd be once again relatively easy for them to decipher that Thomas would have been under whether it was his voice or his appearance. Ivory was also seen stating that Shibe was the same age as him, being 15 in 2016. Solid Shibe was also very open about his date of birth on July 11, 2000. Shibe is also shown to be born on June 9th, 1995. This effectively means the age gap between Shive and Shibe was 5 years, 6 months. Shive was making jokes, certainly charged jokes, towards someone who was openly known in the community to be under, while he himself was a grown adult. Trippy Fox was seen stating that Thomas, Solid Shibe, was 15 in June 2016. This effectively meant that preceding July 2016, Thomas would have been 16. Also corroborated by Saku stating that Thomas was 16 in January 2017. Pyrocynical projects to his audience. Another criticism levied against Pyrocynical would be constant examples of exposing art or something like that, or his fantasies to his audience and viewers, many who consist of unders. Ever since Pyrocynical came out publicly disclosed his fantasies in a response video, he has consistently made references to those fantasies on his streams and videos. And whenever I saw this image at the very bottom, bro, I literally just, like, why is this on YouTube? Like, what is going on? Like, you sit here for hours looking at this document, and you get to near the conclusion, and then you see Pyrocynical with this piece of not even artwork. What is wrong with you? Like, come on. I'm so, like, this has been a very exhausting video to make, and I still have a lot more to cover. I still have a bit more to cover before it's over. And I have to see this near the end. I have to see this stupid statue near the end. Like, come on. Jeez, man. This is stupid. Please, just take him off the platform. We've seen enough. It's been enough now. Essentially, trivializing the situation and integrating it to be in his content and audience so he's able to play it off as a joke and a reoccurring meme. The larger goal of all of this is to play off his degenerative and foul behavior in the past, where he discussed his desires with the unders and he attempts to dilute the situation and make his past behavior seem more mundane, conditioning his viewers into believing that it is less malicious and disgusting than it actually was. This has effectively been done so no one can actually take the situation seriously without people in the Pyrocynical sympathizers attempting to belittle the nature of his actions without attempting to make light of the situation. The best way for Nile to overcome the lasting effects of the response video was to take it from heart and full transparency regarding it. It's showing a commissioned 3D model of his furry inflation fox persona, originally created by a fat furry artist named Icky Panda. He originally presented the sculpture on a video detailing the actions of Onision to the bewilderment of his own fan base and viewers who were uneasy about Nile openly showcasing his publicly on his channel. I guess his fantasies on his channel. Conveniently, too, Pyrocynical has set up numerous incidents where he, quote, accidentally showed furry content on his streams and leaked it to his audience. It is abundantly clear for anyone, including his own viewers, that he knew exactly what he was doing, and it was premeditated, and it was completely staged. The purpose was to clip farm and generate more attention to his streams by lowering and humiliating himself to the point of having to consistently remind the viewers that he is a freak degenerate, and showing such examples on stream to thousands of viewers in an attempt to imprint it into his community. It's a redundant and repetitive act that only serves as to garner attention, whilst also serving to buffer for him to continually nullify his past behavior and neutralizing the severity of posting this content to unders while he was an adult. If he was able to spin something degenerative and suggestive as something ultimately his fan base were able to mock instead and not take seriously, he has put himself in a position where future callouts, in case more potential victims calling out, will not be taken as seriously, because Niall has now successfully conditioned larger swaths of his audience into believing that it is not a large problem instead of a joke of how outlandish it is. It's a calibrated act that also serves to his benefit, as he is able to generate more attention from his clip farming these, quote, incidents, because he was unable to revert the image back to his something were not public knowledge. So Niall does his best to capitalize off of it. Instead, he will never be able to properly normalize the situation, so instead he will openly merge it with his brand at occasions and ingrain it into his fanbase's culture and humor. Pyrocynical was seen accidentally showing on Discord messages another user on Discord, showing his messages spanning through numerous weeks over a month, where he was seen commissioning a furry suggestive model of his character, which was shown on stream. Pyrocynical was also seen in other instances on stream, having shown this time explicit furry NSFW commissions involving disproportionate body parts and extensive attention to drawn lower regions. The art Pyrocynical shown can be assumed to have been other commissioned involving his Fox character Sona, where he's explicitly seen telling the artist to make the character. Members of the Pyrocynical subreddit even had reached a point to where they were evidently uncomfortable with the content being shown, and it was abundantly obvious that he was doing these, quote, accidental leaks on purpose to gather attention for himself. Pyrocynical's association with Shadman. Shadman is a notorious file artist on the internet who's extremely popular and infamous in internet culture for having created content depicting under characters and art based off actual unders at the time, such as Daphne Keemstar's daughter, and Lieutenant Corbus, and other unders. Despite Shadman's controversial and degenerate acts, Pyrocynical was seen openly interacting with this account on Twitter and allegedly following the account. Pyrocynical and Shadman were seen interacting with each other on July 16, 2016. June 30th, 2017, Pyrocynical returned officially to Twitter under the alias Pyrocynical Vivo. Under the alias, he was seen interacting with Shadman regularly. An archived image provided by a member of the subreddit in a post clearly shown Pyrocynical on the August 5th, 2017, replying to a post created by Shadman. Archived tweets made by different users on the same day show that Pyrocynical's alternate account on Twitter, Pyrocynical TV, as well as his main account, were seen in reply threads with Shadman's Twitter account, Shadbase, proving how they were interacting with one another on the 14th of July, 2018. One user is specifically joking that Pyro watches, child stuff confirmed, as it was public knowledge that Shadman created that type of content. More Twitter replies are presented to show that Pyrocynical was very evidently seen having engaged in Shadman on Twitter, which prompted many of his fans to comment in reply. The tweets of both Shadman and Pyrocynical have been deleted and not been archived. It is evident, however, that this took place and tags accounts have remained. Video proof provided showing that Pyrocynical and Shadman's accounts were tagged and present in the archived Twitter thread, providing they did contact each other and engage in 2018. This was concerning. 2 years following the fact that Shadman openly drew CSAM material involving real unders, this was public knowledge, as Pyrocynical's close associate Colossal is Crazy was seen confronting Shadman on his live stream about the creation of the art of Keemstar's daughter, in November 2016. It's sad to call it art too, but there's no drawings maybe. I don't want to try to call it art. Why do people allow these people to like stay around on platforms, bro? This guy's a predator. Now, despite it being publicly acknowledged that Shadman creating art of actual unders, Pyrocynical is still seen openly engaging and associating with them on Twitter years later, as deciphered by archived Twitter replies up until July 2018. This was selectively been forgotten and brushed over the rug, however. Now I guess it's over the rug. Despite Shadman allegedly making comments in reference to Daphne Keem, who featured in the movie Logan, who was only 12 years old, making horrific art of her distributing such content on the website, and was also making suggestive art of Lieutenant Corbus, who was 11 years old, with the behavior spanning through as late as 2016 to June 2017. Pyrocynical in July 2018 can still be seen engaging in Shadman's account publicly on Twitter. On the 3rd of January 2019, is seen expressing his discomfort in the fact that Pyrocynical and other animes allegedly followed Shadman on Twitter. This tweet was made 2.5 years after it was already public knowledge that Shadman created art based off of actual people. Another user, not just people, but like, unders. Another user is seen attesting in October 2017 that Shadman was directly responding to Pyrocynical in replies. Shadman was also seen openly responding to tweets made by Dolan Dark in 2020. In an archived screenshot provided, it shows uninstitutionalized humor which was prevalent in their community. Shadman was often paraded and supported by Pyrocynical fans for behaving degenerate and posting such content. In a specific example, Shadman is stated saying "and" in reference to users jokingly messing with Niall by gender baiting him or gender bending him. Shadman is seen establishing himself and that he created suggestive content of Pyrocynical. In response, Shadman's initial tweet to Dolan Dark in reference to people being increasingly towards gender-bent media of Niall, a user was seen posting a screenshot from a video Pyrocynical made where he's seen referencing their tweet, directly telling Shadman to create trap gender bait fan art for Pyrocynical many years ago. This shows how intertwined Shadman's fan base and Pyrocynical's fan base. Their cultures were intermingled, and Pyrocynical felt perfectly comfortable at the time following tweets of users telling Shadman and encouraging him to make more trap fan art of Pyrocynical. Whether it was humor purposes or not, the effect remains the same. Despite Shadman being open pred, Pyrocynical did not care enough as to disassociate from Shadman at the time, and still includes jokes and references to him in videos regardless. After the fallout of the Chris Tyson situation and his ties to Shadman, many started calling out other influencers for their associations or interactions with the artist. One such figure was Dolan Dark. Dolan was seen responding to people questioning his friendship with Shadman by denying that he either supported him or denying that he was even friends with Shadman. He follows up by stating his only interaction was replying to some sort of meme he tweeted 5 years ago, or over 5 years ago. He affirms that he barely interacted with Shadman and that he would never defend or praise him. Dolan Dark attempts to use this excuse that it was 5+ years ago to dilute the situation and attempt to feign the excuse that it was in the past to therefore minimize criticism. This would probably work except for the fact that Shadman was publicly known to be a bad artist, a bad man artist, and to have created bad artwork of unders as early as late 2016 to early 2017 during the Keemstar daughter situation and the Logan movie situation. I don't know what the Logan movie is. I think I'm supposed to know. I think I've seen it earlier in some pictures or something. I think it was like Lieutenant Logan something, right? Is that what he's talking about? What's the Logan movie? Either way, Dolan Dark is attempting to excuse the situation as being 5+ years ago. Because I think it was shown in here earlier, but I just don't. Dark attempting to excuse the situation as being 5+ years ago does not detract from the fact that he engaged with an open pred years after the controversies were openly known. Despite the belittling of his interactions by stating it was only his interactions before then contradicting himself to say that he engaged with some of his tweets, he can still be seen via archived Twitter replies having engaged with Shadman throughout 2017 and 2018. I can only assume that Pyrocynical would have attempted to utilize the exact same defenses Dolan has used if interactions were brought up to question 2. Dolan takes no attempt to actually taking accountability for playing into any conversations or dialogue with Shadman, only attempting to play the situation off as inherently false by stating users to not believe everything they see online. No acknowledgement that he had a lapse in judgment or that he made a mistake, only that he engaged in meme tweets with them and nothing else. For Pyrocynical's case and Dolan Dark's case, it is too hard to argue in their favor, because despite tweets having been deleted over the course of time, the timeline is still cohesively shown that they engaged with Shadman years preceding the fact that he created art of Keemstar's child. Pyrocynical nor Dolan Dark can feign plausible deniability excuse because they're close associates with Colossal is Crazy, who was seen directly confronting Shadman about the situation. Tweet Keemstar made when seen directly saying in 2024 that Shadman created art of his daughter who was 8. The case of Sille. Sille was an alleged pred who Pyrocynical was very close with over the course of numerous years. Sille was born on August 21st, 1997 and created the YouTube channel on July 20th, 2015. Pyrocynical was seen openly shouting out and promoting Sille's channel in his Dama Tu Casita video describing him as his friend on the 11th of June 2018. Pyrocynical was seen having subscribed to Sille and featured him inside the video for an extended period of time, which was unusual considering how small Sille's channel was at the time. Pyrocynical was also seen featuring in a video where Sille Luke in December 2016 along with Dolan Dark and other creators such as Jameski and Fitz. Jameski's a bad person, and like Fitz just, I don't like him. He doesn't care about his career. I'm pretty sure there's like also some stuff that happened and why they all fell. A former moderator of Sille's Discord server, Bleachy, is seen stating that Pyrocynical and Sille were IRL friends that were friends since secondary school, which would explain Pyrocynical's association with Sille in December 2016 and why he shouted out his channel when he was extremely small in June 2018. Bleachy was also seen stating that he would not be surprised if Pyrocynical knew Sille was dating a girl named Tiny, and if Pyrocynical knew Tylee was under. Testify was seen interviewing Tiny, the girl that was under, of course, had originally dated. As seen in these messages, Tiny stated that she became aware of who Sille was back from Pyrocynical, and when she followed Sille's Twitter account, he soon followed back. She decided to draw fan art of him, in which resulted Sille private messaging her, inviting her into his Discord server where he modded her. Tiny establishes how she and Sille bonded over similar interests regarding Ghibli, don't know what that is, League of Legends, Kirby, Super Smash Bros. Melee, and more. This was corroborated with tweets Sille was seen making in regards to Super Smash Bros. Melee. Tiny was also seen sharing screenshots from Snapchat showing her playing League of Legends with Sille and the username being present. Tiny affirms that she was not interested in going further with him as he was already in a committed relationship, stating that the other mods for Sille were present in the Discord server jokingly tried play fighting for her affection, to which Sille engaged in, with Tiny shutting down the advances, to which he brushed off. Tiny then came to realization that the point that he was not joking. He was entirely being serious in his attempts to flirt with her. Tiny was seen giving more examples of channel art and spites she made directly for Sille. Tiny is seen attesting that Sille used the opportunity for their other dynamic where she created art for him and then started venting about his current girlfriend. Tiny attests that she gave the best advice that she could, promoting Sille to break up with her very shortly after. Tiny states that shortly after this, they immediately started dating, with her confessing her feelings first, with Sille being aware of the age gap between them present, but then stating he doesn't care and engaging with her regardless. Sille was seen having bought a necklace for Tiny commemorating the start of their relationship, which took place on November 26, 2016. Tiny provides image of the gift that she received. Tiny was seen testifying to Toastify that Sille would shower her with gifts that made her feel very special, however, eventually started having outbursts where she did her best to fix the situation. Isn't this like love bombing? Is that what that is? With Sille affirming that he would eventually get normal again, with it never happening. Tiny attests that Sille would fat shame her and tell her to work out, which she did, to personally fit his standards, to which he claimed he wanted her to appear petite and the under art. He wanted her to look like that, which matches verbatim with his fantasies that he was open about. Tiny states that Sille made her push away all of her male friends as he was jealous and restrictive on who she could talk to, and then eventually pushed her to cut off everyone accusing her of not dedicating more time to him. As a result of this, she claimed that she reached the state of loneliness and only had Sille to speak to, being fully dependent on him, resulting in her spending time with him a lot more. This ended up with Sille claiming that she was far too clingy and gaslighting her when he was the reason for cutting everyone off to begin with. Sille went on to meet Tiny in Estonia, and Sille proceeded to do various violent actions. Pyrocynical was seen on livestream associating and openly playing with Sille in 2020, where they were close friends. Mods close to Sille can attest that Pyrocynical knew about the situation. Niall had no way of attempting to utilize plausible deniability excuse. Debunking Pyrocynical fans' arguments. By analyzing the responses when it comes to people defending Pyrocynical from his allegations, it can be summed up in a few categories. Due to how predictable they are, it is critical to highlight the mannerisms and the defenses used by Pyrocynical's fans to discredit victims and genuine evidence. It is extremely important to shoot these defenses down and mitigate the spread of misinformation to prevent people from being gaslit and manipulated into the idea of Niall is innocent, despite his long documented pattern of behavior which has gone greatly overlooked. It was in the past excuse. Pyrocynical defenders used the Japanese soldier who kept fighting after 29 years after World War II meme in order to invalidate any statement that directly calls out Niall for his behavior. The people who would post these memes not only attempted to trivialize a serious situation with the actual victim, who also had been taken advantage of, but they also served to mock very serious allegations instead of taking them seriously whatsoever. They post these memes in order to attempt to discredit an accuser by claiming that what Niall did was years ago and the drama was years ago, and he was, quote, debunked, without actually arguing their points or putting forward a counter for any legitimate evidence displayed. It is incredibly weak and lazy retort that only serves to make his fan base collectively look worse. If they use it, quote, it happened years ago, it's no excuse. As that same excuse did not fare well for Chris Tyson or Dr. Disrespect in regards to their behavior in 2018 and 2016. Time does not invalidate the idea that there are legitimate victims in this situation, and Pyrocynical seemingly has been able to sweep under the rug without addressing head-on for years. Pyrocynical objectively committed numerous crimes by sending obscene content to Ivory while knowing he was 16, and is still prosecutable if charges are filed within 12 years of the situation transpiring, which is very interesting, by the way. Ivory needs to set up a GoFundMe. Is also pointing out that this entire pattern of lying / manipulation and behaving inappropriately, as most of his own viewers have no idea how deep his degeneracy actually goes. On the 13th of August, 2025, there was an update saying, after the release of the document, Pyrocynical sympathizers struggle to actually invalidate any evidence presented, and instead, some don't even deny the validity of the claims, only that the situation is, quote, old news, completely sidestepping the fact that this document clarifies both old allegations and new evidence, and new allegations entirely. It's out of context! This response is often used by Pyrocynical fans when a clip of Niall is shown of him admitting that he continued to engage X-ratedly with Ivory while knowing him to be 16, while Pyro would have been 20. Pyrocynical fans attempt to use the, quote, out-of-context retort as they could invalidate what Pyrocynical said himself. Niall's response by attempting to use the age laws in the Pennsylvania and UK does not justify him having continued to send stuff to a unders, which is illegal regardless. And the U.S. federal age of consent is 18, not 16. Not only is there no excuse for consistently sending stuff to a under and requesting it, to which Niall doesn't even address in any regard, and instead downplays that as just furry stuff, quote furry stuff, but a 4-year age gap in between him and Ivory is inherently file-like. There is no, quote, context provided in the video that can alleviate Niall of the fact that he committed a crime that he actively engaged inappropriately with a under 4 years younger than himself, to which he knew the age of from when they were 16 to when they were 17. Pyrocynical didn't actually clear his name of anything. He just attempted to use the plausible deniability excuse and claim he didn't know Ivory's age of 15 when they originally started messaging inappropriately. The idea that there is, quote, important context which needs to be added is essentially just a blanket statement with no weight behind it, given given when no logical rebuttal can be derived, so they use the quote, "it's out of context" excuse as a last-ditch effort to try and invalidate and deflate, justified criticisms against Nile. Pyrocynical is stating that the conversations were, quote, so far removed from actual actual X-rated, is an example of him using wordplay manipulation to downplay the severity of the situation. His messages with Ivory: he is still inappropriately communicating with the under he knew the age of. He discussed the fantasies and their X-rated lives, exchanged content with one another, and role-played with each other. Many influencers have been called out and ostracized for this behavior beforehand. Pyrocynical has somehow played down his actions and was allowed to get off the hook because no one directly challenged his video and his interpretation of the events. Quote, "You want clout?" retort. Another claim many Pyrocynical fans attempt to use to smear people covering the situation is that they only incentivize clout, and they are doing it because they are desperate for attention. This is one of their main methods in attempting to tarnish the credibility of the accuser before they even present the evidence. This behavior was even seen with the victims, where Pyrocynical fans would harass and attack the victims and belittle their stories and their struggles by claiming that they were only calling out Pyrocynical to get attention. Deflection, slander, and ad hominems. An ad hominem is attacking a person. The fallacy occurs when, instead of addressing someone's argument or position, you irrelevantly attack the person or some aspect of the person who is making the argument. Another common technique is when Pyrocynical fans deflect the topic away from the original accusation and seek to bring up completely irrelevant or disjointed topics to drastically discredit the user. Rather than bringing up anything of value to the table to debunk the valid claims they make, they will drastically try to pin the label to the other person as a, quote, clout chaser, quote, desperate for attention, or even their best to present the accuser as a file themselves, attempting to allude to the fact that they are projecting. They attempt to deflect the situation by slandering the original creator of the document, claiming Parlo is a file, and even, all that bad stuff. Referencing that dupe situation, which has been covered extensively, where dupe has consistently lied about his age and catfished Parlo and admitted to not only manipulating him, but confirming that he never tuned him, never pressured him, or never solicited or coerced him. Many also bring up Parlo's history with Natty Forsyth or something like that, meaning the fact that she lied, gaslighted, and manipulated him while she was also, tuning him or something like that, through the ages of 16 and 17 when she was 4 years and 10 months older than him. A large video will be made regarding that situation. And then there's, of course, proof. There's proof in, all this stuff, basically. This behavior is not just seen with users attempting to discredit Parlo, but is also seen with any other YouTuber who covers the allegations pertaining to Pyrocynical. It is a common methodical pattern of behavior. They hinge their bets that the fact is that they can tarnish the credibility and slander the person making the accusations, then the people will be disinterested in seeing the evidence they provided and gathered. Recent attempts of ad hominems characters attack hacks show Pyrocynical fans attempting to tarnish both Turkey Tom and Toastify's reputation, more specifically Toastify, who covered this situation recently on stream. People have shown inability to digest and consider the evidence presented, and instead deflecting based on who made the document. They attempt to make no clear distinction between points and the author of the document, and are seen spreading misinformation, claiming the document covers information that has already been known, sidestepping new victims' endorsement messages and testimonies. Pyrocynical fans were seen mass downvoting any posts that highlight the fact that Pyrocynical disseminating content, adult content, to Ivory, 16 at the time, was illegal in the state of Pennsylvania regardless of age laws. Instead, Pyrocynical fans were seen deflecting the situation and outright accusing any post critical of Nile of being made by Parlo's alt. This is similar behavior that they did to Keemstar, Turkey Tom, and Toastify to discredit and degrade the opposing side stance. Most importantly, a user seen completely sidestepping a valid point in terms of legality by accusing the user of ignoring Parlo's allegations and overall deflecting the fundamental topics of the conversation. Not only are Parlo's allegations completely irrelevant to the fact of the situation, but these users were seen slandering and openly defaming Parlo as a file in late April 2025 over the dupe situation. This whole document shouldn't be torn down because this guy has his own stuff to deal with that I don't even know the context of. It's fake. Instant dismissal. Pyrocynical fans have the tendency to completely fabricate misinformation and spread it unprompted without verifying any details whatsoever. This is the best seen when the lie started to be claimed that this document has been invalidated or proven false with zero evidence or source provided whatsoever. There is a pattern of pyrocynical fans oftentimes deluding themselves into believing that pyrocynical will always be innocent. This is because they want to believe it, so they achieve that end. They will dismiss any victim, any testimony, and all evidence. A user seen highlighting that Pyrocynical dated a 14-year-old girl named Luann, in his own words, would be, quote, willing to wait for her to turn 16, as he stated himself. He, quote, sees nothing wrong with waiting for someone to reach the age. Members of the r/YouTube drama subreddit were instead deflecting jokingly, coining users as Turkey Tom, while also stating that the person bringing up, quote, debunked claims. This person had their post mass downvoted and that they were instantly discredited because users on r/YouTube drama are refusing to research the situation and read the document. More proof of members of r/YouTube drama subreddit openly mass downvoting anyone who highlight the information covered in the document. Age gap defending. Many people also attempt to defend and legitimize the situation, rationalizing the age gap dynamics. If there were any other YouTuber, they would be ostracized from the community for this bad behavior. When taking into consideration, or creepy behavior, when taking into consideration both the power dynamic present and the age gap dynamic. In Pyrocynical's case, however, many people attempted to minimize the age gap or use age laws to justify the situation, using intense mental gymnastics to excuse the behavior. Victim blaming, doxing. By directly proving the contents of the document correct, Pyrocynical fans have attempted to dox the original creator of the document, Parlo. They are seen leaking full legal name, university to intimidate and spite him. It shows that Pyrocynical's defenders will opt for any method available to harass, attack, and humiliate any user who covers Niall's actions, spreading deliberately false claims. It is important to get ahead of these claims and stamp them out before they take a form of their own. This claim made completely untrue and categorically false. They cite no evidence nor source to which screenshots were, quote, doctored, nor do they even highlight victims who had, quote, lied. This is an example of unsubstantiated claim. Lack of critical reading skills. Members of the r/YouTube drama community have openly made it known that they will not be mature nor level-headed when it comes to digesting the information presented in this document, and say they will remain solely reliant on members of the Pyrocynical subreddit to condense the contents inside the document and undermine whether it was important information or not. This is extremely biased and an extremely pathetic attempt at trying to discredit the new and now better formatted evidence provided in this document. Any comment seen challenging the main narrative presented is ignored, discredited, and immediately mass downvoted without anyone actually replying. This serves to prove that both Pyrocynical subreddit and r/YouTube drama subreddit are both echo chambers containing people who have deluded and gaslit themselves into believing Pyrocynical's innocence while refusing to digest nor address any points presented in this document. They claim that the evidence has, quote, already been addressed, sourcing no evidence to prove this statement, yet people believe it regardless. In Pyrocynical subreddit, whenever someone provides a logical statement about the situation and even suggests Pyrocynical's behavior was extremely concerning and weird, their comments are mass downvoted and shunned without explanation, further corroborating the idea that both Pyrocynical subreddit and YouTube drama subreddit are echo chambers that only benefit the narrative that Pyrocynical is innocent, suppressing any critical stance. If this situation continues to get picked up and is spread to more people, observe these common behavior traits adopted by those who will attempt to defend Pyrocynical. Many of the defenses will fall into these categories and highlight their flaws and excuses to prevent public consensus once again being manipulated by lies and Pyrocynical getting away with the behavior once again. Pyrocynical's moderator responds. In response to the document coming out, a high-ranking moderator in Pyrocynical's current Discord server named Abyss was not only downplaying the severity of the allegations but also brushing it off completely, stating that they simply, quote, do not care, showing not only callous disrespect to unders who were allegedly victimized by Niall, but blatant disregard and lack of willingness to maturely handle and speak about the situation, highlighting the lack of maturity. Regarding Ivory Ramus, as stated by Ivory, he did not participate in the editing of this document. Do not harass him. He has been through enough. To immediately discredit the point that not once did Ivory ever publicly state that he did not consent to the information being covered. He simply stated that he did not participate in the creation of the documents, a claim that he was To claim that this was made without his consent is false. Notice how the user attempts to use quotations in referencing Ivory as a victim to dismiss his story, but also use it to minimize the context surrounding the situation. This is specifically used as pred apologia to undermine the Ivory and other victims' credibility. Sometimes questioning why the original poster referenced Ivory as, quote, victim with quotations, pointing this out in the r/YouTube drama subreddit was also known for biased opinions and blatant misinformation that was subsequently mass downvoted despite him saying objectively nothing wrong. Another user is seen attempting to justify the actions by claiming Ivory's proof was, quote, poor and, quote, Pyrocynical disapproved them, two statements that are categorically false and that have been debunked in this document. This proves that not only do members of this subreddit do not do research, but they have gaslighted themselves into believing Pyrocynical was innocent. A very close associate and trusted friend of Ivory Ramus at Crossmut was seen expressing their disgust at Niles' actions and has been over the course of many months. They were seen recently forwarding the document. Had this document made Ivory uncomfortable or any other victims in regard or contained evidence of untrue statements, they would highlight this and always contact me. Pyrocynical responded. On the 14th of October, Pyrocynical addressed the situation or addressed the document on a live stream.
Okay, alright, hang on. I can already see in chat there are a lot of people talking about the document that got made on me. I don't want to, like, stream and act like, you know, nothing's happening. So obviously, if you've seen on Twitter, there is a Google Doc that's been made on me. And it was posted on a burner. We know who posted it. We know who posted it. Like, you can literally go into the hidden replies of that burner account, and you can immediately see they're hiding replies criticizing a certain YouTuber. So, but the problem is with this Google document, because a video wasn't made and it was a document, I basically need to treat this like how I treated the original response video. Because because I was waiting for this document to come out. It was hyped up for like 6 months or something like that. And now it's out. Thank God. Like, oh God. Like, I'm so happy that document's out, because Jesus, that was just hyped up forever. But the point I'm trying to make is I can't just go ahead and respond to it now. I need to now wait for all the YouTubers and everyone to jump in and have their say and say their piece about it. And then I need to respond to it. If I do. So it's just another waiting game, you know? And I got two choices now. I basically put my head under the sand and I stop working. And then my employees suffer because they can't get paid, you know? And I just like sit in my apartment gooning all day. Or I just keep working until until it comes to that point. There's really not much else I could do in this situation apart from, just waiting for, every single YouTuber to come out. I mean, I did that with the original video. I remember in the original response video when YouTubers like had their say and stuff. And then I used that in my actual response video as well. So it's just like, it's a waiting game for this document to come out. And now it's another waiting game to see, like, for everyone to have their piece to say, basically. So, until then, there's not really much I can do. Google Docky. Google Docky. Thank you, ESF. 301 pages is insane. I think that's the worst thing as well. Like, it was almost made like as bloated as possible. So when people see 300 pages, because let's be real, right? Everyone's attention span right now is fried. You got IG Reels, you got TikTok, you got YouTube Shorts. Very few people have the attention span to even watch a film without checking their phone. So most people see 300 pages, and then it's like, okay, he's guilty. Like that's it. There's like an insurmountable amount of evidence here. He's guilty. We've got him. So, because I guarantee most people have not even read it in its entirety. But yeah, that's the last I'll say about it. I don't really want to speak about it again.
until I have to, but I did want to address it because, you know, I don't want to be streaming here and then looking at chat. And then obviously, you know, I'm seeing people mention it every 5 seconds and it's like, oh, I can't talk about that. I'm kind of scared, you know? Anyway, Reddit moment.
Pyrocynical was seen addressing the situation on a live stream to his audience, focusing on the minimal claims that aren't relevant to the allegations at all, highlighting how the document was tweeted on a burner account and that 2 tweets in the reply were hidden, both extremely redundant points to highlight. However, Niall finds it important to disclose regardless to undermine this credibility of the document by sidestepping all the points highlighted inside of it and remaining vague. Pyrocynical highlights how it is pitted in a position where all he has to do is weigh other content creators' opinions on the situation before he makes a public response on his main channel. One thing I want to say is that keep in mind that Pyrocynical was also supposed to respond to other stuff on the TBH podcast but never did. Just keep that in mind. He's going to probably try to do this again. He's probably going to attempt to get away with not responding to this. And I will make it my mission, dude. I've been doing this to iDubbbz ever since I figured out that stuff with him and Shadman. I've been making it my mission to bother these people on Twitter very often to respond to these things. You will not ignore me and you will not ignore this stuff. You will be reminded of it. I don't care. I don't care. To go on, the document says he's hyper-focused on public consensus and how to manipulate / deal with shifting public opinion. Pyrocynical is hedging his bets. Yeah, why can't you just respond to it? Just respond to the document, bro. Why do you need to wait for the public opinion to come in? Is it because, like, if not a lot of people talk about the document, he can get away with not talking about it? Yeah, I think that's what it is. Pyrocynical is hedging his bets on potential commentary YouTubers covering the situation to botch and misinterpret the allegations and spread information, which gives them wiggle room to invalidate the entire situation based on addressing strawman points. He did this with Keemstar when he got Luann's age incorrect, as well as Turkey Tom being speculative in his first document regarding the Red Kiwis comparison. Niall will attempt to discredit allegations by lugging at the most weak points and manipulate his viewers into believing all the claims were debunked. More will be added to this document as the situation progresses and more information is provided. Updates will be consistently provided in case of the document being taken down. Copies will be created and will be archived on Catbox 12th August 2025. More information is currently being collected in regards of Ancient Reality and Sille, 2 people who were closely associated with Pyrocynical, as well as the Ida victim blaming Ivory. There will be in-depth analysis on both those message exchanges. In-depth analysis of Pyro's recent response will also be added. More instances of Pyrocynical fans using redundant and illogical defenses will be continued to be added as well. Archive the document and prevent Pyrocynical fans from attempting to wipe the truth. Archives of this document will be consistently reposted. Every instance of Pyrocynical fans attempting to silence and wipe the truth will be logged and included as evidence. I strongly urge for more people to either contact me or come out about your experiences. There are more people without this voice. This file was created on May 8th, 2025. I actually just now recently I didn't message him, but I tweeted at him, and I'm probably going to directly message him in the next couple of days. Or maybe even now, actually. I'll probably try to, because he needs to know the stuff about Nerd City. And if I can actually get into contact with him, message him about that, then I would love to conversate with him about that stuff. I don't know if he's been active on Twitter. He probably really hasn't, but we'll see. Because Nerd City is the only thing that I would really say that needs to be added. I actually said this in a Twitter thread. Thanks for referencing my video in the document, but if you need or want to add another segment of someone being associated with Pyrocynical, you could add Nerd City, who is refusing to release the videos on J-Station because of internet hate, basically silencing the stories of the victims. Then despite everything that has happened, still went on to make a podcast with Pyrocynical TBH when promoting it and referenced his fantasies. I made a video myself if you want to look over it. I feel like it wasn't even talked about enough, and that he was given all this information from victims, not just to release it whenever he was trusted with it. Also has stuff that, quote, nobody knows about. Here it is. And I linked the original thread I posted saying I just released a video of my back and forth with Nerd City showing the pettiness due to, quote, Reddit regrades. He will not release information that only he knows about regarding, in his own words, the worst YouTuber. After his association with known creep Pyrocynical and other dramas he has been in, as well as upload schedule, when given the opportunity to do and be better, he shuts it down due to the oddest reasons after being trusted with stories from victims themselves. and having information no one else knows about. This is my offer for Nerd City to talk to me via Instagram DMs or talk to me about these videos publicly. So yeah, Parlo hit me up. Maybe put my video in the description or in the document. I'm not saying you have to, but I'm saying like this video is basically going over it. And that is the end of the document. I'm gonna have to look over Pyrocynical's response really quick because I can't remember the video. Yeah, why does the like hidden replies or who made the burner account really matter? I don't understand that. He acts like he does the same thing that a lot of people do, where he's like, I gotta work, man. All my people need to work. I got a lot of people under me, and all this stuff, and acting like he's this big important person. Also, he said that he might not even respond to it. Which, if you don't respond to these claims, bro, you're gonna get took off the. You're on to get took off the platform. I'm gonna make sure that happens, bro. If I could get big enough to have a YouTube representative and talk to them, bro, I'm taking down like so many people. I'm making a hard effort. Like, just give me a platform. Give me a big enough platform to have outrage against these people, bro. That's all I need. I just need, like, I have the platform, but I need like more people to see this stuff, because if they don't see it, then I can't, like, no matter what video I make, I won't be able to actually like succeed in getting stuff done, like getting Pyrocynical off the platform, getting a Shadman supporter off the platform, getting a Predator off the platform. He's like, I might not even respond to it. If I do respond to it, dude, Parlo is actually coming out with his own video. It might be out before this video comes out. Why does he have to wait for every other YouTuber to make a response first? It's because he wants to try to, like Parlo said, he wants to, or the document maker said, he wants to try to manipulate the situation completely. He wants to attempt to make it to where someone else says something wrong, so he, belittles it. You know what I mean? Why not just respond to it in general? It's because it doesn't have a big enough outrage. Like this video, subscribe, hype the video, get me to #1 on the hype leaderboard, bro. I will not be ignored. I refuse to like just sit around and just let these terrible people sit around and not me belittle them or bother them a little bit on Twitter at least, and me continue to make videos against them. There's a whole series on this channel. There's a whole Pyrocynical series. Although that I think most of the stuff that I've talked about has already been stated in this one singular document. So please go check it out. Please show support. Please hype this video. It needs it. I need your help. Of course, Pyro wants to be like, it was made as bloated as possible. It was bloated. Like, this document's bloated. Of course, you want to use the word bloated. But also, it wasn't. Don't get me wrong. There was times where he repeated himself. But at the same time, out of everyone to say something about bloated or attention to detail, Pyrocynical is the last person that should be talking about anything. You are known for trying to quote perfect your videos. Bro, that outro for the Cry of Fear video that took forever to come out because, like, you were so insistent on having copywritten music at the back and having to pay for the rights of it, that was bloat. That whole, like, outro, the how long you took was just for bloat. Your video on a TV show that's like 8 hours long, that's bloat. There is so much bloat in your own videos. There's a lot of unneeded and unnecessary parts in them. You cannot say anything. As a dude that tries to be a perfectionist yourself, that cares so much about his main channel videos that he made a second channel to be able to fund everything, quote, that's why you say, even though it's a lie, you have to shut up and stop talking because you sound retarded. What are you talking about? It's incredibly bloated. It's like as bloated as possible. There are a few pages out of the 320 or whatever that actually don't have like a lot of material in them. But it's because it goes on to the next segment. Also, whenever you're making a document like this, the pages, you usually like are breaking the pages, and whenever you break the pages and you're like adding more at some points or whatever, they get spaced out weird like that. And there's just a lot of screenshots and a lot of proof because you have to be as descriptive as possible whenever you're going against Pyrocynical. You have to repeat yourself a little bit. You have to show, like, the screenshots a few times just to disprove him. It's not being bloated. It's being as precise, as explanatory as possible to that stupid fan base that he has and to anyone on, I guess, on r/YouTube drama. And he wants to talk about people's, like, attention spans and stuff like that. Like, bro, that's what I'm here for, bro. I'm here to make the video. I'm here to make the long video that goes all throughout it so people don't have to go and read it. So reading it would be a lot, like, faster. Also, you can't just be like, oh, people are not going to read it. People are going to read it. I read it. I would have even read it if I wasn't doing YouTube. I would have read all 320 pages in my spare time. Just to be 100. And there's going to be a lot of people that do. There's going to be a lot of commentary YouTubers and stuff like that that are looking over this. And, you know, he's so done for. I believe truly that if I could just get the opportunity, I will take down these bad people. I will do my best to make action, to take action against these people, to be a voice. I just need the opportunity. Pyrocynical's reaction is an interesting one that people can expect from him. I personally don't think it's bloated. There's just a lot of media, and of course the media is going to show a lot better. But honestly, bro, to give Parlo credit, this was really nicely made. It is a lot of information. It is 320 pages. But honestly, the way that it was edited, it actually didn't really bore me that much. I felt like there was good amounts of, like, underlining, bolding, and everything. Some color here and there, and the pictures and media. Oh, there was so much there that actually made it, like, not boring. So, congrats to him. And to go on to the end of this video, do not forget the people that support Pyrocynical and have been around him. Nerd City, Colossal's Crazy, and Dolan Dark are the prime examples. And I don't know anyone else, to be honest. But don't forget those people, and they support, like Dolan Dark supported Shadman. The Clown is the only one. Clown defended Pyrocynical's actions, but was against Shadman. Nerd City was very, like, collaborative and even made fun of what Pyrocynical was into in the video regarding J-Station, and making fun of what Pyrocynical was into while also promoting the podcast. So he was aware of everything as well. People who support, like, these people need to also be, like, told to stop and to stop what they're doing. And the thing with Pyrocynical and with anyone is that if you're into something, don't get me wrong, what Pyrocynical is into is absolutely, like, astronomical. It's, like, astronomically wrong. Like, there's something wrong with you, right? But on top of that, if you're into something, like, at least keep it to yourself. Pyrocynical is the dude that is so horned up, that is so out of his mind with this stuff, that he is now spreading it onto other people. He is now trying to get other people into it. He is now forcing it onto people that are not 18. That's the problem, is that Pyrocynical is one of those people who can't keep it to himself, and he has to affect the people around him. He is someone that has no self-control. He even budged that one guy 5 times. That cut him off every time. Let me know what y'all think in the comments down below. That is all for today. This video is going to be long enough. It was miserable kind of reading throughout the entire document because I knew how long it was taking me to read it. I hope you all enjoyed the video. I hope this video can make a difference. I hope this video can get on the hype chart. I hope this video will be important. I hope that my stuff on Nerd City can get in the document. Shout out to Parlo. Shout out to you all. Shout out to God. I've been speaking, like, so long, and thankfully my throat's been fine for the most part. I'm glad it's finally over. Thank you all for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe for more if you like videos like these, as I make videos on locales, internet dramas, and more. A part of me wishes I'd probably go back and be a little bit more detailed and read some of these DMs off, but truly, this video is going to be exhausting to make. It was exhausting to even go through the media, and it took me a super long time to get through all the pages and censor them as much as I did, and I even missed words. So make sure to use your hype feature on this video. It's mobile only, but it is free, and it will help out tremendously. It will help spread the message. It helps spread the message more than anything else. Comment down below your thoughts and opinions on this. Make sure to follow my Twitter, is linked in the description below. Help me get to 200 followers on there. I'd like to be at 200 first, and then maybe go to 250. And in the end, I'm PERK 30, and keep God close.
What have I done? What have I done? I flirted with a couple 17-year-old girls in a rainbow lobby because they were being flirtatious? right? Both girls, by the way, are legal consenting age in the United States of America. Both of them. I made a point that the new generation of female and that you have to be naive to think that young girls aren't already having sex. I did say the age of consent should be 12. You know why I said that? Because growing up in high school, I knew girls that were like 12, 13, 14 on the regular. It has nothing to do with me being a I don't give a anymore. I honestly don't. The 16-year-old girls. Shay was a week away from being 18. And Assault Queen just turned 17. And it doesn't matter. The age of consent in the United States of America is 16. So it wouldn't even be considered on the court of law, even if I did anything close to, which I have no intention of ever doing that kind of shit, right? The vast majority of America, age of consent is 16. And I live in South Carolina, so I know it's 16. Age of consent in the United Kingdom is 16. Most places on Earth, it's that. Some places it's lower.
16. What? When Ivory linked me his Twitter profile, the age in bio says 16. This is something I acknowledged in my Reddit post, but to be fair, I probably didn't elaborate enough on it. In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learnt of his age, even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem. Legally, age of consent is 16 in both my country and his state. I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because what we were talking about and doing was so far removed from actual sex. I do want to directly say something to Ivory and apologise to him and to anyone else that I did the furry roleplay garbage with. What seemed consensual and reciprocal may very well not have been. Responsibility to verify age. But this never escalated from two morons talking about inhaling furry farts.